This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning and welcome to Hornchurch, set to be the final day of group play here in this European cricket series. The old Brentwoods will be nervously looking over their shoulder as the East Londoners are coming quickly to grab the top spot. They remain undefeated in this series. They've got a couple important matches today, and let's see how they fare. Meanwhile, for Guggen, yesterday was a very difficult day for them. They are probably out of the race to grab the top spot. However, they still have a chance to get second place, but they're going to have to run the table in their last matches. CFS Pinnacle Pro are back today as well after a rest day yesterday. They picked up their first win of this European cricket series, and I'll be hoping to build on that momentum and march up the table. The Havering 11, they're also going to be back for their last two matches today. They're fan favorites. Everybody here loves them. And let's see if they can pull off an upset and get a few more brilliant moments in the sun. The seeding means everything here in Hornchurch. And the big question on everyone's mind is, who will finish where? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next. We are set for the start of match number 1 today. This should be a huge matchup. Guggen are heading into this game desperately needing a victory if they want to grab second place in this group. If they finish in third, that means they'll have to face Hornchurch in the quarterfinals, and that would be a very tough task for them. You certainly don't want to come up against a strong Hornchurch side, and we're bringing in some reinforcements for the quarterfinals, and we'll have the support of the home crowd. They're going to need some big performances from their key men in Vijay Surya and Dilshan if they are to knock off a strong East Londoners side. The good news for Guggen, of course, is that they brought Disha into the lineup yesterday, and he's been a very handy addition for them. Meanwhile, their opponents, the East Londoners, they are yet to lose a game so far this series. They have been in incredible form, highlighted by Kadaria, who had 97 undefeated in a bonus point victory against this very Guggen side yesterday, and a century against the Havering 11. They played around with their lineup a little bit in the last match, but we expect to see their full strength squad out for this crucial matchup. Let's head back to the commentary box where we'll have a recap of yesterday's games. The news from the toss is that Guggen have won it, and they're going to have a bat.
Going to take a look at yesterday's games now. So it was a huge day of cricket here in Hornchurch. Absolutely massive. Had some enormous fixtures that really played a huge role in the seeding. We'll start off by looking at our first match of the day between the Old Brentwoods and Guggen. The Old Brentwoods set a target of 225 for Guggen. Guggen certainly put on a spirited show in the second innings, but weren't quite able to cross the finishing line and pick up a victory in that match. They would ultimately fall short. Jones with an incredible innings, as you can see, undefeated, 160 in just 40 deliveries. And Guggen had a numerous performers there who chipped in with some handy runs. De Silva with a 48, Patel with a 40, Agrawal with a 39. Really was a great performance. And the East Londoners would take on Old Brentwoods in our next match. Sharma with a century there, making 103 runs in 31 deliveries. Riaz chipped in with 70 of 25. The Old Brentwoods would succumb to their second defeat against the East Londoners. The only sides who have beaten the Old Brentwoods so far this tournament are the East Londoners. The third match of the day would be between Guggen and the East Londoners. Guggen struggled and managed to make just 132 runs, which based on the batting standards we have seen so far this series is a score that is below par. In response, the East Londoners made quick work of them, winning this game in 5.4 overs. They took a bonus point victory, and that was a crushing blow for Guggen. and certainly meant that their chances of picking up the top spot were now a distant hope. The next match featured the Old Brentwoods against the Havering 11. The Old Brentwoods managed to score 188 runs in the first innings. A few great performances by their lineup. And in response, this new look Havering side managed to muster 87 runs. A commanding victory for the Old Brentwoods, who certainly managed to get themselves back to winning ways after being defeated by the East Londoners. Final match of the day featured the East Londoners against Havering. East Londoners posted 194 runs in the first innings. Kadaria with a century. He managed to make 100 runs of just 26 deliveries, and Havering in response would only get 102. Just had a look at the standings there for Group B, and as you can see, there's a lot to play for. Really is. Huge day here. It's group play, and seeding is going to be absolutely crucial heading into the quarterfinals. You want to finish in first place just to get that better matchup heading into the quarterfinals. Second place would be pretty decent as well, but you certainly wouldn't want to finish third or fourth. Fourth place would have to play the mighty Tigers, who have been in superb form this series. And you finish in third, then you've got to take on Hornchurch. You're going to be coming in with some reinforcements for the quarterfinals, and will have the support of their raucous home crowd. So that would be a massive challenge for whoever finishes in third place. So we're 3 minutes away from the start of this game. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Huge game here between two sides who are obviously going to be looking to win it all this tournament. They both got plenty of talent. Guggen blessed with a lot of batting depth and some real powerful strikers of the ball, but they've just had a few issues with their bowling and fielding so far this series, which is why they won't be too impressed with their record and have struggled to beat the big boys so far this series. Meanwhile, for the East Londoners, it's been a perfect tournament for them so far. They've won every game they've been involved in, and the truth is, they've not been involved in too many close matchups either. Their wins have generally been very, very convincing. To the players making their way out onto the field, it's going to be Guggen batting first. They won the toss and decided that they want to go out there, bat first, put some runs on the board, give this East Londoner side maybe a little bit of scoreboard pressure in that second innings. They failed to do that when these two sides played each other yesterday. Guggen mustered just 132 runs. Adisha, the new addition to their lineup, managed to score 68. And Randawa chipped in with a 26. Vijay Surya with a 29. And East Londoners made quick work of them. So just one of those games where you feel like Guggen might have to go north of 200 to make this a challenging total for the East Londoners. Here we go. We're moments away from the first ball of the day. Here we go. First ball. That's a nice delivery to start off here by Kumar, Malhotra, and Singh opening the batting here for this Guggen side. Big news for them is no Vijay Surya for this matchup, and no Dilshan either, so missing a couple of key players, two players who they've really relied on throughout this series. This is going to be stroked away for 6 more runs. A great shot there as the umpire raises his arms, and that's going to go all the way for a Maximo. Our umpires for this match are Roza Ahmed Manyar, Vikash Amin, and Hemal Vijay Surya. Got a chance to see match referee Tyrone Peters during the intro. A little bit of an edge there. He got some nice outswing, Kumar. He's got to take that as a personal victory. Not too much you can do about that. A little bit unlucky there. So Malhotra plays a gorgeous looking shot and then follows that up with a little outside edge that goes away for 4 runs. Now struck away, and that's going to go the distance as well. 6 more runs. Second Maximo this innings. He has managed to blast that one away over cover. Beautiful looking stroke here, and this is top-notch batting. Batting of the highest order. Chance to just dive into the chat. Wish everyone a very good morning. Good morning to Johnny Hesham, Jeffrey Mobbs, and a Kroom in the chat as well. Hope we get to see you play later today. Kroom picking up his 2nd European Cricket Series wicket yesterday and also managed to get a couple of ECS runs. Kroom not out on 2. As long as he doesn't get dismissed today, he'll have an infinite average on ECN. Just need to see hit a boundary today, Kroom. That's what you got to treat us to when you're back later today. Try to find a way to find the boundary rope. I think that'll get the biggest cheer any boundary ever has on ECN. That is beautifully struck. Flat batted away. Over long on for 6 runs. Just about had enough to clear the rope. Wasn't the biggest of 6s, but he got enough on it. Probably about 51, 52 meters. Good looking hit there. Nice horizontal bat stroke. As the first over comes to an end, it's a good start here for Guggen. They make 23 runs in this first over. Just what they were hoping for Malhotra. He's a powerful batter. A nice clean hitter of the ball. Doesn't quite get any timing on that one there, Singh, and looking to free his arms and thwack that one over mid-wicket. Struck back towards mid-on. That's going to be a single, so Singh is off the mark. Got a helicopter just flying overhead here, right above the ground. Looks to go big, and it's going to take a couple of bounces and trickle over the boundary rope for 4 runs there for Malhotra. Yeah, nice looking shot for him, and it's been a great start to his innings. Yeah. Struck out towards long on, and it's going to be a single. Singh is back on strike. Wonderfully struck. What a sweet, sweet sound as that connected with the bat. Flies over the rope for 6 runs. Gets nice and deep in his crease, rocks back and pummels that away. I'm going to width it offer here, slaps that one towards man at mid-off. Into the second over, Guggen are 36 for no losses. We take a look at the standings here for Group B. The East Londoners currently in 2nd place. Of course, just a point behind the old Brentwoods, who they've got 2 games in hand on. So yeah, even if they were to have a couple of defeats, they would still get into 1st place as long as those defeats were not bonus point defeats. It would be stunning, really, if the East Londoners don't grab that top spot. Hammered away there for a 6 by Singh. Pulls that ferociously. Goes away for a Maximo, and this has been a nice start for this opening pair. No Vijay Surya today, but they're certainly doing very well. You know, giving their side that early propulsion which they so desperately would have wanted. Struck away very nicely. That's going to race away towards the rope, and calls it yeah, and they're going to just settle for the single in the end. A little bit of away movement there. Khatri, that's been called wide. Now looks to go big over here, and that's certainly got enough on it to clear the rope very comfortably. It's going to be a jog for Harith Wajid out in the deep. He's going to have to go and fetch that ball. Oh, just so brilliantly struck. High and handsome. Goes away for a 6. You can see that skies are a little bit gray this morning. Nothing really to worry about, I would say, based on the forecast. Forecast for this week looking a lot better than what it was last week. This is hit away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Great start here for Guggen to get the 50 partnership as well. Just what they would have been hoping for. Nicely struck, firmly struck, but straight to the field to recover. If he picked out the gap there, probably would have gone away for 4 runs. Last ball of the power play coming up. Oh, beautifully played. Meets on the half volley there, Malhotra, and she clearly had no interest to field that. She's going to walk away from that. Oh, nicely struck there. Just opens the face of the bat. Helps it away. Over cover for 6 runs. So a great start here for Guggen. Their run rate 19.3. They're motoring along at the moment. Got a couple of magical overs to start as well. 23 and 22. Looking really good here. Certainly the start they would have hoped for. Guggen been very strong with the bat in hand throughout this series. They've mostly had issues with their bowling and fielding, so you feel like they're going to have to put up a massive total here. And well, it might have sounded extreme at the start of this broadcast, but it really does feel like they've got to get something around 200 against this East Londoners side. That's just how strong EL are. And so highlight some of the bowling issues we've seen from Guggen, as slower ball attempted there by Subasinghe. It was unavailable for yesterday's play, and he's greeted today with a 6. Drilled right back, and this is going to be fielded well at long off by Vikain Kadaria, who's of course coming off a century in his last match yesterday. Hits that straight to the field with a fine leg, and in the end Malhotra just ends up spoiling a wide. It was a pretty poor delivery. Would have been better off just leaving it alone, but decides to poke at it and ends up spoiling what would have just been a wide. That's a wide. It looks to go big over here, and it's been put down, so there was a chance right there, and that could prove to be a very costly drop. Well, we know Malhotra is such a talented batter, and he provides a chance here when he's on 40. Man, the deep just can't hold on to that. High up in the air. This could be another chance. It's going to be tough, though. Oh, he did manage to get a hand to it. I think that's the skipper himself. Yeah, that's Kumar Sumit. He actually tracked the ball pretty well in the end. It's always tough trying to catch those, especially when you're running backwards. Just hard hands in the end, and softer hands, and would have been able to take that catch. So 2 opportunities go down here as Subasinghe just strays with his line a little bit, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. So a couple of drops that over. And let's take a look at the worm here for Guggen, who find themselves 73 for no loss. 4 overs into this innings. A great start from their perspective, but they very easily could have lost a wicket or 2 in that last over. So just looking to get the field setting right here, and we should be able to get underway with the 5th over. Off to a flyer of a start here, Guggen. Just what they would have wanted in this crucial, almost must-win matchup for them if they want to get second place. Beautifully played in the gap. That's going to go away for 4 runs. A gorgeous-looking stroke. Picks out the gap there so nicely, Malhotra. That's a good comeback ball there by Wajid. After getting struck for a boundary. That is high, but is it handsome? Yes, it is. Goes all the way for 6 runs as Malhotra brings up his half-century in style. Gorgeous looking stroke. Really was very pretty. Looks to loft that one over cover. And he gets more than enough distance on it to hit that away for 6 runs. We've seen a lot of 6s through the cover boundary, more than one is typically accustomed to seeing. Drilled away, and that's going to go away for another boundary. Just going to take a hop right in front of the rope, so Singh's not going to be able to get the 6. Yeah, lowish full toss that gets punished. 88-run partnership to open things up. Oh, launched away for 6 more runs there by Singh. He gets a big cheer with that shot. It was beautifully played, got such a strong bottom hand, and muscles that one over cow corner for a Maximo. We come to the halfway stage of this innings. Guggen, Art 94 for no loss, and a chance to welcome you into the commentary position. Great to have you all joining us on this wonderful Wednesday. Big matchups coming up today. It's moving day here in Group B, as we gonna be a big jostle between all these sides to find out who's gonna end up where. That is gonna go away for 4 runs, and nicely played there again by Malhotra. Just seen so many boundaries through that region. Just having a look at this wagon wheel. We've had 38 runs scored through that cover and extra cover region by this Guggen side. And more runs on the offside than on the onside as well. Which, well, as the Tina often says, the offside, the posh side. But a few more runs scored through there, so it's a very technically proper batting here by Guggen, and there we go. The century partnership will be brought up in style. The half volley that gets hammered away for a 4. And look at that win predictor now. It's just starting to go into that super Goldilocks region, as we often say here on ECN, and muscled away for 6 runs there by Malhotra. This is top-notch batting, really is. And we're just wondering how much this Guggen side we're going to miss the loss of Vijay Surya, but Malhotra and Singh have certainly stepped up. And they're both batting immaculately. And what has been the highlight of their innings is the beautiful stroke play, the textbook cricketing shots, the wonderful drives, the off drives, the on drives, the cover drives. It's not been just clear the front leg and look to heave it over mid-wicket kind of batting. It's been good old-fashioned textbook cricket, and they've still been able to go at a run rate of 19.6. A full toss. Might have to check the height on this. It's going to go to the fielder out in the deep. And, well, Malhotra is just looking for the no ball call here. It will be interesting to see the height on this. Maybe just dipping down below the waist. Malhotra was convinced it's a no ball, but square leg umpire seems to think it's just fine, and he certainly has a point. Gets that one right, just below the waist. And what a disappointing way for Malhotra to get dismissed. He was batting superbly, and he ends up getting out on a shocking delivery, a very poor delivery, in all honesty. And the kind of ball that he typically send a good 10-15 meters beyond the boundary rope. He'll be gutted. He will be gutted. The way he was batting, he looked set to get triple digits. As Guggen lose their first wicket, a terrific opening stand of 108 runs. Yeah, this is going to be struck right down the ground. It's into the commentary tent, the side where Tina would normally be sitting. And what a way to open. There's a count. Smashes a 6 right into the commentary tent, straight down the ground. Beautiful shot there by Adisha. This time he'll go big over long on, a leaping effort out in the deep. But it's going to be an effort in vain for Harith Majid. Back-to-back Maximos to start off Adisha's innings. We'll take a look at the scorecard here for this Guggen side, and what a great start for them. 120 runs, it's just 6 overs. Yuvresh Malhotra with a fine knock of 66 of 21. Robin Singh batting beautifully at the other end on 39 at the moment. And Adisha, a very handy addition to this Guggen side, just come out here and smoked away a couple of 6s to start off his innings. Singh just manages to drag that one somehow out towards that cow corner boundary, splits the fielders in the deep. So set this at the start of the innings that Guggen, with some of their issues with their bowling and their fielding, as well as the quality of these East Londoners batting lineup, will want to get to something north of 200. They're on track to do that at the moment. Expected score is at 189, but their run rate is hovering around 20. Oh, great ball there by Wajid. Terrific bowling, and he's come back well since getting hit for that boundary. Just fires that one straight onto that blue wide line. This goes down the ground, and this is brilliant bowling by Wajid. Really is. I mean, one good over can make a huge difference in T10 cricket. Just heard the captain say, "I don't need wickets. I just need dot balls here." And I don't think he's going to mind singles either. Singles work out just as well as dot balls. Only 7 runs this over, and all of a sudden getting to that 200 becomes doubly hard. And wonderful lengths here by Wajid. Full and straight. Adisha just digs that one out, and he can only get a run. Terrific over for Harith Wajid. Comes back well after going for 21 in his first. And that's all it takes in T10 cricket. You get one good over as a captain, especially here in Hornchurch where the runs have been flowing. All of a sudden, the batting side are under enormous pressure. And the run rate was 20.1 to start this over, and now it's fallen down to 18.3. So they're going to have to find a way to get 72 runs in these last 3 overs if they want to get to 200. Here's a look at the calendar for this year's European Cricket Series. Alongside our action here in Hornchurch, they've got some cricket over in Czechia. Got a tri-series featuring the host Czechia, Gibraltar, and Austria. Had the men's series take place over the last 3 days. Congratulations to the Austrian men's side for winning the Central Europe Cup, and now it's the Women's Central Europe Cup. Gibraltar off to a great start against Czechia at the moment. They're 104 for no loss, 13 overs in to the first innings. So a few alarm bells will be ringing there for the hosts. Slightly slower delivery out towards long on. Yeah, it's not been a great last few days for Czechia cricket, has it? Their men failed to win a single game at home and suffered some very humiliating and humbling defeats along the way as well. So I'll be certainly hoping for better from their women's side. Oh, what a stroke. I think we've just lost that cricket ball. It's gone high up in the air, but it's going to land short of the rope. That was struck so high, but really didn't have the distance on it. Once it came off out of his bat, he just felt like that was going to fly into the trees, but it just hung up in the air for an age. And well, there was a no ball, so this is a free hit. We'll end up picking up a single here. Not quite able to capitalize on the free hit, but boundaries have dried up. We haven't seen a boundary for the last 8 deliveries. This Goggin first innings is just starting to unravel a little bit. Tisha just misjudging the line there a little bit. Some great death over bowling here by the East Londoners. Down the ground, and Captain Sumit is really happy at the other end, lavishing his bowlers with lots of praise. That's another dot ball, so just the 6 runs off this over, only 14 runs of the last 2, and Goggin, who at one stage looked set to get to something north of 200, are probably now going to find it tough to even get to 170. What a great last couple of overs, and just take a look at that worm right there for Goggin. It's going in the wrong direction from their perspective. Just lost their touch a little bit here. Down the ground, and a 6 at last. They desperately needed that Maximo there, Goggin. Haven't seen a 6 since the 6th over. Overpitch delivery there by Subasinghe, and he's just whips right through the line of this ball, and such a strong bottom hand, and he's able to get that away for a 6. Terrific shot, really well struck. Now looks to go short. This is high. Keeper underneath it. And he's going to take it. Fairly comfortable catch there. And a nice bumper by Subasinghe. And good glove work there. Takes the catch. Fairly regulation catch in the end. Had a lot of height on it. Goggin lose their second. Adisha. Nice little knock here, 23 of 12. He just slowed down a little bit at the end, didn't he? And with the kind of batting we've seen here in Hornchurch, it's incredible, but a strike rate of 192, which is so impressive. It's actually considered on the slower side, based on the batting we have seen these last few days. Slower ball, but it is hammered away by Danawade, who read that to perfection. Just opened his hips up nicely here, in for that mid-wicket boundary. Took a step back, nice and deep, and was able to just power that one away for 6 runs. What can they get to here, Guggen? The expected score has fallen to 167 after one stage we thought they might be able to go north of 200. Oh, beautifully played. Nice flick of the wrist, but there's a fielder out there. Swing and a miss. As we come to the end of the 9th over, 147 for 2 is a score here for Guggen. We're going to take a look at the bowling card for this East Londoners side, and Kawalpreet Singh probably going to bowl this final over. Conceded just 6 runs in the sole over he bowled. Harith Wajid as well. I mean, he really started this comeback in the death overs for this East Londoners side. His over of 8 runs really just put a dent in this Guggen first innings. Oh, superbly played there by Danawade. Really, really good shot. Was going there for the wide Yorker, and Kawalpreet Singh didn't get it 100% right. Just missed it by a fraction, and that was more than enough for someone of Danawade's quality to capitalize. Plays that nice and late. He's just able to help that one down towards third for a boundary. It goes down the ground, and it's going to be a single. 4 balls left here. Singh just 3 runs away from a 50. Now goes for the slower ball there. It was a full toss, and Singh, unfortunately, just not quite able to time it as nicely as he would have liked. Just had to wait on that one a little bit and couldn't quite get the power. Good bowling here by Danawade. Just doesn't give him the chance to free his arms, as he's come back well after getting struck for that boundary right at the start of this over. We've seen just 4 boundaries struck these last 4 overs, which really is testament to how well East Londoners have bowled. That, though, is going to be sent out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. A good catch out in the deep by Gaurav Kumar. And unfortunately for Robin Singh, he's going to miss out on a half-century. Inning started really well for him. He was batting with a strike rate of 300 at one point, but his strike rate ends up dipping down to just under 220. Still a fine knock by Singh, but it does feel like Guggen have left a lot of runs on the table here. Although, take nothing away from the East Londoners. This has been an exhibition in death over bowling by them. Okay, hard towards mid-wicket, and they're going to have to push for a second here. They might as well. It's the last ball of the innings, but a throw was fired in, so they decide to just settle for this single. Guggen will end up with just 155. I say just. In most European Cricket Series T10 tournaments, you think that's a terrific score, but not based on what we've seen here in Hornchurch, and not based on what we've seen in Group B. You know, at the start of this match, I said they'd probably have to get to 200 to really trouble this East Londoners side. And at one point, they looked like they were on track to get to that 200, certainly after that 6th over, which went for 26 runs. But credit to the East Londoners for their death over bowling. They only conceded 35 runs, just 35 in the last 4 overs, and they put themselves in a good position here to win this game. Of course, they handed a bonus point defeat to this Guggin side yesterday, and that time around Guggin scored just 132 runs in the first innings. The East Londoners chased that down in 5.4 overs, so they're going to need a big performance in the second innings. Let's take a look at the highlights of this innings, and it was a flying start for Guggin, you have to say. They were off to a spectacular start, 108-run opening partnership. Some superb batting by Malhotra and Robin Singh. It's really after that Malhotra wicket where things just started to get a little bit pear-shaped for this Guggin side. He was batting superbly, 66 of 21 deliveries for him, and the way he got dismissed as well was very disappointing. It was a full toss just under his waist, and he ended up just hanging it up in the air for a catch out at deep mid-wicket. We saw Adisha come on, and he struck 2 consecutive sixes of the first couple of deliveries he faced. They just couldn't quite gather the momentum, could they? It was just not going their way. And ultimately, Guggin mustered just 155 runs, a lot less than they would have hoped for. This was just hauled out towards deep mid-wicket, and a good catch there. We'll take a look at the scorecard for this innings. As the top scorer was Malhotra. He made 66 of 21. Robin Singh with 48 of 22. Adisha with a solid 23 of just 12 deliveries. Then Awade at the end struck a couple of boundaries as Guggin managed to muster 155 runs. We'll take a look at the bowling figures for the East Londoners, and well, the bowlers who bowled the first 6 overs certainly took quite a bit of tap. Deepak Khatri was uncharacteristically expensive, 1 for 48 in the 2 overs he bowled. Gaurav Kumar bowled the first over, he went for 23. He'd normally get 2 overs, but I think the captain decided to not give him his second after he went for a few runs. Kadaria bowled the second over pretty decently, only conceded 13. It was a bit surprising not to see him come back for a second. But credit to Subha Singh for the way he bowled. He came back very strong in his second over. And then Wajid, well, that 8-run 7th over made a world of difference. The stand-up bowler has to be Kavalpreet Singh, 1 for 14 in 2 overs. Those are absolutely outstanding figures for a T10 match. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on your screens for the second innings.
cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
The start of the second innings here between the East Londoners and Guggen. Guggen got off to a flyer of a start. They were 120 for 1 after the first 6 overs, but things just kind of unraveled for them those last 4 overs. They were only able to get 35 runs. And will they feel like they've just left a few too many runs on the table? Full credit, though, to this East Londoners side for their death over bowling. You have to say it was brilliant. And they did so well to contain a Guggen side who at one point looked like they crossed the 200 threshold. That wasn't to be in the end. And here we go. First ball. Beautifully played. Just nicely timed. Would hit straight to the fielder at point. Just had a quick look at the bonus point equation there, and keep in mind East Londoners did pick up a bonus point against this Guggen side yesterday, and they batted with a run rate where if they can match the run rate they had during yesterday's chase against this Guggen side, they'll pick up all 4 points again. Keep in mind they chased down a target of 136 in 5.4 overs. They've got a target of 156 here. So just going back to that in case I may have misread it. Guggen set a target of 133 for the East Londoners yesterday, and East Londoners managed to get there in 5.4 overs. So if they bat with a similar strike rate in this match, they'll get it inside 7 overs once again. Gorgeous looking stroke, just leans into that one, Kedaria. Doesn't look to overhit it. So pretty, really is. Just a checked swing. Wonderful looking stroke, just times that one so sweetly. Perfect balance, nice head position, just gorgeous to watch. Just gets that one inside the wide line there, Adisha. Good comeback delivery. And in the end, it is left alone by Kedaria. Goes for the slower ball there, Adisha. Takes all the pace off that ball, and Kedaria just taps it towards mid-wicket. That is Bilal Rafiq, who just slips over there trying to field that. Just a little bit of a slip as he goes over one of the turf wickets here. Thank you very. It's going to be a wide. A bit of width on offer there. It doesn't quite go where Patel intended it to. It's going to be 4 runs nonetheless. 14 runs off the first over here for East Londoners. It's a little bit unlucky there, you got to say, Nadisha. But that's a risky line and length to be bowling. So that runs away for 4. So it's been 34 matches since we last had a golden ball on ECN. That was over in Romania. Yet to have one here in Hornchurch, and yeah, hoping to snap that streak soon and get ourselves our first ever, or I should say first of this series, ECS England Golden Ball. Huge matchup here for this Guggen side. A loss in this game, and they're pretty much out of the race for one of the top 2 spots. And for the lost team would even have to look over their shoulders at CFS Pinnacle Pro, as this is launched by Kadaria for 6 runs. It was in the slot. Plays a great shot. Hammers that away for 6 runs. Wonderfully played. That's a good old-fashioned T10 slog. And Kadaria coming into this match with some great form. 197 runs for him in his last 2 innings. Scored 97 against this very Guggen side. Unfortunately, couldn't get a century because he just ran out of runs to chase. And then he got that 100 against Havering. Plays this straight back to the bowler, and Rafiq has to do a little bit of foot fielding, just side foots that one and stops it from going away. Nice first touch there for Rafiq. Might want to try playing a little bit of football as well. That's played out towards square leg, and good fielding over there. Just a one-handed take by Sahana Disha in that position. It looked like he was just going to go past him and away for 4 runs, but kind of some top fielding. They've had some issues in the field throughout this series, Guggen, and it's important that they don't repeat those errors in this match. And there were some calls of go for the throw, but I think Yuvresh Malhotra, he had his head screwed on tight and said, well, calm down, guys. Easy, easy. They made it quite comfortably across for the single, and if he fired in a throw, it would have been a good chance. It could have even gone for overthrows. No full toss. Poor delivery there by Rafiq, in all honesty, and Patel just ends up playing that quite gently, uses the pace of the ball, closes the face of the bat nice and late here, and helps it away behind square leg for 4 runs. A lovely wristy stroke. As this over ends up going for 11, so 25 runs of these first couple of overs. Certainly hasn't spiraled out of control from Guggen's perspective. They still have this East Londoner side where they'd want them, but they need to get wickets, especially with these 2 danger men out there. You just know it's a matter of time before the East Londoners pick that run rate up. Full toss, shouts to catch it, and it will be taken. It will be taken. Enormous wicket. It's the danger man, Kadaria, who has to depart. Robin Singh, who batted superbly in the first innings, will hold on to this. They needed that. They really needed that there, Guggen. Wasn't the best delivery. It was a lowish full toss, but sometimes those low full tosses are so hard to negotiate for a batter. His eyes would have lit up when he saw that ball, but ends up hauling it out to long off. The wicket falls. But this just shows you the strength of this East Londoner side. You get rid of 1 Centurion, and guess what? Another Centurion walks out. Rajesh Sharma, who had a brilliant 100 yesterday, is the man on strike. No, he's going to play a gorgeous stroke here to get that one away for 6 runs. Just straying down the leg side of his line a little bit there. And Sharma whips that away. So Sharma made a brilliant 100 of 31 deliveries against the old Brentwoods when the East Londoners picked up their 2nd win against that side. Just a single here, and we got 3 balls left in the power play. There were some shouts to catch it, but it was nowhere near a fielder. That goes away for a boundary as well. 4 more runs to the account here for the East Londoners. Struck straight back to the bowler. It's going to be a dot ball, so nice way to come back after getting hit for a boundary. Last ball of the power play coming up. High up in the air, and it's high and handsome, goes all the way for 6 runs, and that will just slightly spoil the power play and the over as well. It was just an 11-run over until that stage, but with that shot, it ends up going for 17. Well, I was just about to say before that shot, a 36-run power play would have been very decent from Guggen's perspective, but that 6 at the end just means that the East Londoners are now at 14 and over, not too far behind the required for them. We're just taking a look at the comparison between these two sides. So Guggen were 16 runs ahead at this stage, but as you can see from that graphic, it all unraveled for Guggen in those last 4 overs when they only managed to score 35 runs. Guggen, on the other hand, they know their target, they know how to pace their innings. So even if they are slightly below the required with the batting talent they have, it won't be a huge difference. So just looking to get their field setting right, and they're going to have a long on, cow corner, long off, deep cover, and the deep extra cover in place as well. So it's got a ball really full and straight here, Malhotra. Straight down the ground, that is going to be drilled. He just ended up over pitching that delivery a little bit there. Turns into a half volley. Made the bowling change here. Brought spin into the attack for the first time, and it doesn't matter when you place where you place the fielders. If the batter is able to clear the boundary rope that comfortably, that is going to be launched for 6 runs. It's back-to-back Maximos to start this over off. Malhotra just getting a little bit of tap to start off his overs. He isn't quite getting his length right here. It's been a couple of half volleys for him. And that ball wasn't quite full enough. Wasn't quite wide enough either. And it ended up being right in the arc for Sharma. He's going to change the angle here, Yuvrej Malhotra. It's going to come round the wicket. And just looks to fire that one in, and well, Sharma with a stunned look of disbelief as he has a look at the umpire. He felt like that would have been a wide, but the umpire certainly didn't think so. Well, Sharma is looking for those wide calls. He isn't getting them. The umpire certainly thinks they're just fine. Now goes for the old reverse sweep, and yeah, coming round the wicket has certainly done the trick for Malhotra. I think Yeah, there's no way this is a wide. I think they just getting a little bit frustrated here, the batter, looking for some of these calls, which I don't really think you could get a wide on that last ball. That was clearly well inside the tram line. He does give this one a good whack, though. Gets it away over mid-wicket, just clears that front leg, opens the hips, and manages to hammer that away for 6 runs. A good old-fashioned T10 shot. As you can just see that worm is starting to trend upwards for the East Londoners side. 35 runs of these last couple of overs. Their chase is just starting to get back on track after a quiet first couple of overs. Just wonder if they're going to consider bringing back Rafiq or Adisha to quieten things down. It's going to be Manpreet Singh. And he gets the wicket. He does the trick. Patel will depart. Huge, huge moment. They needed that one after a couple of expensive overs. The ball just stays a little lower than the batter expected. Didn't quite take off. Oh, and a huge wicket here for Guggan. Bhargav Patel will depart on 18 of 6 deliveries. Struck 4 boundaries during that innings. And that one just skidded on. Stayed a little low. Played the old cross-batted stroke. And normally you'd warn a batter against playing such a shot. Not look to play across. It's a risky stroke, but well, in T10 cricket, you've got to take those risks. And why not when you're the East Londoners and you have as much batting depth as they have? Yeah, the good old-fashioned way would be play it with a straight bat, play it nicely with a vertical bat, but not here in T10 cricket. Bajid will just get that away for a single. He picks out the fielder in the deep. Brings the danger man Sharma, the Centurion from yesterday, back on strike. Boy, would Guggan love his wicket. I'd love to get rid of him. High up in the air. Doesn't have the distance on it. No, it doesn't. It's been taken. What a huge wicket here. Manpreet Singh bags a couple of huge ones in this over. And it's a big fish, Sharma. The Centurion will have to depart on 25. And Guggan. Oh, Guggan find themselves in a terrific position here. Well, could they hand this East Londoners side their first loss of this European cricket series? Rajesh Sharma, it was looking great. Slightly miscues one. Pops it up in the air. Robin Singh takes his second catch. Well, this has been great by Guggan. Their bowling's been so much better than what we've seen from them. They've taken their catches as well, which is so important. We know they've dropped a lot of opportunities in the past. Not the case here. They really are doing an outstanding job. So Khatri is the new batter. Yes, really good bowling here by Manpreet Singh. Khatri has to play a rare defensive shot. How often do we see that in a T10 game? Just the 1 run so far this over. A couple of wickets have fallen in it as well. And now the win predictor has Guggan as the favorites for the first time this match. Hammered away, and that's going to go away for a 6. Khatri will get a Maximo here. Very powerful shot. Really got that right out of the middle of his bat. This time he's going to look to go over mid-wicket, and that is an enormous stroke as well. Launched that one all the way. This is some serious striking by Kutry. Back-to-back Maximos to end the over, which just kind of spoils what had been a great over until that point. And that's the thing with this East Londoners side. Anytime they've had a little setback, they've lost a wicket, they follow that up by hitting successive boundaries. 73 for 3 halfway through the innings. Looks like we're set up for a very entertaining last 5 overs. And talking about entertainment, we saw the Men's Central Europe Cup conclude yesterday with Austria picking up that trophy. It's time for the Women's Series as Czechia, Gibraltar, and Austria are set to take on each other. Gibraltar scored 161 runs in the first innings. Didn't lose a wicket either. Oh, nicely played. Just gets down on one knee and laps that one away. Over fine leg. Wonderfully played there by Kutry. Straying with his line a little bit, and Kutry is able to punish him. But yeah, just going back to that Central Europe Cup, at one point it did look like Gibraltar would end up with something in the 180s or the 190s, so they did slow down a little bit, and yeah, also didn't lose a wicket, so I'm just wondering if Gibraltar, some of their middle order will feel like the openers could have gone a bit harder in those last few overs, but 161's a decent total here, and Czechia will certainly have a chase on their hands in the second innings. Oh dear, he got a hand to it, and it certainly hurts if you get your hand to one of the powerful strikes by Kutry. Straight down the ground. That's going to go flying over the commentary tent for a 6. Already seen one come into the tent, and this time around, thankfully, it just sailed over the tent. .12 runs off this over so far. That's a good ball. Comes back really well there. It wasn't quite a Yorker, but even those low full tosses are so hard to play. He just aimed that so well. Right on the base of the leg stump, and Majid just got that away for a single. Good idea there by Rafiq. You can tell what he's trying to do, going for that leg stump Yorker again, but misses the line. And it's a risky delivery to ball, because if you get it wrong, all the batter needs to do is get a little bit of bat on it. It's going to race away for 4 runs, especially with fine leg inside the ring. Oh, that's going to go away for a 6. He does miss that by quite a bit, and Kutry will send that one flying over the rope for a Maximo. Ends up being a magical over, the first magical over we've seen this innings. The East Londoners 93 for 3. Well, they're going along at the rate they need to here, the East Londoners, but they have lost 3 wickets. Still got so much batting depth, though. You look at some of the batters they still have to come. Solanki, Gaurav Kumar, their captain, Kumar Sumit, Subasinghe. Very solid batter as well, so they're just going to have to keep picking up wickets here, Guggen. Keep the pressure on this East Londoners side. Gonna play this straight down the ground. It's gonna take some fielding out in the deep, and I just have to put the dive in over there right at the end. Naman Randawa, who's captaining the side with Vijay Surya out today. Huge loss for Guggen and Vijay Surya, very talented first-class cricketer. He's got 4 first-class centuries in Sri Lanka as this goes flying away for 6 runs. And Khatri's really just starting to take this game away a little bit from Guggen. They're going to have to find a way to get rid of him. That required has come down to the lowest it's been so far this innings, currently at exactly 15. Khatri on 29 of 7. Wajid's doing a terrific job at the other end. He's just not facing dot balls, making sure that Khatri faces as many deliveries as possible. And they've got to find a way to get rid of Khatri, because if he's out there a few more balls, he just feel like he's going to take this game away from Guggen. That is launched for 6 more runs, and this innings is starting to get really alarming from Guggen's perspective. The wind predictor is now swinging in favor of the East Londoners again. The steps across there, is able to pick that ball up from leg stump and hammer it away over square leg for a 6. Goes down the ground this time, and that's going to go away for a Maximo as well. Make that 3 consecutive 6s. All of a sudden, things have gone quiet here for Guggen. They had so much energy about them 10-15 minutes ago, but Khatri has just knocked the stuffing out of this bowling attack. The required now is down to 13. And the East Londoners are 88% favorites. Alarming situation here for Guggen. Oh, that is struck so firmly, hard and flat, away for a 6. It's now 4 consecutive Maximos, and he's playing a blinder of an innings here, Khatri. Just taking the game away from this Guggen side, and he's now just 3 runs away from a 50. Well, it's all gone quiet for Guggen. For a moment, they dared to dream. They thought they might have had a chance to pull off an upset here and knock off this East Londoners side, but it feels now like the East Londoners have got this game under control. Just 11.7 and over needed for them to win from here. Yeah, it's good cricket there by Khatri. He's just going to place that one into the gap. The placement was terrific. I was wondering why he wasn't bothering to run, but he just had so much confidence in how well he'd placed that shot that he was like, nah, I'm going to save my legs. And just decides to trust to the other end now, as Wajid's going to be on strike to start the 8th. Only 33 runs needed now off the last 3 overs to win it. East Londoners will be back in action in match number 37. This is just an incorrect graphic. It's match number 37. Involves the East Londoners and CFS Pinnacle Pro. This is just struck towards mid-off for a single. That'll be a good game. CFS Pinnacle Pro coming off their first victory of this ECS on Tuesday. They had a day off yesterday and a chance to recuperate and recover. It's going to be a tough one for them, though, to play against a strong East Londoners side in their opening game. This is struck out towards mid-wicket. Going to be a single again. Adisha back onto bowl. Hit away, shouts a catch it, but well, if it's going to be a catch, it's going to be a catch out in the dugout. goes away for 6 runs as East Londoners closing in on a victory, and well, we expect them to now move on to a 7-0 record with a victory here in this match. CFS Pinnacle Pro got their first win earlier this week. You can see Adia Kedekar, one of their key players. Oh, what a catch out in the deep. What a terrific catch there by Bilal Rafiq. Nice and low. He's plucked that one right out of the ground. I'll give Guggen a little something to cheer about. Their catching this match has been brilliant, you have to say. They've been guilty of dropping a lot of chances over the course of this series, but not today. Not today. They've held on to everything that's come their way. Might just be too little too late, though. At this point, it looks like the East Londoners are cruising. There's a few key moments to look at from Guggen's perspective where they lost this game. Of course, everybody will be talking about that first innings when they made just 35 runs in those last 4 overs, when they looked set to maybe cross 200 at one point. Now, you add another 30 or 40 runs to this target, and how different could this match have been? Short and wide, and it's given the treatment. Subasinghe gets that away for a boundary. It's now just another 19 runs needed to win. But credit to the East Londoners. They've dug themselves out of tough spots a couple of times this game. Obviously, when the run rate was at 20, they did such a good job of just bowling superbly in the death and conceding 35 in those last 4 overs. And even in this innings, they were in a spot of bother when they lost 3 wickets. This one's going to be not quite a back-samo, and it's actually going to be stopped from going away for 4 runs. It was a top edge that could easily have gone to the boundary rope. Just given the 1 for the over there, but doesn't matter as it was the end of the over anyway. And this, yeah, just going back to that point, they've done the same thing here as well. I mean, they were in a little bit of trouble at 61 for 3, and you know, Guggen at that point, the win predictor had shifted in their favor for the first time this match. But incredible innings by Khatri, who gets to his half century in just 12 deliveries. He just took this game away from Guggen. Incredible strike rate for Khatri, 433. As the East Londoners just need 18 more runs to win, and well, with the batting talent they have, they might just finish it in this very over. Oh, well taken. Good catch. That's going to be the end there for Subasinghe. And is there just a little bit of hope here for Guggen? A talented former first-class cricketer will have to depart. Look to play that one on the up. It catches the edge of his bat, and it's well held onto by Adisha. Man, he just can't keep out of the action. Wasn't quite in control of that stroke. And a nice catch at head height, as half the East Londoners side have been sent back to the dugout. Ali Zeb, who is making his way out to the middle for East Londoners. It's a good ball. Nice heavy length delivery. And you know, we had a Phil Law on commentary yesterday, team manager of the Havering 11, and he said, well, when we had a word with our team, we're like, there's only 2 lengths to bowl on this pitch. Either bowl back of a length, or you get it right up there in the block hole. Good bowling again by Singh. Just a subtle variation. Takes a little bit of pace off that. But can Singh just sneak in a quiet over here and give his side a little bit of hope heading into that final over? Oh, that needed to be taken. That really did. That desperately needed to be taken out in the deep. It wasn't going to be an easy chance. Oh, well, we've been praising how good they've been in the field. But that was a chance that absolutely needed to be held on to. I think that's Sahilpreet Singh out in the deep, or beg your pardon, Manpreet Singh. That also means Khatri comes back on strike. Oh, off it goes for 4 runs, and a couple of agonizing moments here for Guggen. A chance on the previous ball, half a chance here. He just gently plays this, Khatri, so gently. Would have been one of the catches of the series if that had been taken. But the worst thing is it goes away for 4 runs, and just these little moments, isn't it? If that catch had been taken on the 3rd ball, would have been a new batter out there. Khatri would have been stranded at the non-striker's end. Maybe, just maybe, we could have had a more interesting finish, but 13 still needed of 8 here. You know, a wicket or 2. And we could be in for an interesting finish. Straight down the ground, and Khatri says, well, what interesting finish. I'm going to try to wrap this one up as quickly as possible. Hammers that away for a 6, and now the East Londoners just need another 7 runs. Yeah, Junaid Ghani is in the chat being very, very critical of Guggan for those last 4 overs. I think you made your point, Junaid. You know, you've pretty much been saying the same thing for the last hour or so, and I think some people just being a little overcritical of Guggan here. Not quite sure they deserve this kind of criticism. Maybe just being a little bit harsh. As the East Londoners need another 7 runs to win. Struck straight down the ground, and that's going to go all the way for a 6, and scores are now level. It was in the slot, hit beautifully through the line. Off it goes for a Maximo. Just another 1 run needed to win it from here. As we'll take a look at this bowling card for Guggan. It's been a pretty decent bowling performance by them, in all honesty. I think, you know, it is worth keeping in perspective that the average scoring rate here has been around 16 or 17. It's probably been even higher in Group B, especially when the best teams have played. So I think they've done all right with the ball in this match. Guggan, they're going to look back at that first innings, those last 4 overs 7 to 10. Well, they'll feel like they lost the game, and Zeb will finish this off in style. Gets that away for a Maximo, as the East Londoners continue their undefeated start to this tournament, and that will also officially confirm that the East Londoners will finish in first place in Group B. So we can pencil in our first quarterfinal, or I should say one of our 4 quarterfinals. I believe 1v4 will be either match 3 or 4 tomorrow. So yeah, we can now confirm the East Londoners will take on the Sharks Cricket Academy in one of our 4 quarterfinals, as they've officially cemented their place at the top of this group. They deserve it. They've just been a class above everyone in this group. And they haven't really been tested either. That's the scary thing. That really is. I think the Mighty Tigers and this East Londoners side, they're 2 teams that you certainly have to fear. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. The East Londoners now 7-0. I wonder if how they'll approach that. Maybe they'll just give a few other bowlers a chance to roll their arm. CFS Pinnacle Pro with 1 change from their victory against the Havering 11. They are 1-4 heading into this match, and they might just try to catch up on this Guggan side. Guggan now fall to a record of 2-4. CFS Pinnacle Pro at 1-4. So we might have an interesting tussle there for 3rd place, as you know, these sides try their best to avoid the Mighty Tigers in the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at the highlights of this innings, as it was an interesting one. It certainly was. It had a little bit of a wobble to start things off. The East Londoners lost some early wickets. They were 25 for 1, and then we saw that big over by Manpreet Singh where a couple of wickets were lost, and all of a sudden we just wondered if this East Londoners side could be in for a shock. The top scorer was Khatri with 68 of 15. I mean, he came out there when his side were just in a little bit of trouble and took the game away from Guggan. There was that wicket, the wicket to get rid of Patel. And then Sharma would depart shortly after that as well. A man who scored a century yesterday. Then out came Khatri, snagged a couple of big 6s to end that 5th over, and said, well, what pressure? I'm not under any pressure. from that moment on, the East Londoners just never looked back. The game just started to slip out of Guggen's grasp. Just take a look at some of these shots. Brilliant hitting. Really was some superb stroke play. And it was just a wonderful exhibition of T10 hitting. A couple of wickets felt near the end, and we just wondered if maybe, just maybe, Guggen had half a chance. That was a good take there by Adisha to get rid of Subasinghe. Then Vajid would depart as well. Adisha bowling that one, and a good catch by Bilal Rafiq. As this innings will come to a close. 5 deliveries left in the 10th over. Here's a look at the scorecard. Deepak Khatri, 68 of 15 for him. He ends up the top scorer. Some good contributions from that top order. A lot of players got starts, but no one was quite able to go on and play that big innings the way Khatri did. Subasinghe was there for a good time, not a long time. He ended up making 7 of 3, and then Ali Zeb hit the game-winning runs, a 6 to put the cherry on top for this East Londoners side. Take a look at the bowling card here for Guggen. And to say it was a pretty decent bowling performance all around. They didn't do too badly in the end. They put themselves in a fairly decent position at one point to go on and win this game, but I think they'll just look back at that first innings when they only made 35 runs in those last 4 overs. That's how difficult it is to win against a team like the East Londoners. You've got to get a score in the 190s, you've got to get a score in the 200s and really try to test this very solid outfit. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back on your screens in about half an hour's time with, well, a very special returnee coming back to ECN. I think you all know who I'm talking about.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's time for our second match of the day. CFS Pinnacle Pro are about to take on the East Londoners. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Tyrone Peters.
The East Londoners to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's tails.
We'll have a bet.
CFS have chosen to bet.
Thank you very much for that update. CFS Pinnacle Pro decide to have a bat in this match. Looking forward to how CFS Pinnacle Pro fare with the bat in hand. They have a couple of very talented openers in Kedekar and Cam Tom, who's a good old-fashioned English cricketer, just loves to play those straight batted strokes, but finds a lot of success in T10 cricket. Both of them will have a lot of pressure to go out there and perform and score some big runs. As we've seen, if you really want to test this East Londoners side, you've got to try to get those scores up in the 180s, the 190s, or even cross that 200 mark. Duggan posted a score in the 150s against them, and in the end, the East Londoners managed to chase that pretty comfortably, despite the fact that the East Londoners actually bowled quite well. Deepak Khatri was brilliant in this last match. He scored a quick-fire half-century that helped his side get over the finishing line, and the East Londoners remain undefeated in this European cricket series. CFS Pinnacle Pro are coming into this match off their first victory of this ECS, and looking forward to seeing how they're doing. Can they continue to build on that momentum? Got some big news though. We've got a big returnee on the European Cricket Network, and I'm sure you're all going to be very excited to see Charlie Hunt back in the commentary box. Over to you, Charlie.
Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are tuning in from. It is a pleasure to be back on the airwaves with you here today as we're set and ready for the second game of today, of course. And, well, thank you very much, Dinesh, for the very kind, warm welcome. It's, of course, an interesting mix-up between the Pinnacle Pro side and the East Londoners. I've got to say, off the back of what Nish has just said there, Pinnacle Pro, can they do the unthinkable and, well, give the East Londoners their first loss whilst they're coming off the back of their first win? Have a look at the two lineups. You can see Baluja comes in for his first involvement for CFS Pinnacle Pro here in match 37 of this European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch. And, of course, East Londoners 6-0, of course, having a lovely time here in the wonderful Hornchurch. And no real surprise to see that Kadiraya still at the top of the order, of course, led wonderfully by Kumar Summit. With the captain's armband on as the umpires make their way onto the outfield. It is, of course, a pretty good cricketing day here today. The blue skies are starting to slowly peer out here in Hornchurch, just on the east side of London. The old age-old question, is it London, is it Essex? Have a look at the supercomputer. You can see there 22% to 78%. From what I've read, what I've seen, what I've heard, seems about right. East London is very much heavy favourites. But, of course, Pinnacle Pro looking to maybe do the unthinkable, get some runs on the board, make it tricky for the East Londoners, see what they can pose up as a question. And there you go, a lovely, lovely overview of the beautiful ground here in Hornchurch. And you can slightly see it on your screens there. Of course, the slant going left to right across your screen. It's like playing at Lord's. There is a game on at Lord's, so we couldn't quite get there today. But unfortunately, fortunately enough, we're here at Hornchurch, and it is a pleasure to be back for the one day and one day only, alongside Nish, who'll join me momentarily. But a very warm welcome to everybody watching around the world. If you are watching on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, do say hello. It is a pleasure to see the likes of Johnny and Karoom Kev. Of course, Kevin Room, talking about the cricket mastermind himself. I know he's been in the action over the last few days, and I've been keeping an eye on things as much as I can, whilst obviously being very busy in the office. But nevertheless, it's great to be back, and some things just never change. And I tell you what, one thing I do know is that it is runs galore here in Hornchurch, 160 about par, and it's going to be an interesting battle to say the least. Let's get things underway then. Umpire says let's go. Kumar, he's got the ball in hand. He's up against Kadakar, opening the batting. And this one, nice little in ducker to get us started. Pushes away, call of 2. Yes, no, maybe. Eventually is fielded by Catchy out there at wide long on. And they'll come through for the 2 runs as first run's on the board. Nish joins me back in the box. Nish, it is good to be back alongside you.
It's great to have you here back in the commentary box, Charlie. Missed your voice for a while, and yeah, looking forward to covering these remaining games in Group B alongside you.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Not a bad start. Early movement with the new Grizzly.
Strikes this straight down the ground. Got plenty of height on it. Got the distance as well. Goes all the way for a 6.
Yeah, nice start there. Nice confidence booster to get that in your locker straight away. Bit of a nothing ball, really. Just in the slot, you'd argue. He just sees the length early and backs himself to hit those 50-metre boundaries. And I'm sure that over the course of the last week and a bit or so here, that the players have been saying, can we play 50 metres every week? Completely different game. Needs a response, though, Kumar. 8 off the first 2.
Swing and a miss. Just ends up playing the wrong line there. It's been runs galore here in Hornchurch. I think especially in Group B, we've seen scores north of 180, 190, crossed 200 a few times throughout this series as well. It's just been the kind of series where if you score 160 or 170, you feel your score's below par.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, really, especially with the outfield being as quick as it is here. Kumar back in for his 4th.
Hammered away, and that's going to take a hop before going over the rope for 4 runs.
Yeah, 1 bounce 4, and nice little start this from Kadakar, and as I said, Pinnacle Pro looking to try and cause a bit of an upset here, it has to be said. Not a terrible start, just a bit too short from the opening bowler, and not really too much that Kumar can complain about that one. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that there's runs galore here. I mean, you've got shorter boundaries as to what they're used to when they play their general Saturday League stuff. You've got a fast outfield. You've also got to remember as well, on the furthest side of the square, so anything that rolls along to the leg side for a right-handed batter, that's going to race away down that hill. So it's not easy whatsoever. Kumar just waiting to see if he's got something in his locker here. Try and change things up, potentially.
Blasted away, enormous 6. That would have been a 6 on any ground.
Yeah, nice shot, nice pickup. Saw the length early again. It's just too short, just trying to change things up, but a bit of an overcorrection, and it's a simple swish of the blade, and away it goes. 6 runs, and this is a lovely, lovely start here for the Pinnacle Pro side.
Yeah, great start as managed to score 18 runs in these first 5 deliveries.
First 5 balls back in the game, and I've seen already enough to tell me that this is an exciting venue to be playing your cricket. Tells me all I need to know. Last ball of the over here.
Just gets the line wrong there, ends up pushing it down the leg side. That's going to be a wide.
Good to see that the age-old curse of saying last ball, and then the old wide sneaks in. Yeah, just angling down. I wonder if it's an issue maybe for bowlers just due to the hill, trying to go straighter, and it almost angles too far down just because of the way that the angle works, but nevertheless, Kumar's gone for 19.
That is struck away firmly and just over the rope for 6 runs, so a maximo to end the over. It's a magical over to start things off, 25 runs off it.
Yeah, rough start for East Londoners. Maybe just taking the foot off the gas potentially here. I think they know where they're going to be finishing up after today's action, and that's a nice swish of the blade as it goes towards the leg side for 6 more. End of the first over, and it is 25 without loss, of course. Well, I mean, this is what it always builds up to, right? We're looking forward to it. It's not really too far away. The months keep going. The, of course, all-important ECC, the Premier Division. And, yeah, of course, England and Netherlands in the Championship group already. We have some tricky groups for some teams in those.
Yeah, we certainly do, and I think a number of players from this side, from this tournament, I should say, will be playing for the England 11, and yeah, just take a look at some of those groups. They are absolutely stacked and promises to be a wonderful tournament over in Cardama.
Interesting you see there in Group B, Spain versus Denmark. I know that Spain had a bit of a 50-over bash against a Denmark A side, supposedly. Didn't quite go the best for Spain. Anyway, the spin.
That's going to go away for 4 runs, and yeah, interesting to bring spin inside the power play, especially during this tournament. You usually want to bring the spinners on when fielding restrictions have been lifted. Yeah,
interestingly, you go for it and it doesn't work. Too short. And am I right in saying that this artificial wicket was laid about 4 days before the start of play?
I believe so, yeah. It was laid about 4 days before the start.
You can kind of tell, very bouncy, very up and down.
Tom will stroke this away, and he's a lovely cricketer, Tommy. Just plays so many textbook shots, rocks back, gets that away for a boundary.
Yeah, just sees length early, and that's just the difference. You see the front press there, but sees it early enough to be able to then push his weight back onto that back foot, keep the wrist over the top of it, though, and a nice, simple way to bring up another boundary who, well, after being sat at the non-strikers in the last over, has now been able to come in and sort of go, right, my turn, see what I can do. He's gone bang, bang. 8 off the first 2. Now the conversations with Kataria, just sort of saying, come on, what's your plan here? Deepak Khatri having a bit of a word with him.
Now rocks back again, just giving it a little bit of length. He'll find the fielder out at mid-wicket. So how have you been doing, Charlie? It's been a while since we've had you on comms. Last time, of course, we were on commentary together was all the way back in Croatia.
Yeah, that feels like a long time ago. Lots happened, lots changed. Yeah, enjoying it. Based up in Leicester now, so a nice 3-hour or just short of it drive back.
No, that's hammered away for a 6. That's going to go the distance. Enormous shot. That would have been a 6 anywhere.
Yeah, that's big. That's a big pickup. It's in the slot. It's easy pickings, really. And, well, thanks very much for coming. Yeah, based up in Leicester, so, yeah, about 2 hours 45, 2 hours 50 to get down here. The glorious M1 and M25 at 9 a.m. was a great idea. But, yeah, really enjoying it. Completely different, obviously, you know, commentating here, there, and everywhere.
He's going to blast this one away as well. Make that another Maximo.
Yeah, back to back, and just in the slot, too easy. Really is too easy. Sits up here, and again, it's fair to say that this this ground is very much a batter's paradise in the conditions that we're playing in. But no, I'm not too sure if we'd see it to this degree, but we are so far. Yeah, Leicester's great. I mean, Leicestershire as a whole, as a club, having a great start to the season. You know, top of the second division in county champs, 3rd in the Vitality Blast. It's just very busy. I've seen more cricket grounds in the last 2 months than I think I did in 23 years.
Is this going to carry? Not quite. It's into the gap. 1 hop over the rope for 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Again, it's just too short. Very, very simple equation here. He just can't find that length. He's sort of battling a few demons out there, and it goes for a boundary to finish the over. So not the prettiest of overs, not the prettiest of starts. As well, that brings us to the close of the second, and the score is 50 without loss. And you can see there, that's the standings at the moment. Of course, East London's at the top, 7 from 7. At the moment, though, not exactly looking like a team that are 7 from 7.
Yeah, they're certainly taking some tap these first couple of overs, but the key for them really is to pick up some early wickets here.
And I believe Gagan is that, or Havering, sorry, they're the side that Mr. Room plays for. Am I mistaken? Or?
Well, you're certainly right. We'll get a chance to see them later today. Struck firmly down the ground. That's going to race away for 4 runs and strike the sight screen.
Yeah, nice shot, nice pickup. And again, just tell me if I'm wrong, it just feels at least a little bit like the East Londoners here. Maybe we've just lost a little bit of oomph about themselves here. I think they may have sort of sat there and gone, right, we know we're through. Let's just get through these next sort of hour and a half or so and move on.
Yeah, they know they're going to be in first place, so I think complacency could settle in for them, but it's important to just keep that intensity because the quarterfinal is going to be tomorrow, so they want to go into that quarterfinal with the right habits in place. But, you know, this has just been the theme of this series, really, to see sides score 70, 80 runs in the power play. So sometimes you just have to be prepared to concede a few runs, take a little bit of a beating early in the innings. And if we just take your mind back to the match we had just before you came, at one point it looked like Guggen, who was going up against the East Londoners, were going to cross the 200 threshold. And then the East Londoners, to their credit, bowled well in the death overs, conceded just 35 runs in the last 4. And ended up restricting them, quote-unquote, to 155, which we thought was a score well below par.
Yeah, cricket's a funny game. Tell you what, though, Khatri's really going for this Yorker length delivery. He's trying to get it on the toes every time. You can see that Kadakar's had a couple on the toe that have hurt his hands. Tom's had one on the toes there.
Oh, that is a good bit of fielding. Yeah, we've had the opportunity to speak with a few people from around Havering, Essex, as well as Hornchurch cricket. And we had Phil Law, the team manager of the Havering 11, on comms yesterday, and he said, well, there's only 2 lengths you need to bowl here. You got to get it right up in the block or back of a length.
Yeah, you've got to kind of make your plan and sort of bowl to it pretty quickly. You can't really deter from it, because if you get stuck in no man's land, it kind of doesn't really make too much sense. End of the over. Relatively quiet one in comparison to the two prior, but at the end of the power play, just 7 coming off the third. Pinnacle Pro, 57 without loss after 3. So yeah, no, I'm good. How are you? How's things?
You're doing quite well, and it's great to be back on comms as well after a little bit of break after Croatia. Had the chance to commentate that series over in Germany as well, and it's been good to see sort of two sides of, I'd say, the European cricketing spectrum over this past month. You have England, the home of cricket, where this great sport was founded, and then also get a chance to go to Corfu, where the game is still developing. So you had the opportunity to see two very different sides of the ECN coin over the past month.
Subasinghe coming in then for the 4th.
Struck away and shouts to catch it. Oh, it's been put down. A rare drop. This East Londoner side are typically flawless in the field, but doesn't cover himself in glory there.
Yeah, Kalpreet Singh just again looking a little bit too nonchalant at trying to take that, and I think that kind of confirms my suspicions. I think the East Londoners here are just here to get in, get out, and come back strong tomorrow for the quarterfinals. That's well bowled. Very well bowled, to be fair. The slower ball does a bit of everything. Beats him in flight, beats him by pace. Kedekar is lucky to get a bit of bat on this, because I reckon if we go back a frame or two there, if that pins him on that pad, he's gone for all money. I might just struggle to get it in here. We'll come back to live action.
Absolutely hammers this one's got tons of height on it, but it's been put down again. Well, I've been really sloppy in the field here. Gaurav Kumar just lets that ball slip out of his hands.
You got a feel for Subasinghe. That's two in the over now that's been put down off his own bowling. And I'll tell you what, I thought that was 6 for all money, but it just stopped, just went higher more than it did long. Let's have a look here. You can see comes across, and that was the one previously. I'll tell you what, he's lucky that there's bat on that. But a couple of lives here for the openers for Pinnacle Pro.
He goes for the slower ball here, and Tom will find the fielder this time. It's 3rd time lucky for Subasinghe. He's got to create 3 opportunities to finally get a wicket. Kumar doesn't make a mistake this time, and not much of a celebration either there by Subasinghe. He's just relieved that something's finally been held on to.
The age-old saying, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. But a good innings, little cameo from Tom at the top of the order. And probably be a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to stick it out and get a few more to his name. 16 off 10. The grand scheme of things, not the quickest, but still a couple of 4s in there to get him going. But yeah, holds out in the deep, and first wicket down.
Yeah, well taken out in the deep, a good catch, and he was at a nice height as well, chest height, able to grab that. And I was going to see this Pinnacle Pro middle order tested a little bit. They've often been a little too reliant on Tom and Kedekar to produce most of the runs for them. Yeah, that's just a bit of width offered there, but it's cut straight to the fielder at point.
Yeah, no backing up at the bowler's end, so they don't let the arm go. Yeah, so what are we reckoning about 160, 170 par? 180?
Against the East Londoners, I'd say you need 185 or 190 on the board. That's how good
Minimum?
they are. Yeah.
Right, okay. Yikes.
I mean, it's probably asking a lot. I mean, credit to Guggen. I mean, they had 155 in the last match, and they took it to the final over, even though the East Londoners only needed the 1 run to win in that last over. So, yeah, you do feel you need something in the 180s or the 190s to trouble this side.
Cricket's a funny sport. They take it to the last. Anything can happen. Potentially last ball of this over.
Yeah, that's a good thing you said potentially there, as it's not going to be the last ball.
Might be interested to maybe have another little peek at this one. Has Subasinghe being a little bit hard done, but has a bit of a giggle with the umpire at the strikers in. Let's see. Up for debate. Up for debate. Nevertheless, see if he can make use of the extra delivery that he's got.
Struck down the ground, flat batted away, swatted towards long off, goes straight into the dugout. It's going to be a 6 to end the over.
Yeah, doesn't make most of that extra delivery, and if anything, he's probably regretting the opportunity. Nice shot, again, just too short. I think you've got to go Yorker length here, haven't you, on this wicket and on this outfield, as that's the close of the 4, 68 for 1. I've got to say, I'm very glad that that car park is a bit further away than what the maps look like, because if it was closer, there'd be a few unhappy chaps, me being one of them, because I've parked pretty close.
I think it's a good thing as well that we're not playing from both ends, because we'd have plenty of cricket balls going straight onto that busy road, and with London traffic, you hardly want to disrupt it.
Well, I was going to say, considering obviously Hornchurch play here on Saturday stuff and what have you midweek, surely they lose a fair few balls out here, because especially on the square, if you're towards the middle on the other side, I'm thinking if George Hankins picks up something off a length and goes leg side from that far end, that's in the river.
That's going to be a wide thing. Hornchurch do have another private ground as well where they play a lot of their matches, and we're playing on the council pitch here for this ECS. That's going to be dragged out towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a single there. Kedekar back on strike.
Interesting choice to field in a hoodie. It's 21 degrees. It's not exactly cold. Not exactly cold. Very muggy, but I've been told that the weather should clear up this afternoon. Clouds will sort of break through and burn away.
Looks to go big, and it's just going to take a bounce in front of the rope. That's going to be 4 runs. As they're going to have a look at this to confirm, but it just feels like it felt a foot or 2 in front of that rope.
Nice pickup, though, again, from the in batter, has to be said. But I think they may just want to have another look if potentially, but I'm not too sure. But, yeah, I reckon that's 4. I think it's just before. See if we've got it here. We go. Let's have a look. Yeah, 1 bounce 4. Tells you all you need to know. Umpires will confirm it. There we are. Very good a 4 signal as well, has to be said. Anyway, 74 for 1. 50 up, by the way, for Kedekar with that boundary as well, off of just the 13th delivery.
Struck hard, real crack of the bat as that was crunched, and fielded well out in the deep, just the 1 run.
Yeah, not really too much of a celebration there for a very well-made half-century, which is an interesting outlook on things. But we get a sight then. The batter at number 3 will come back to live action.
Oh, flat batted straight down the ground, and Solanke got a hand to it. Attempts to run out as well, so he could have had Baluja a couple of times in 1 ball.
Cricket's a funny one. Cricket is a funny one, but tries to flat bat this back down the ground. It was short. It was there to be hit. Probably looking to maybe go squarer than straighter. But then on the return, luckily someone backing up, but still only able to just come through. 2 balls left in the over. Flat batted, swatted away through the offside, and that splits the gap, and that'll be 4. That's a glorious shot through extra cover. No need to run for those. That's 4 more.
Yeah, certainly no need to run for those. And yeah, one of the reasons that 50s have hardly been celebrated is we've had 7 centuries so far this series, and still got another 2.5 days of play. So it almost feels like for a lot of these batters where they're like, well, 50 doesn't feel like much, got to go on and get triple digits. And you had a number of batters dismissed in the 90s as well. I think there have been a good 4 or 5 innings so far where batters have been either left stranded in the 90s or been out on 98. It's really been a batter's ECS so far. Struck down the ground towards long off, and that's going to race away for 4 runs as well.
Yeah, who'd be a bowler or a fielder here at Hornchurch? It certainly is electric out there, as that is the end of the 5th and at the halfway stage. Pinnacle Pro are racing away nicely at the moment, 84 for 1. And I believe that'll give us a very early chance. Let's say a very quick hello to everyone. And well, it's good to be here. Good to be back, Nish. Lovely to be back with you, alongside you. And yeah, I've got to say, I'm just glad that it's not raining. Yeah,
it's cool. Great that it's not raining. The weather expected to improve over this remaining week. But yeah, what are your early impressions of the cricket so far here in Hornchurch?
Don't bowl. Kids, if you're watching, don't become a bowler. That's what I'd say. But no, I mean, it's great facilities, really great. You've got the really nice nice pavilion, of course, to our left. But it seems like as if the quarterfinals are going to get a bit spicy, I reckon. I've heard some rumours of some incomers for some certain teams. I've heard that we'll see some interesting names and faces over the next couple of days. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. But yeah, this could be interesting.
Going to be a wide, just gets the line wrong there. Yeah, we've heard Hornchurch maybe bring some reinforcements, and as the ECL 24 champions, if they bring in some of their star players from that tournament, they'll certainly be in pole position to go on and win it all. So it's going to be a very interesting next few days here in Hornchurch. We're at the point where we know a few of our quarterfinals matchups. We do know that this East Londoner side will be taking on the Sharks Cricket Academy. And one of the quarterfinals that has taken really well out in the deep. A wonderful grab. They've put down a couple of chances this innings, the East Londoners. But they hold on to a brilliant one there. That's Kavalpreet Singh, who did put down a chance earlier to dismiss Tom. He'll hold on to this catch, and does so well as well to not make contact with the rope.
Yeah, it does bring an end to a pretty decent innings from the open-up, to be fair. And Kedekar will be pretty happy with his efforts. 61 off 18, with 6 sixes and 5 fours in there, striking nicely at 338. Well, that's kind of what you come to expect of anything from here on the east side of London. East London, or is it Essex? I'm sure that'll bring up a few debates.
A bit of both, I think. We're right on the border of them, so there's definitely plenty of cultural influence from the East Ends as it's struck down the ground. It's going to be a single.
I mean, it's still on a tube line. Still on the tube line. District line, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Elizabeth line, actually, to Romford.
Okay, right, okay. I get you. Yeah, it's an age-old debate. Oh, that's harsh. That was harsh. Let's have a look back at this. Zeb rightfully has got the old double teapot. Let's have a look here. I don't think this is wide. Let's have a little gander. That is not a wide. We'll come back.
A bit of an edge and going to scamper across for the single. Yeah, the umpire has certainly been quite harsh with calling those wides, but to their credit, they've just kept that standard the same throughout this series.
As I said, definitely don't be a bowler.
Struck hard into the gap. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Great shot there by Haider.
Yeah, it was the quicker ball from Zeb trying to fire it in, and well, they often say the quicker you bowl it, the faster it flies off the bat, and that one raced away up the hill, and yeah, no question about it. 4 more, splits the gap, nicely played. Again, you just got to think here that 93 for 2 with, 4.1 left to go. Got to be looking at minimum 160. Get to 180 as a potential. I think we've got a game on here.
That's going to be dot ball there. Just manages to get one in. So good over here by Zeb. You know, a 9-run over really is like gold dust in this European cricket series. As Pinnacle Pro find themselves 93 for 2, and their run rate is starting to dip a little bit these last few overs now that they've lost their 2 very talented openers in Kedekar and Tom. 61 and 16 for them. Baluja and Haider out there right now.
Yeah, see, I told you that I'd start a debate, and it's already kicking off. Right, and Birdie's told me Hornchurch's district, so I got that one right. And then obviously you mentioned that the Romford is on the Elizabeth line. Have you ever been on the Elizabeth line? It's lovely. Aircon. Compare that to the central line. Ugh. Interesting. Anyway, Kumar is back into the action. Went for 25 off the first over.
Struck away, and it's going to be fielded well out in the deep. Yeah, I think it's going into London a couple days ago.
I was going to say, have you ventured in? Nice.
Yeah, and I remember when the Elizabeth line tube came out, I thought, wait, is this really our train? Really our train? This looks too nice to be.
Yeah, that's true. That's very, very true. It is nice, but it goes all the way to Reading.
Struck firmly, and I think that's just about managed to clear the rope and goes all the way for a maximo.
That's gone a long way. And that's 100 up for the CFS Pinnacle Pro team. There's a nice pick up off the hit. Thank you very much. Easy pickings. There you go. That's going to certainly help. Kroom says then you can, of course, then go on to the non-fortress of Chelmsford. Well, less said about Essex's T20 stuff, the better, I think. I think we'll just leave that to one side. They haven't won a game yet in the T20 Blast, so it's a bit tricky for them. I'd be looking at some of the players here for a bit of help.
Just about manages to get that one inside the tram line. Yeah, must be kind of interesting loyalties for having grown up in Essex, but now up in Leicestershire.
Yeah, it's weird. It's tricky. Luckily, we don't cross paths. Of course, Essex Div 1, we're Div 2. So we don't cross paths, and obviously north-south. So the only reason we could is quarterfinals for the Blast and maybe the One Day Cup. In fact, we do play against each other in the One Day Cup. I tell a lie. Down the ground, that's 6. Lovely shot, and just backs himself to tied up. People calling for him to maybe come in at 3, but I tell you what, coming in at 4, he certainly does elongate that batting unit. That's a lovely pickup.
Great stroke here by Haider. Gets that one over the fielder's head. It was a nice leaping effort there, but yeah, Ali Zeb never going to reach up for that.
So yeah, we play them in the One Day Cup in August, so that'll be interesting. We'll see how we go. One Day Cup's always an interesting competition.
nice bit of variation there by Kumar, and he's extremely unlucky that it's gone away for 4 buys.
Yeah, just a bit of the old off-cutter on this one. Slower off-cutter delivery. See, it rolls the fingers down the side of the ball. Does too much, comes off the pitch as well, and nips away from Bhargav Patel. To be fair, he's had a pretty tidy, quiet game, but that one just the first time where he sort of falters a little bit. So you've got to take your chances, and, well, they'll take the extra 4 runs. Certainly will. What did you get up to when you went into London? Anything in particular?
Yeah, went to the British Museum with Simon, and I know you're going to go after me for that boring niche.
No.
But
British Museum's good, though.
Yeah. Actually, that was something they were talking about in the chat just a couple of days before you came in, where they're like, oh, once Charlie hears you've been to the museum, that's certainly going to reinforce any stereotypes about me.
No, I'll let you off on that one, as that's the close of the over. It's 1-1-1 for 2 at the end of 7, 3 overs to go. No, I'll let you off on that one because the British Museum's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I've been there a couple of times. I've enjoyed it. Coming, of course, Saturday, it's the ECS Women's, of course, day 2 of 2. And I believe you had some last week. And I heard that it was very, very good, and quality was very, very much of high standards. Hutton will be taking on Gunnersbury in the first game of the day, and then, of course, we rotate between them. We're looking forward to seeing how they go about their business, of course, coming up on Saturday.
Yeah, worth mentioning that the reason match number 5 is listed at the bottom is it's been rescheduled. It was postponed after the rain came down at the end of Saturday, so match number 5 is going to be right at the end of the day.
I don't think you've had too many issues with the rain, have you, considering England?
It's been better than expected, for sure. I think if we'd been here a couple weeks earlier, it would have been probably bright sunshine for much of this series.
It's been ridiculous. The weather's been insane. Yeah. Absolutely incredible all over the country. I mean, in the Midlands especially, it's been ridiculously warm. I mean, I don't think we lost a day of cricket for 15 days with pre-season county champs. We haven't lost anything, so it's pretty fun to actually get it. Not really lose too much.
Oh, that goes away for another boundary. That's going to be a few more buys. But yeah, I think we've had a couple of abandonments. One in the men's, one for the women. A few reduced over games as well. But knock on wood, it's not been as bad as you would expect.
I think
for English weather.
I think as well, considering what happened with Wimbledon last year, it's nice to get most of the games in. But yeah, I know that first time here, it's been very successful, and I know that. There's been a lot building up to it, of course. It was announced last year, and a lot build up to it. It certainly has provided the goods. Oh
dear. He's having a tough time, isn't he, behind the stumps?
I'd have to say, that's going to be a minimum. I was scared that could have been 10 there, because look at this. Almost goes onto the helmet, and I was a little bit worried for old Patel behind the stumps. He's just having a little bit of a mare here. May have just switched off slightly, but hey, again, bonus runs here for CFS. Pinnacle Pro trying to get up to that 180. I've seen 3 ambulances in about 5 minutes go past us, by the way. So that's just not really great.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at the traffic during some of these games. Well, I think in Group A we're probably looking at it a lot more than we have been in Group B, just because of the amount of maximos we've seen in the second group in particular. Had a huge traffic jam at one point last week. Where
was that due to a grizzly?
No, thankfully not. Yeah, struck out towards mid-wicket, and they're going to have to push for the second run. There's a good throw fired in, and could we have a chance for a run out here? It looks like it's going to be pretty tight, but I feel like the batters made it back in safely. Great cricket all round, though. Terrific running between the wickets and a good throw as well.
Pushing it hard, absolutely, and you can see the non-striker sets off relatively quickly, but a hesitation. Let's see. I'm going to have to slow it right down, but I think he's just home. Let's have a little gander. Oh, I tell you what, might be a little bit closer than we think, but I think he's just okay. Yeah, he's only just, though. Only by a couple of frames, but he survives. So good running in the end. Get back for 2.
Oh, what a terrific Yorker. And is he
bold
bold over there? Yeah, it looks like the bails come off.
That's bold and almost flicked up off the stumps and gone for 6. It's a remarkable delivery, and it goes to show you that your bowling your lengths is right, and you go nice and full, and that's the end of the batter there who has to go. And a good delivery, though, to get out, so you can't be too upset. It was a good one to get him. It was a good nut. And another wicket falls. It's a wicket for Kamalpreet Singh, as that's the end of Baluja.
Yeah, Beluga departs for a run of ball 8, and it's just sort of fizzling out a little bit after that electric start for CFS Pinnacle Pro. Got Birdie in the chat telling us a little bit about some of the football allegiances around here. Asked him if he was a Millwall fan based on one of the comments he said. He said that no, he is a big West Ham fan, and that Whitlock, of course, Billy and Mark Whitlock both play for Hornchurch. Whitlocks are big Millwall fans, and he said that in Hornchurch you're either West Ham, Spurs, or Arsenal, except in Kev's case, he's a big Dagenham and Redbridge fan, and that the Hornchurch chairman is the main sponsor of Dagenham and Redbridge.
Yeah.
So thanks for that.
Yeah, the old Dagenham and Redbridge, not too much to write home about last season. I know that a couple of years ago Kev was giving me some stick for Boreham Wood, and now, well, how the tables have turned.
Dot ball there to end the over as a terrific one here for Singh. Just the 12 runs coming off this over, and Singh's only going to be credited for 8 of them because of those buys, as CFS Pinnacle Pro 125 for 3 with a couple of overs to go.
I was trying to think where I'd heard Pinnacle Pro before, the name, and it's come to me. It's a very old, it's a golf ball. It's the make of a golf ball, the old Pinnacle Pro. They're not regarded as some of the better golf balls in the market, but they're okay. Some people use them. Anyway, 2 overs to go, 12 deliveries left in the innings. Well, listen, at one point they were looking like they were dead on for 170. They got off to a good start, but they've been clawed back ever so slightly, and now 155 expected.
Up in the air, and it will be taken. So just cleaned up their act a little bit in the field, East Londoners, after dropping a few catches at the start of this innings. Well held on to.
Yeah, absolutely, and a little bit frustrating for the bat. It was probably there to hit, but just picked out one of 2 fielders out there on the leg side. So a wicket to start the over, and more importantly, a dot ball. 1, 2, 3 for 4.
It's got a. Thanks for some of the information that you're sending in here, Birdie. You were commenting all the ambulances that are going by. Apparently, he says the road is a main route. I do remember hearing that, and he said the reason there's a lot of emergency vehicles around is because the local hospital is just a couple of miles away.
Makes sense. There's also some very annoying roadworks literally at the entrance, which is frustrating. That was fun trying to work. But bear in mind, I've never driven around here before, so trying to get in here was an interesting journey. Chavda.
Oh, that is hammered away. He read that one so well, Chavda. Really surprised he's come in at number 6. He's played a few good innings so far this series. He's consistently been a great closer for them, and I was quite shocked that he came down at number 6.
The old pinch hitter, and he's come out and started nicely. Yeah, you're right. Just read the slower balls in the slot. Easy pickings. Can he go again?
He will go again, although it's not quite where he intended it to go, but he'll get the result he desired. 6 more runs.
Yeah, that's not exactly ideal for the bowler. Goes wicket, then boom, boom against him. Well, it's the penultimate over, so you might as well go for it, and that's exactly what he's done. And, well, the Royal Mail van behind it, the Grizzly there. Might need to take a few on its way. And Birdie saying that they're the hardest golf balls known to man. They are like Grizzlies. That's a good point, to be fair. Grizzlies probably fly further, though, I'd imagine. Most likely. Needs a bit of a response here. He's gone back to back. Top edge. The previous. Oh, that's well bowled. Very well bowled, so much so that Chavda's even having a bit of a giggle.
Yeah, Chavda could have played 3 shots by the time the ball got to him. It's really done by the lack of pace there.
Yeah, watch this again. See it here. Is it a back of the hand? It just slides the fingers down the side of it, really takes the pace out. It's a good slow ball. Doesn't slow the action down too much. Tricky to pick. Very, very tricky to pick indeed. I've got a question for you after this ball, by the way. I'll ask you now. Now you're living back in the UK. Playing any cricket?
A little bit.
Yeah, okay. Here we go.
Oh, he's just going to fire that one out the stumps, and it was a whisker away as... Yeah, a little bit. Actually, fun fact, I played for the same club that Harsh Mundian from, the Royal Tigers over in Budapest plays for. He plays for the first 11, though I don't. I play on Sundays.
Okay. Well, there you go. See? Still got it.
I was going to catch the outside edge of the bat and go away for 4 runs as that's gone for a boundary. Yeah, but in terms of playing for sport, I've got back into playing basketball again. Used to play quite a bit when I was in school, played for the school team. And
point guard?
I'm more of a shooting guard, I'd say. Small
Okay.
forward around there.
Not quite got the vision.
But at the moment, I just play at the rec center for casually
Ah.
with a few people. I used to play in school and then had a long break for a few years and back at it again. And it's been great to be playing it once more. So here's a look at the bowling card. Amount of extras, though, 19. The standard for extras has been incredible so far this series, despite the fact that we've seen so many runs. It's quite normal to see a side give up just 3 or 5 runs of extras. So this is a shockingly high amount.
Okay, interesting. I think there's been a few that have been tricky for Patel behind the stumps, but you do sort of back your keeper nonetheless. Okay, so the old basketball. Yeah, I was never tall enough to play basketball. Shock, I know. Here we go then, last overtime, and they've turned back to Karlpreet Singh.
Yeah, a slower ball here as well by Singh. Got 5 balls left in this innings.
Yeah, I have a feeling we might see a few more of those in this last over. 154 expected. I think they'll take that if they can get something going here. Chavda, well, we know he can hit a ball.
On pace delivery here, so it's just mixing up things nicely, Singh.
Yeah, it's like a chess game, isn't it? Trying to work out where your opponent's going to go next. And at the moment, it feels as if Singh's kind of got Chavda on a bit of string and sort of playing him like a puppet, really. Chavda be interesting to go deep in his crease, try and negotiate that Yorker that he's maybe trying to go for as well.
Swing and a miss again.
He did exactly that, but just couldn't make contact with the ball. Did half a job. Just the other part that you might want to work on. Another dot, though. Great death bowling this from Singh, you'd argue.
It's pretty much a carbon copy of what we saw this morning for the East Londoners against Guggen, where they bowled so well in the death. My goodness, 4 straight dot balls. Might be the first time this series we've seen that.
I'll tell you what, if I'm seeing at the non-strikers and I'm thinking, look, I know you've hit some 6s, but come on, just get bat on ball here. It's last over, any runs are golden and out. Well, this is interesting. Singh's now going to change it up. He's going to go round the wicket. Not sure. Hey, listen, only he'll know what's going on in his mind, but not probably the tactic I'd have gone for. It'll probably work, though. Here we go.
Up in the air. This could be at a decent catching height. It's actually going to land in no man's land safely. They'll get a couple of runs.
I think we need to have a look here from square on here, from side on, because I think the umpire doesn't really realise that the ball's actually dropping just behind him, and I don't think he gets out of the way. Let's have a look here. Look, he kind of realises, then moves, then shifts, and, oh, in the way, hat comes off, gets distracted. Well, I think the East Londoners will be maybe saying, come on, umps, out of the way. Last ball, potentially.
Struck hard and struck away for 4 runs, so Chavda finally gets some clean contact on the ball, but only 6 runs off that final over. Once again, bowling superbly in the death, the East Londoners. And CFS Pinnacle Pro will be pretty disappointed with this 146. Scores well below par for what we've seen so far in Hornchurch. And at the moment, you'd certainly back the East Londoners' chance of going on and picking up another victory in the second innings. But stranger things have happened in the past, and maybe we'll see something really special from Pinnacle Pro in the second innings.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that East Londoners dragged it back, didn't they? They started off a little bit on the slower side, but of course picked it back up. Siren's blaring. It's the dot ball siren. That's what that is. Have a look at the highlights then of this first innings of this fixture. And of course, as I said, started off nicely. Some very, very good sort of flashes of the blade, really, to all parts of the ground. Very much looking straight and towards that deep mid wicket region. Went a bit square at times as well. Did the opener in Kadekar, who got a few boundaries away, and you could see he was enjoying his time up there. Tom at the other end tried to get involved, could get a few away, got 3 boundaries in fact, but Kadekar just kept on going and of course would motor his score along pretty nicely. Tom of course would eventually hit out though straight to the fielder, down at long off, pretty wide long on in fact. And it was taken nicely in the end, and of course that kind of meant that Kadekar had to hit out or get out, and while he did get a few going, he certainly did eventually fall. But it was a good innings nonetheless from the opener.
Yeah, it certainly was a fine knock by Kedekar. A quick fire, 61 of just 18 for him. Tom batted well, 16 of 10. Just couldn't quite continue on that start. And Header played a few good strokes as well, 3 boundaries for him over the course of his innings, 4, a couple of 6s. But they just kind of lost their momentum near the end. Only 6 runs coming in that final over as well. in the end, Pinnacle Pro will be pretty disappointed. They only get to 146, and they'll certainly feel like they've left a lot of runs on the table.
Yeah, most likely. I think they'll probably be looking at it and thinking there was probably another 30 or 40 out there to get. But nevertheless, they were able to finish with a boundary after facing 4 dot balls in a row, which certainly wasn't what the doctor ordered in the last over. But nevertheless, you can only do as well as you can, and of course, not due to a lack of effort. But 146 will be what they finish on, and we'll get a little quick look at the scorecards momentarily. But yeah, still feel, as you said, Nish, that realistically don't think it's probably going to be enough.
Certainly won't, especially when you're going up against a very strong East Londoners side, and that's just been the standard of batting so far this series. We'll take a look at the scorecard over here. Kedekar top scoring with 61 of 18. Tom with 16 of 10. Header with 19 of 12. And then Chavda at the end managed to get a few boundaries away. But those 4 consecutive dot balls they faced really could prove to be very costly for his side.
Yeah, absolutely. And seems as if we're just having a couple of issues just getting our scorecards up. So we apologise for that. But they'll hopefully pop up in the break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time. We'll see the response as we'll see if the East Londoners can make it 8 from 8 and continue their fine form going into their last game, of course, and then they'll be looking forward to their quarterfinals coming up tomorrow. It's been a pleasure to be back on air alongside Nish, and looking forward to the rest of today's play. If you're in the chat, do get your questions in, and of course looking forward to seeing what the rest of today has to follow. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Nish, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch. Got a target of 147 here for the undefeated East Londoners. It was a decent start for CFS Pinnacle Pro. They were able to make some quick fire runs during the power play thanks to some brilliant batting by Kedekar, who made 61 of just 18 deliveries, but they lost their way as the innings progressed. And credit to this East Londoners side, they're starting to show that they've got some real quality in those death overs. They can put in a couple of quiet overs right at the end just to make a side lose their way. There's the bonus point equation. Wouldn't be shocking if these Londoners went on and picked up a bonus point in this game. Keep in mind, they were chasing a target of 133 against Guggen yesterday. They managed to get there in just 5.4 overs, so we know they've got the ability to go with those extraordinary run rates of 24, 25. They could do this very quickly, and I have to say, though, if CFS Pinnacle Pro fail to even get a point out of this game, that could potentially be catastrophic for them if they want to get to third place. So I think rule number one here for CFS Pinnacle Pro will be damage limitation. Going to be very tough to win this game, but they just got to ensure that they don't concede 60 or 70 runs during this power play and really find them up against the wall. Straight down the ground. That's going to be a 6. So it's a lowish full toss that's been hammered away. And well, good morning to all of our viewers. That's kind of the theme of this European cricket series. That's looking for that Yorker, just bowled it a little too full there. And it ends up going for a 6. So not the start the captain, Javed, would have been hoping for. Tries to go funky there, Kedaria. Of course, he's coming into this match with some great form. Got Charlie Hunt joining me back in the commentary box. So, yeah, this looks like it's going to be a tough one for Pinnacle Pro.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I think they knew they were up against it, especially with, well, you just have to look at the records, don't you? It tells you all you need to know. But again, not getting up to that 150 minimum is a tough ask. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's gone all wrong. It's a slower, it's an attempt at a slower ball, jagged it down, got it wrong, and then unfortunately Cam Tom struggles to deal with it behind the stumps. You can see here, gets it all wrong, doesn't carry. It's tricky for a keeper to do with that sort of thing, and well, it's a minimo, it's 5 wides, and this is an ugly start for the likes of the Pinnacle Pro team.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think the East Londoners, knowing the aggression they bat with, they'll just want to finish this off as soon as they can. They're not going to take their time. You know how they play. Kedaria, I know, at 197 yesterday. And in case some of our viewers are confused, I mean 197, not 197 in one innings. That would have been quite something for
Is this reverse
a T10 game.
This reverse shot something he's tried to play before, or is this just
I think he's just
him having a bit of fun?
I think he's just enjoying himself. Having
Fair
a bit
enough.
of fun.
I think they've warranted it, to be fair. It'll get to a point where they'll probably sit there and go, okay, let's just, go back to what works and go down the ground. Dot ball, though.
Nice change of pace there by Javed.
Finds it inside the tram lines as well. He's got a lot going on there. He's got well, that's a nod to Kobe Bryant with the, is it Kobe Bryant or LeBron James?
I think it's LeBron.
LeBron
yeah,
James.
23.
Sorry, my ball knowledge clearly ain't that good. He's got a nod to LeBron. He's got some tape going on with his shoulder and his elbow. There's a lot going on there.
Plays that with a straight bat towards mid-off. They're going to get a single here. Yeah, so Zeb's been pushed up the order, and it does show that they're playing around with their lineup a little bit now that they know they've secured the top spot. Haven't seen Zeb batting this high up the order at any point in this series, but he did hit a 6. Very big 6 as well, mind you, to round out the victory for his side in the last match.
License, really. Last ball of the over, potentially.
Well, he's managed to execute that scoop to perfection. It almost takes out the camera in the deep. That goes all the way for a Maximo.
Well, there you go. That's one way to start your innings. First ball, the old reverse scoop. Thanks for coming. The old Joe Root style. Very nice from the man in the hoodie. And it does go all the way. 6 runs. What a way to finish the over. And I think that just tells you East Londoners, they are loving life at the moment. 18 without loss after 1.
35 matches since we last had a golden ball in ECN. That streak was broken in Bucharest last week. Yet to get a golden ball here in Hornchurch. I just feel like these higher scoring series, the odds of getting a golden ball is just generally a lot lower.
Had a fair few this year?
I'm probably not the right person to ask for that.
True. Very true. I tell you what I've noticed, by the way, on that road behind us, there's a pesky speed camera. Very, very pesky speed camera.
I think if we were batting from this end, one of the batters could have done everyone a favor.
Yeah, true, actually. Very, very true. I tell you what, I'd also argue that it's probably the worst road to put it on because it's just traffic anyway. Anyway, looks as if this is Mr. Chowdhury.
That's for the old reverse sweep. Again there, Kadarian. Well, again, he's trying to just enjoy himself, but he's probably just overdoing it a little bit now.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get a close-up of Kadaria's helmet here. Am I losing my mind, or is that a Leicester Fox on there? And I'm not just saying that. Is that? I might be losing the plot. Let's see there. It is. Hang on. Right, keep that back. I want to go and see that again. Because that's a weird coincidence if it is. Driven down the ground firmly. That's 4. No cutting that one off. That is rockets away along this outfield. And no question about that one. That is 4 runs. A very welcome boundary after realising it is. There you go. Look at that. Talk about coincidence. It's a gold fox. Where's he got that from? Right? Now, the thing with the golden fox here, I'll tell you this now, Nish. Leicester should give those out to people who have done specific things and, you know, qualify for certain quotas for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Where's he got that from? Hang on a second. I'm going to have to do some searching now.
You're going to have to do some searching.
What's going on here? Who does he know?
Might have to call a few of your contacts as well. It's hammered away. Over long off. That's going to go all the way for a 6. As Charlie just digs into Kadaria's pass over here. And that ball was just left in the slot. And yeah, this time Kadaria doesn't muck about. Just plays a good old-fashioned off drive and gets that one away for a 6.
You couldn't write it. My first game back and there's someone wearing a Leicestershire Golden Fox helmet. What's going on? Here we go. Oh, okay.
What if he had a friend who might have got it and he just gifted
it? Rishi Patel gave me his because he doesn't wear a certain brand, so he gave me another one and it's sat under my desk. I don't wear it. That's criminal wearing a gold fox. That's unbelievable. So Rayan Ahmed, for example, he's got one. Peter Hanscom, gold fox. Like, upper echelon of class of players get gold fox helmets and get their gold fox cap. So that's scary. I'm telling you, I've driven 3 hours down south and it still follows me. Oh dear.
Are you offended by the fact that he's
No,
wearing that,
I'm not. I just
more,
find it quite funny. I just think it's just a weird way that the world works.
Struck down the ground. That's going to go all the way for a 6. So if the East Londoners go on to win this series, would you claim that for Leicestershire?
No, absolutely not. No way. But I tell you what, I'd be watching out if I was the umpires. Look at that. That's gone right into their 10. Uh-oh. I can't believe I've spotted that. Honestly. I've driven 3 hours, woke up at silly o'clock this morning. It's like a bad rash. Can't get rid of him. Tried to leave.
Oh, is this going to just beat the fielder at mid-on? It will. It's going to go away for 4 runs. Certainly gave that a good chase there, but wasn't quite able to cut that one out. That was Caleb Baldwin, who, surprised we haven't seen him bowl yet, tends to bowl in the power play, the talented seamer.
I'm just trying to think of recent times. Now, I know that I mentioned him once. Rishi Patel is from Essex originally. Maybe he knows, maybe they know each other. I don't know. Weird, isn't it? Scary how the world works. Very weird. Chowdhury gone for 20 already. Last ball potentially.
Just knocks this one away towards mid-wicket, and it's going to pick up a single.
Very good cricket.
And the over.
Very good cricket. Rotates the strike, means he keeps the strike. It's 39 without loss at the end of the second. Going along at a very, very nice rate. You can see there that there's a reason why they're top. Look at that net run rate. +4. Not lost a game. Looks as if they'll probably go on to win this one as well. Yeah, it's very interesting. I think old Brentwood's, of course, 6-2. They'll be pretty happy with their efforts. It's not been a bad group of cricket, really.
Yeah, I think you certainly have the cream of the crop right at the top of the standings. The old Brentwood's only 2 defeats came at the hands of the East Londoners. Yeah, the Mighty Tigers and the East Londoners, the only 2 sides to go undefeated, well, so far this series. They've really just been a class apart. And oh, there he is, Kadaria, just rehearsing that shot once again.
He's clearly enjoying himself out there, and rightfully so. I'm going to go with Baldwin then for the third, last over of the power play.
Smacked away for 6 runs, and that's going to go the distance. Nice strike there, just Baldwin looking to dig that one in short. Yeah, we have a few questions about where this ground is located. It's been great that we've had so many supporters coming to watch these games. You know, people have seen the stream and come down to absorb some of the action. A lot of the Hornchurch locals have been here as well to cheer on their teams. Yeah, we're over at the Lodge Park here, right next to the Harrow Lodge Fitness Center. So yeah, if you'd like to watch the game, feel free to come on down, and I'm sure you'll have a great old time. That is absolutely belted away there by Kadaria. Baldwin looks to go short again.
That is absurd. That's a tennis forehand. That's incredible. He swats it away. That's still probably gone about 60, 65 meters, if not more. In fact, it probably is more. It's like 20. That's a 70-meter swat. This is absurd.
It's like hammering a Rafa Nadal top spinner on a clay court away for a 6. Really was
40 off 13,
amazing.
By the way, at the moment.
It's very similar to the previous shot, and Baldwin persisting with this length. I think he just needs to look to get it right up there. He's been smacked for 3 consecutive 6s.
Oh dear, oh dear. And well, did the leg side, now he does the offside, and I'm pretty sure he did one straight down the ground as well. This is pretty pretty good stuff here at the moment. Okay, John Cray's done a bit of research. Says it appears that he's played for Langtons in the Leicestershire and Rutland League. That's the same league that I play in. So, that tells you. I'm assuming he's probably got this off. Well, my laptop's deciding to have a bit of a fit, so that's great.
Yeah, probably had a look at Play Cricket for some information there, as the East Londoners now 57 for no loss. Still got 3 balls left in the power play, as Charlie's currently at war with his laptop, just trying to get it to behave.
Doesn't like me. Doesn't like me. Neither does Baldwin. Baldwin doesn't like the way he's bowling at the moment.
Yeah, shouts to catcher, but I'm sure they're in vain, as that's just going to hit the top of the 10th. Kadaria brings up his 50 as well in just 15 deliveries. So he spent the first 5 or 6 deliveries mucking about, trying some reverse sweeps, and then he just starts to play normal cricket and sends every ball flying over the rope.
Yeah, that's a really good half century again from the main man, 52 off 15.
Oh, that's going to go all the way for a 6 as well. So 5 consecutive 6s. We've had 6 6s hit in and over twice this series. Come close a few times as well. Could we see it for the 3rd time?
Yeah, he's loving life, isn't it? He's enjoying what's being offered to him at the moment. And, yeah, things certainly not exactly going the way that Pinnacle Pro would have hoped for here.
It's funny. It's been a crazy series, but the one thing we still haven't had is a 40-run plus over. We have a few 37 and 38s, but haven't gone hypersonic just yet this series.
Okay. He's looking to see what he can do here. Last ball potentially.
And there we go. 6 6s in and over for the 3rd time this series. That one went straight into the clouds, and it ends up landing well beyond the boundary rope. That's going to be a long jog for the fielder at long on. Oh, this is just pure hitting.
Yeah, that's tricky. And there's not really too much you can do or say about that if you're the bowler. Look at that, 36 off the 3rd. What a power play, 75 without loss. They're already over halfway there, and they've done it in just 18 deliveries. It's pretty impressive. And well, I tell you what, if I'm in the old Pinnacle Pro side now, I'm saying, I'll bowl. Can't get worse than that, can it? As a bowler, figures-wise.
Or maybe you wouldn't want to bowl. You try your best to hide yourself.
Well, I would, because he's not on strike. I'm like, yeah, go on. I'll have a go. Can't get worse than 6 6s in an over, realistically. It cannot get worse. If you go for another 6 6s in an over, then the game's the game. I'd be putting my hand up saying, yeah, come on. It turns out Mir's gonna be the man to do it.
Mir bowled pretty decently yesterday, so let's see if he can just contain this East Londoner side a little bit.
Bit of leg spin.
It's amazing that Zeb's opened the batting, but he's only faced 2 balls so far.
Bearing in mind, the first ball he faced, he reverse scooped for 6. It's pretty impressive, to say the least. He's just got the best seat in the house at the moment.
That's going to be dragged out towards the leg side, but he's still going to find the gap here. Kadaria goes away for 4 runs.
It didn't seem as if he found anywhere near the middle of the bat, but still managed to muscle it for 4. That's rather impressive from Kadaria. He's just got the ability to find gaps whenever necessary.
No, it's incredible that you do find that very impressive, but I've just become used to seeing that the past week. I think probably seen that shot about 3 or 4 times a match for most of this series.
Yeah, that's absurd. Going to look to go big here again.
Yeah, no, it is great with some fresh eyes to look at this, as this is just going to come into the commentary tent. Seems to have just hit a little box we have down here underneath the table. Gets that away for 4 runs. But, yeah, I mean, Tina and I have covered this whole series, and we've just been accustomed to seeing run rates of 20 and 25. And then you come in and you do sort of put this into perspective and how abnormal it is.
Yeah, you've got a bit used to it there, Nish. This is pretty remarkable stuff.
Up in the air, and that's going to go all the way for 6 more runs, as the East Londoners look like they might pick up a bonus point in this match the way they're batting.
This is absurd, Nish. I know you're saying you're used to it, but this is ridiculous. This is every single ball going to the rope. This is remarkable hitting. It takes some skill to hit everything. Okay, yes, it's 50 metres, but the thing is, he's clearing them by a fair distance anyway. This is absurd. Going to go again?
Straight down the ground, he will go again. Look at how high up that's gone. Probably collect a bit of stardust on the way down. And there it is. Just got to stretch those arms once again.
Oh dear, the troubles continue. But it's the question now, well, where do you bowl? Where do you bowl to this man? Because you've gone wide, he's put you over extra cover. You've gone straight, he's swept you into deep mid-wicket. You go full and straight, and he just goes and pops you back over your head. This is an absolute nightmare. Look at that partnership. 96 off 23, 84 off 21 for Kadaria. Zeb's just the 7 off 2. Oh dear, this is this is tough. This is tough to watch if you're a CFS fan. This is remarkable. 96 without loss.
Just plays that with a straight bat.
I tell you what,
the strike.
This man can count to 6. I tell you that for free. That's twice he's done that now. 97 without loss after 4. East London is cruising.
Yeah, Kadaria actually missed out on the century yesterday. He was 97 not out when he just simply ran out of runs. I think he's eyeing his 2nd ton of this series. As we just take a look at the worm there for the East Londoners. Yeah, just in a completely different stratosphere to where the required rate is. They are motoring along and certainly trying to finish this game before the end of the 7th over.
Yeah, it looks as if they're trying to get in, get out. See you later. Thanks for coming. And, well, get ready for tomorrow. I'm going to go to some more spin here. Not sure if spin to win is the saying, because, well, they're probably not. But, nevertheless, giving it a go.
Well, good luck to Singh, as he's going to have to bowl to Kadaria. That's nice length there by Singh. Got it right up there. And
I love the fact there's an applause here for the fact that Kadaria has not hit a boundary, and they're all quite happy with just a single. Oh, dear. Well, here we go then. Can we see what the non-striker can do? He's now on strike, Zeb.
Oh. Shout to catch it. Fielder underneath it, and it's taken. So Zeb, who's probably been a bit frustrated at the non-strikers end, finally gets the chance to face the ball, and he hauls it out. It's taken well in the deep end. This opening stand will be cut short at 98.
Yeah, well, tell you what, relatively impressive, though, to be quite fair. He's got all license to go for it. There's no point waiting around, and rightfully so. He does that, but he picks out the fielder, and it's a pretty simple catch in the end.
And nicely taken. Ali Zeb will be dismissed on 7, and looks like they're going to send out Rajesh Sharma to the middle, and Well, they talk about getting some respite after picking up a wicket. There's certainly none here for Pinnacle Pro, as one of two Centurions in this East Londoners side makes his way out to the middle, takes leg stump guard, and be just eyeing up that mid-wicket boundary where he's probably aiming this next shot to. There he goes behind square leg, and that's going to be a 6 as the East Londoners bring up their 100 halfway through the 5th over.
Yeah, to be quite fair, it's a Gundy ball. I haven't said that in a while, but it is. It's short, it's down the leg side, and all he has to do is get the old swivel on it, and it flies away. So, well, one goes, the other one comes in and does exactly what the previous man did and gets 6 off his first delivery. I think, yeah, Kaderia might take a single, but if he doesn't, he'll be sat waiting for the next over.
You know, smacked away. That's going to go away for another Maximo. So, closing in on the win here, the East Londoners. It's still 37 needed, but the way they're going, you don't expect this game to last more than a couple more overs.
Yeah, no, you don't really, do you? You can understand why. Cue the, I think the old taxis are on their way, because at the moment feels as if they're blowing them out of the waters here. Good noise out there, though, to be fair to them. They're still sticking at it.
I think everyone's just become so accustomed to this being the case that it doesn't really surprise anyone anymore. I was going to work that one away just a little bit too straight with his line there, Singh, and he's going to get punished. That is helped away behind square leg for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's just the angle coming around the wicket, too straight, simple and easy enough for the batter to just turn around and go, yeah, thank you very much, says Kumar, and makes the, well, Sharma, in fact, and makes the most of it. Rightfully so as well.
17 off this over so far, and let's see how he rounds it out. Doesn't quite get that out of the middle of his bat.
No surprise, no single taken. There's no real surprise there at all. Kederer wants to strike, and rightfully so. It's 114 for 1 at the halfway stage, only needing a few more to get to warrant victory, of course, and they're very much on their way to doing exactly that.
33 runs needed the last couple of overs for the next 2 overs, I should say, to pick up a bonus point. Here's a look at the fixtures over in the Central Europe Cup. So congratulations to Austria for winning the men's tournament. Their women's side is going to be out there, and they'll be playing in match number 2 against Gibraltar. Match number 1 between Czechia and Gibraltar. And when we had last gave you an update from there, Gibraltar had posted 161 runs in the first innings. Czechia ultimately only managed to make 110 runs in response. So Gibraltar win match number 1 by 51 runs. It's just been a tough last few days for Czech cricket. You know, their men's side couldn't win a single game, losing all 4. It's drilled down the ground, and it's just going to go to the left of the commentary tent. And now their women are in action. They can't get a win either. So there are going to be some question marks over there about how they're performing in their home series.
Yeah, no question marks about this batter, though. This boy can hit them. This is pretty remarkable stuff. Anyway, you bowl, it's just going for 4. I reckon you get the bat, you get the old bat gauge out. See if it fits. That's my next question. 90 up for Kederer, just off the 24 balls. 29 off 11 for all 4 points here for East Londoners.
Hammered away. Picks that one up perfectly. Judged the length early, and he sent that into the trees. Going to be a big old chase for the field around the deep. That's Jay Chavda. Got to be honest with you, most of the fielding that the men out at deep mid-wicket and cow corner do in this series is just running to try to chase the 6s down.
Yeah, it's just glorified ball boys realistically at this point, aren't they? And he's just 1 hit away from the century. Missed out on one not long ago, so he'll be looking to go that 1 step further and see if he can make a fine effort of this here. But you feel that in reality this is kind of just what was expected. I don't think anyone's too surprised, but you've still got to sort of sit there and applaud what's been a remarkable innings even to this point. Here we go then, 96 on the board.
Straight down the ground, and it's going to take 1 hop before going to the fielder at long off. So a rare single there.
No, didn't even take the single.
Oh,
didn't even take it. Turned it down. Wants the glory. I mean, to be fair, when you're 7 from 7, you're in the driver's seat. You're going to win the game anyway. It's fair enough. So be selfish. Be selfish. Why not?
Yeah, although there's plenty of runs he's still here for Kadaria to get his century, so A little bit surprised he hasn't taken the single. He's going to club this one away, and it's just beyond the boundary rope. Gets enough bat on it to muscle it over the rope for a century. And it's his second 100 of this European Cricket Series. Got one against Havering yesterday. Has one against CFS Pinnacle Pro. A fine knock by a fine batter.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. 102 not out off 27. 13 sixes, 5-4 striking at 377. And the thing is as well, it's predominantly been in that V area. It's not been much on the leg side. Well, I just think he's just going to keep on going here. Oh, never mind.
Decides to just block one out there. That's
oh dear, you couldn't write it, could you?
that's the kind of shot you'd see over at Lord's right now.
I know.
Just, under his eyes, played it with soft hands.
I can't believe I've just witnessed that. I was expecting him to go for glory. 130, just 17 needed for victory at this point.
Oh, he finally executes that reverse sweep, and he's going to be helped out by a slight mishap in the deep by Baldwin. Gets that away for 4 runs, and now just 13 runs away from victory here, the East Londoners.
Yeah, and, well, it's not really a great day for Baldwin down there. He went for 36 off his over, and now has a bit of a blunder in the field. And look at that, 106 not out off 29, and in there has been some remarkable hitting. Finally got that reverse malarkey away, but yeah, of course, just 13 runs required, and it will be all said and done in this fixture. And well, it means I'm assuming that means that we get a bit of chance for some lunch.
Yeah, certainly could have an extended break here. Yes, 13 runs needed now for the East Londoners to win this. Look like they might be heading for their 3rd bonus point victory of this series as well, which should just be so impressive. And they've managed to pick up bonus points, with a couple of remarkable chases as well. Just take your mind back to the game against Guggen yesterday when they chased down that target of 133 in 5.4 overs. About to achieve something equally remarkable here, as that's going to be pulled into the gap there by Sharma, the other man to have made a century for this East Londoners side. Just 9 runs away. Got some reaction to that century in the chat. Terry Richmond saying ton up. Paul Horn calling it a destructive century. And John Gray, this makes a really good point here. He said that if the East Londoners were batting first, he would have had a serious chance to go on and make a double 100.
Very true, actually. Scary.
Right down the ground, and that is going to be smoked for a 6. So 1 shot away from winning this, the East Londoners.
Oh dear, oh dear. This is it's a tough job for Pinnacle Pros here. I think everyone knew what the circumstances would be, but to actually be out there and have to sort of face the brunt of it's not easy. Psychologically, it's a bit of a warfare out there for them at the moment. Just 3 required for victory. Looking to probably try and do it this ball. Just kind of feel, well, where do you bolt? Because everything's going for 6, if not 4.
There we go. The winning runs. Hammers that one away for a 6. It's a flurry of Maximos to wrap things up here. The East Londoners win this, pick up the bonus point, and they're just continuing to widen the gap now at the top of the table. They've clinched that spot, and they're just enjoying themselves as Pinnacle Pro got to find a way to pick themselves up and recover from whatever psychological damage that has been done to them this past innings.
Yeah, big
they've got an important game against Guggen in 44 minutes time.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting fixture to look upon. We'll have a look at the highlights there, and you can see there some handshakes all around, rightfully so. An incredible ton, not out, unbeaten for the main man himself, who has played a very, very remarkable innings, it has to be said. Look, to continue to do what he's done, to be so destructive and not really offer almost any chances, it's pretty remarkable. So he'll be happy with his efforts, finally gets his ton. Let's have a look at those highlights, of course, as the players have a little chat and reminisce. Of course, it got funky to start with, didn't it? It was Ebb at the top of the order, got that one away, and we thought, uh-oh, here we go. And, well, then the onslaught just... Well, it kind of started, it didn't stop. It was like a freight train. You can't stop it once it gets going. And it was 6s and 6s and 6s. That was all it was. Slappage left, right and centre, down the ground. 360-degree hitting. It was just pure class.
It certainly was. And Kadaria, well, it's his world and we're all just living in it, considering the way he's batting right now. 106 of 29. The strike really just blows your mind. 366. Up there with that incredible century by Alan Jones when he made 160 of just 40 deliveries. It was an incredible exhibition of batting, and I think we're really adding a lot more names to that centuries Hall of Fame as the series progresses.
Yeah, I think it's just about backing yourself. You know, these lads have all got the talent and the ability to hit big. With 50-meter boundaries, it's not exactly tricky for them. And, you know, more pace on the ball almost makes it easier for them, and that's kind of understandable as to why that we're seeing these high scores. But to chase it, you know, chase 147 in less than 7 overs is pretty impressive on any ground against any opposition. So, you know, credit where credit's due. They did all they had to do, which was very simple. Get the runs, and that is it. 8 from 8 then for the East Londoners. They'll be very, very happy. Well, rightfully so. Happy customers, because they've done the job and they know that they've got a pretty tricky task. Let's have a look, of course, at the lineups for the next game that's coming up, as Nish said, about 40 minutes time. As, of course, Pinnacle Pro, they come up against Gagan, and, of course, this is a big, big fixture. Harry Singh comes in for Gagan. Looking forward to that fixture coming up very, very soon. But looking forward to seeing the likes of Cam Tom again. Can we see him maybe get some more runs on the board? Kadakart, well, it'll be interesting how it goes, because Pinnacle Pro, they will be bowling first. So looking forward to seeing how that one plays out. That'll be coming up in around about 35 minutes time, as that'll be match 38 of this European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch. Have a look at the scorecards very quickly, as we'll see and notice that well, there's only really one man to talk about, and that is Kadaraya, 106 off 29, 13 sixes, 6 fours, striking at 365, Zeb at 7 off 3 with that nice reverse scoop. And Sharma came out and take nothing away from him, 32 off 7, striking at over 400, well, nearly 500, 457 to be exact. Pretty good hitting.
Yeah, certainly was a great display of hitting, as we just get the scorecard up there to repeat what was just stated. Solid performance by the East Londoners. They'll be very proud of the way they batted, and it's another bonus point victory for them, their 3rd of this European Cricket Series. They really have been a class apart from the rest of Group B, and you got to feel for the Sharks Cricket Academy. They're probably watching this game right now and really fear going up against the East Londoners tomorrow. Let's have a look at the bowling card here, and as you can see, it was a tough day. It was a really tough outing for those Pinnacle Pro bowlers. Not too much to write home about from their perspective. Those economy rates look pretty ugly, and we did see Caleb Baldwin go for 6 sixes in that 3rd over he bowled. So match summary for match number 37 reads that East Londoners win this one by 9 wickets with plenty of overs to spare, 3.3. They take the bonus point. They continue to widen their gap at the top of the table. We'll have a quick break, and I'll be back on your screens in 40 minutes time for Guggen against Pinnacle Pro.
say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's time for a third match of the day. CFS Pinnacle Pro are about to face Guggen in what's going to be a huge matchup to determine who grabs third place. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by Tyrone Peters, who's alongside both the captains.
Guggen to call.
Tails.
Tails the call. And it's ahead.
Well, ball first.
They're going to have a ball.
Well, thank you very much for that update. Looking forward to this match. Could be a very exciting matchup. Guggen have an extremely talented batting lineup. They looked set to score over 200 against the East Londoners, but then they lost their way in those last 4 overs. Credit to the East Londoners for some superb death bowling. They only managed to score 35 runs in those last 4 overs and ultimately could only get a score in the 150s. They did make it somewhat challenging for the East Londoners though, and in the end it took a spellbinding inning from Kutry to take that game away from Guggen, who at one point looked set to pull off the upset. Meanwhile, their opponents, CFS Pinnacle Pro, this is an important match for them. They'll want to hop out of 4th place because a 4th place side in this group will have to go up against the mighty Tigers in Group A, who've been spectacular in this series. So a lot to play for, and we're going to head back to Charlie Hunt in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nish. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Pleasure to have your company with us here on the European Cricket Network for the third fixture of today. And of course, as Nish wonderfully did let us know, it is of course Pinnacle Pro coming off the back of a somewhat heavy defeat against the East Londoners about 40 minutes ago. They take on Guggen in this fixture, and of course it's not going to be easy up against a strong Guggen side, but of course winning the toss, well, it's the first thing you can win, and they've done exactly that. Pinnacle Pro, they will bowl first in this fixture. Wonderful look, and well, you can tell we're in London, just outside of, potentially. You can see the big red bus. Well, you could. Let's have a look at the 2 lineups, and the one change for Guggen is that Harry Singh comes in for this fixture as Kadakar, Tom at the top of the order for Pinnacle Pro. We won't see them until the second innings, of course, so Yuvadesh Malhotra alongside Amar Randhawa will be looking to get some runs on the board, but of course Guggen 2 from 4, similar to Pinnacle Pro really, in their sort of well, in reality, in their sort of way of going about things, and I think it'll be interesting to see as to how they look to try and get a victory on the board. You know, get a victory here, and it'll be tighten things up. You can see there 40 to 60%. Guggen the favourites, according to the supercomputer this afternoon, coming up to around about 1:45 local time, and well, lunchtime traffic very much on that road, as you can see behind us. All those cars, they're not parked, they are waiting. Good old temporary lights. See, whenever you're in England, you'll always find some roadwork somewhere. That is the joys of being back in England. And well, you can see players making their way out. Different shades of blue all around. You've got the sort of turquoisey almost of the Pinnacle Pro side. Guggen very much a royal blue. And then of course the boys in blue. Our 2 umpires out there in the middle waiting for both sets of lads to get out there and get things going. Pleasure to have you with us though, of course. If you are watching on YouTube, do make sure you get involved in the live chat. It's great to be back, and I have to say, thoroughly enjoying the setup that Hornchurch have got here. No real surprise, of course. Very well-known side. You had a fun few discussions with the World Test Championship up at Lords, not far away, of course. A few discussions about who's played where. There's overseas pros. Bo Webster previously played at Upminster, not far away from here. Only just about last year. Of course, now out there for Australia, but the less said about that, the better than for many of the Aussies, of course. Sun starting to peer through. Clouds have started to burn away, and we're up and ready to go for this next fixture. Umpire says, let's play, let's go. Malhotra to open up the bowling, or the batting rather. They're going to slap this down the ground. It's going to get through, and the Grizzly will race away. And that will be a 4 to start. Just gets enough bat on this one. Not quite timed from Malhotra, but enough to get himself off the mark with a nice boundary. Wasn't a terrible delivery, really, outside off. Nice back of a length, but just kicked on, really, after being hit into the ground. Was able to kick on. Chowdhury might be too disheartened with that effort. It wasn't exactly a bad ball. It was just a pretty nicely timed shot and raced away. A couple of changes in the field as got a long off back in place. And long on comes back into the circle. And the other man out is at deep mid wicket. And everyone else is regulation. They've got a 45. Good delivery. That's why I wouldn't be too disheartened. He knows he was finding his line pretty much straight away. Just the length was an issue. This time hits it nicely away from the batter. Malhotra just unable to quite get back on the ball, but of course under a very busy flight path. Airports all around the area. London, just a few. Good to see the sun out. Always find that you can't really beat England when it's sunny, just because it's very rare. I tell you what, it's not rare at the moment here in Hornchurch. It's sixes. There's one of them. That is high and handsome, and that's gone all the way. 6 runs. Malhotra opens up his 6 account with a nice flourish of the bat into the leg side, and 6 glorious runs. Just sees the length early. It's in the arc, and he says thank you very much. Easy pickings. And that's gone a long way into that leg side. But there is something about England when it's sunny. Just seems to be a bit of a happier place. Swings and misses. This one is similar length, similar sort of speed, but just drags his length back, and he just misplays it, does Malhotra. Nish joins me back in the box. Nish, interesting start.
Yeah, exactly. We expected a few boundaries to start things off. The expected score was 170 before a ball was bowled. It just kind of shows you what this situation is like, what kind of scores we expect.
Slower ball, but this one is going to be a fine tickle down to the vacant third man area, and that's going to be a very welcome boundary. They'll take them however they can get them. Another 4. And Malhotra, he's enjoying his time up there at the moment, it seems.
He's having a great day. Scored 66 this morning. He's coming into this match with some form. Robin Singh at the other end as well, with a good score in the 30s in that first match. They both got their side off to a flying start against the East Londoners.
Yeah, I think we saw earlier in the previous game that the openers for Pinnacle Pro, the likes of Tom and Kedekar, they can certainly hit a ball. It's just about finding the consistency. Well, goes wide up and flashes the bat at this one. There is a fielder out, a deep cover, and that'll just be a single to close the over. And an interesting one at that. 15 without loss after the first.
So a solid first over here for Guggen. About par for what we've seen this series. 15 and over is basically the average run rate across both groups. As we'll take a look at the groups for the Challenger division. So some interesting teams in there. We had some cricket in Jersey earlier this month as well. Over in Group 1 got Malta, Czechia, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Croatia, Slovenia, and Group 2 with plenty of heavyweights as well. I'm sure Estonia will be looking to do some damage in this year's Challenger division. And he got sides like Serbia and Turkey, maybe on the less experienced side.
Yeah, I think Estonia, of course, will probably feel a little bit hard done by. Could have got promoted last year, but I think also they'll know and relish the fact that this is now their time. I think they'll be going into that as very heavy favourites. I think you've also got to remember that, you know, they, as much as they would have been disappointed, his Baldwin, by the way, well, his day with the ball gets even worse. He went for 6 sixes in the last over he bowled, and he started off this over with a wide. But yeah, I think Estonia, as frustrating as it would have been to have not gone up, I don't think they would have been too disheartened. I think they know that another year in the Challenger means that they can right some wrongs, they can use momentum and also learn a bit more about their game. And, you know, they can take that and then really push for promotion this year. Short edge. No, that's going to be 4. And Baldwin, well, it's just not your day, son, unfortunately. It's It really is a tricky time to be a bowler. This one, probably gets it spot on. Hard, heavy length, but finds the outside edge of Malhotra.
You got to feel for Baldwin here. Top edge of the bat and flies away. Yeah, that point about Estonia, you have to agree with that. I think another year in the Challenger division would serve them well. It's a bit like, to use a footballing analogy, like, well, would you rather be the best team in the Europa League or maybe just take that step up, go to the Champions League and kind of get a little bit exposed at a higher level?
Oh dear, when it rains it pours, and Baldwin, well, he's going to be have absolute nightmares tonight because he just can't seem to have anything go his way. Short, back of a length, goes a little bit straighter this time, tries to swing on this one, does Malhotra, and again finds the top edge, and the result's the same, it's 4 more.
It's unlucky, but these are really dangerous lengths by Baldwin. I don't know why he's been bowling as short as he has, but just like to see him get up there, bowl those Yorkers. I know he's a tall cricketer, so he wants to bang it back of a length, but he's going to bowl it short. Try to bowl it in a good length, but I think you just got to go for the good old-fashioned Yorker here.
Does go full up, but this time it's going to get hit over the top, and that's going to trickle away in another boundary. This time the more convincing of the 3 that's been scored so far, but things go from bad to worse to even worse for the likes of Baldwin.
Oh, this is just an incredible cricketing shot. I mean, he plays that nicely on the up, straight down the ground. Shouldn't be too disheartened by that. Sometimes, you're just coming up against an informed batter who's so technically gifted, in Malhotra races away down the ground for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's interesting the Estonia one, isn't it? Because you could turn it and say, well, would you rather get promoted from the Championship football-wise and then come straight back down and be a yo-yo team, or do you want to let yourself sort of work out your best team in T10? Take some time, and when you get promoted, stay up there, and maybe push on to then try and become a recognised team in that division. It's a tricky one. They'll be relishing the chance though. Short, uppish, and it's going to be another boundary. This time it's going to go all the way, I believe. And it has 6 runs, and oh dear, Baldwin. Well, at the moment, I don't know if we're going to see him bowl too much after today.
It's just a risky line and length to bowl, really, from Baldwin. And he's a talented bowler. We've seen him bowl well at times this series, but sometimes he just bowls too short and offers a bit too much width as well. But he's a young cricketer. He's going to get better and better. He's just one of many exciting prospects we have here in Hornchurch.
Does go full up. This is uppish. Could be a chance. It's a harsh one. Oh, and it's spilled. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, it was one of them, and they're going to try and come back for the second. Going to be gone here. And well, cricket is it's the great leveller. And after a bit of a dodgy misfield and a disappointing drop in the outfield on the offside, they've done well to recover, and Baldwin will finally get to see the back of Malhotra.
I got a feel for Baldwin, though. I mean, he deserved to get that wicket. It would have been a little bit of respite for him if he'd managed to pick it up. But they do get the run out here. Nice bit of fielding. And the dangerous Malhotra makes his way back to the dugout. Gotta say, Baldwin's got a proper zoomer haircut, doesn't he? The old broccoli head.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're putting down. Yeah, Subhan Javed was the man who put the catch down, but Malhotra 34 off of his 11 deliveries even. So a breakthrough. Yes, doesn't go against Baldwin's name, but I think as a team, I'd just be happy to see the back of Malhotra. Means that going to look at, well, you've basically got 2 fresh batters. You've got Singh at the non-strikers, who was coming at 2, but he hasn't faced the ball yet. And now you've got the likes of the new batter. It's into the pads. I'll ask a question. A polite inquiry turned down. It's a dot to finish. A very eventful over. And it's an interesting start. 35 for 1 after 2.
So Guggen, despite losing the wicket, will probably be pretty pleased with this start, going at 17.5 and over. Take a look at the standings for Group B and the importance of this match. So want to avoid being in 4th place if you're either of these sides, just because that would mean you're going to go up against the mighty Tigers, who are undefeated in Group A, although it won't be an easy task for whoever's in 3rd place either, as they'll have to face Hornchurch. So it might just be a case of pick your poison, really. Hornchurch will come in with plenty of home support and a few reinforcements as well.
Yeah, I saw they've put their squad out for the quarterfinals on their socials, and there's a TBC. And I think that tells you all you need to know. Anyway, here's the skipper then, Javed, in at at his mark. Yorker, but hit down the ground and just drops his length slightly. Wasn't quite perfect. Ended up being a low full toss. And Singh gets his first ball away for 4.
Now, lowish full toss. He's looking for that Yorker length and just ends up pitching it a little too full. And nicely played there by Singh. It's not easy to negotiate those low full tosses, and he's drilled it straight down the ground for 4 runs.
Just see there, takes a step towards being out of his crease. Trying to play a little bit. Then goes deep, and this one gets dragged into the leg side, and that gets helped along its way, and that's going to go all the way, 6 runs, so 4 and 6. And that's a lovely start to the over. Not the best, though, if you're Javed, who's just trying to find his rhythm here, but that one, they're very much way too straight. There's nothing really that a batter will like more than to see it straight onto his pads.
Tough one here for the CFS Pinnacle Pro captain. Coming in, going for a couple of boundaries off his first 2 deliveries. Now, we've seen power plays go for 60, 70 odd runs throughout this series, and this has been a really good one as well. Take a look at that required 19 plus and over, so Goggins certainly off to the start they would have wanted.
Swing and a miss. Umpire was having a little think. Just snuck inside. I think it's probably the right call. Javed thinks he might have got away with it. I think he's just okay.
It just managed just to get that one right, and it would have been very disheartening if that had been given a wide. It's so tough to be a bowler in this format of the game, and then you need to get those calls as well, don't you? And good decision there by the umpire.
Outside edge, and that's the 4th one that's now flown away. And oh dear, you got a feel for the likes of the Pinnacle Pro team here, because they're not exactly bowling terrible areas, but they're just swinging from the hip and getting away with it. It's another boundary behind square.
It's interesting because not too many sides have put a deep third in place throughout this series. It's usually a feature for most sides in ECN cricket, but hasn't been the case here in Hornchurch. There's hardly been a side who had a deep third in place. As a matter of fact, the only team that has is probably the East Londoners, and that might even explain why they're currently at the top of the table. That's 3 boundaries that have gone through that region. Very fine at deep third.
That's well bowled. Good comeback. Gets it right on the money. Nicely positioned Yorker. Can only cue it out into the leg side. Does bring up the 50. Low for Gangan in the 3rd over.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Good delivery there. Adisha. Now, he's been a great find for this Goggins side. Joined their team yesterday, and he's made an impact with both the bat and ball in hand. Now, let's see what he can do here. Can he play another good knock?
Oh, well, that's a good old start. That is hoiked into the leg side. And a little bit of a crowd catch. And, well, there you go. Spectators beware, Grizzlies are about. But that's 6 runs and 6 of the best.
Oh, so nicely played. Just take a look at this. Just walks down the wicket and hammers that one away. A long, long way for 6 runs. 56 coming in this power play in the end, which I'd say is about par for this ECS. Don't think CFS Pinnacle Pro should be too discouraged, although that does look a little bit ugly. Got Little Alan joining us in the chat. Very good afternoon to you, Little Alan. And of course, got Jacob. Jake Stewart said he's taking a break from watching the test to hear ECN's Golden Boys are back in the tent.
Are they? Where? Where are they? Let me know where they are.
Yeah, JJS, I know he was very excited for this reunion, and
so was I.
Enjoying it.
So was I. Tell you what, I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of this day plays out. I think it's going to be an interesting few turns of events. Here's Mir with a bit of leg spin, and he's going to get plucked into the leg side, and that's going to go all the way. And it's another one. That's 2 for 2. Well, I tell you what, he's on for a hat trick. 6 more.
I should probably be out on the field right now. I wonder what he's doing as a spectator. That's a couple of good catches, I think. We've seen a lot of chances put down by some of the spectators. Wouldn't blame them. But yeah, a couple of catches right here.
Yeah, I've just done a bit of a Google on Gagan CC. Seems as if they're a Sunday side that play mostly. They've got 2 11s on a Sunday. Goes again, bottom edge, and just get a single out to the leg side. Yeah, seems as if they're a Sunday side. Play most of their games on their Sundays. Ah, there you go. They've got games coming up soon as well. Flat batted, swatted down the ground, and doesn't get there. That's going to be 4. into the on-watching batters as they watch and say, yeah, well, I'm quite happy staying here because you're doing quite well here. Another boundary. Adisha's having a good time.
Oh, he certainly is. Flat bats that one, swats it away. Manages to get a hand to it there, Kedekar, but not enough to stop it for going for 4. And, well, they're going to think about it for a minute or two, and eventually they do decide to take the single here. Yeah, it's interesting that they're a Sunday side. They certainly have a lot of power when it comes with the bat in hand. They've regularly made some big runs, but the main Achilles heel for them has been their bowling and their fielding. Probably put down too many chances throughout this series and had a few issues with their bowling as well. I don't think anyone other than Dilshan's really had too much to write home about in terms of his bowling, and he's not even playing today, so really got a fear for them in the second innings.
Yeah, you do. Absolutely. Upish and over the top though, nobody there. That's going to run away and race away to the vacant point boundary. That's going to be 4 more. So, well, bit of an up and down over, but eventually it probably you'd still argue that the likes of Gagan well in front here as the boundaries keep flowing. Another boundary.
You had to wait a little bit for that one, but got enough bat on it. Not as much as you would have liked, and away it goes for 4 runs. Here's a look at the worm for this Guggin side, going at just a shade above 18 and over, looking very strong right now. I think this partnership can hang around for 2 or 3 more overs, and Guggin will certainly fancy their chances of ending up north of 190. So, yeah, Pinnacle Pro would like a wicket here, certainly would. Although it's been a pretty high-scoring series, it's still be a challenge to chase something above 180.
Yeah, look here, Adisha very much set up as if he's going to look to take on this bowling as Singh is going to come into the attack. Leg side is in trouble. Well, this time is up, and into the hands of the fielder, and he makes no mistake. It's a very good catch by Ali Kedekar, and he knows where the camera is. Of course he does. Adisha looking to go big, just got right underneath it. Didn't get the timing, and it's a pretty simple catch in the end as his little cameo comes to an end.
Yeah, it's this time it's Sky. Didn't quite get the connection he would have liked. Good catch as well, out in the deep. Guggin will lose their second wicket. And there's a little cameo from Adisha where struck a couple of boundaries, will be cut short on 11. So, yeah, Pinnacle Pro's got to keep plugging away, keep getting wickets here, and they'll just be able to drag themselves back into this game. New batter who's making his way out to the middle is Arman Randawa. Really talented cricketer and the Austrian international. Sure, was very happy to see his teammates lift the Central Europe Cup over in Prague.
What's he doing here then?
Yeah.
Okay. Sprung that one on me. That surprised me.
I think they've got a few other players in their squad that they might just have favored ahead of him, or maybe just preferred playing in Hornchurch. Not quite sure.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Well, he's got a chance here to get some runs to his name. Singh, first ball, wicket. Second ball, gets flat batted down the ground. Fielder is there. The skipper makes no mistake. That'll just be 1.
I mean, Austria are pretty spoiled for choice, especially when it comes to batters. So you're left out of that Austria squad. There's not really much to be too disappointed about, although I'm sure Randava could give us a little bit more insight into that, or somebody from Austria Cricket who's watching this game. This one's been launched in. Oh, he's managed to take that catch. I was just taking a look at his positioning prior to that delivery, and for a second I wasn't really filled with too much confidence as the ball was going towards him, but in the end, Robin Singh will have to depart.
Yeah, fair to say, he didn't exactly look too comfortable underneath that, did he? He was sort of in and out, shake it all about. Does eventually take the catch, and, well, the catching part was the easiest bit, and it made it look very easy, but unfortunately, the little cameo from the man who opened the batting, Robin Singh, comes to an end. 26 for him off just the 10. The 10th was his last. Good catch eventually out in the deep by Shoaib Khan. But Prabh Singh, by the way, he's got 2 for in just 3 deliveries. Having a good start here. You can see. He was probably there to be hit, but it was just straight out to the fielder. Didn't get the distance. And falls to it. Singh, 2 for 1 off just the 3 deliveries.
Ideal situation for any bowling side here. They managed to get a couple new batters out in the middle, so this run rate could dip these next few overs.
Leg side, hits it, and hits it for 6. Good start. Danawade comes in, and, well, that's not exactly a terrible start. Gets it out of the screws pretty much straight away.
Yeah, it didn't take him much time to settle in at all. Was just given a bit of length to work with there, and he's able to get that one away over mid-wicket. Nicely played.
Oh, clipped off the hip. That's really nice. And on this outfield, that's going to race away. And that is timing. And a very good shot from Danawade. So a bit of power and then a bit of class as this one is clipped into the leg side for 4.
Yeah, beautifully played. Probably just straying down leg side a little bit with his line. Maybe too straight. Gets outside the line of that ball and tucks it away towards fine leg for 4.
It's the angle that he's coming at. And if it's short and straight, it's pretty easy pickings for anyone. Last ball potentially of this 5th. And goes for it, but clothed it. Chance maybe. And no, put down. That's the second drop of the innings for the skipper and Simon Javed. I thought he'd just for a moment taken it there. But he did the hard yards, but he just couldn't quite execute the finale. And he just puts it down. It spills out. Good effort, though, nonetheless. But unfortunately, that will be the end of that over. And it's the halfway stage.
Yeah, chance to welcome you into our commentary tent. So got Charlie Hunt back on ECN over here. And yeah, it's been a good start to this game.
Yeah, it has been. I think no real surprise to see that the ball has flown to all parts of the ground. But I think what's been good is that they've stuck at it, the bowlers. You know, Pinnacle Pro realise that they need to get wickets. They're going to have to hold catches. Okay, they put a couple down, but out in the deep, they've held a few. Take your wickets. Catches win your matches. It's the same old saying. We'll come back to live action because we're going to go back to Mir. Leg spin. He's played it away and hit away nicely. And will just be one, so you're not missing too much yet. You're still looking at our faces, unfortunately. So there we go. Back to action. Might get a little replay of that one. It was just a short delivery outside the leg stump and played away into the offside. We'll come back as well. He watched the replay of the last one, and the one that you just missed there was a wide. Don't need to do that one again. It was a wide. We'll move on now. Up high in the air. Catches win your matches. I just said it. Oh dear, got no way near it. No way near it. Never looked happy under the ball there. Well, that's another chance that goes astray. And, well, could they end up really regretting this one?
He just couldn't quite track the ball too well over there. Just lost it in his trajectory.
Jay Chavda puts it down. And now swept hard into the onside. And that's going to go for 6. So, oh dear, Mir can't believe his luck. Should have had a wicket. Now gets hit for 6.
Oh, this gets pummeled away, and it's just when it rains, it pours. The chance goes down, and this one goes all the way for a Maximo. Not quite the desired result from Mir's point of view.
Now, it's the question of what's the bowler made of? Has he got to come back in him here? Genuine leg spinner. Just plucks it away into the offside. Just one. Just the one. Got to just keep plugging away here. Catches win your matches, and dropping Danawade is not something that you really want to do. Firmly struck, and this one is going to go all the way. 6 runs into the scoreboard, and that one's going to hurt because that one's left the mark.
Yeah, I wonder how many dents there are on that side screen right now. Just too short, too wide. Gave the batter a chance to free his arms, and he's just thrown everything at that. Throws the kitchen sink of that ball and hammers it down for a 6. So, yeah, this over, 16 runs coming off it. Still got a ball to go. It's been a really good one from Guggen's perspective. We just wondered if maybe that wicket falling would cause the run rate to dip, but it's been the exact opposite. It's kind of spiked. Dendawe not taking any time to settle in.
Yeah, I don't know why he's liking what he's seeing, and he's sat at the non-strikers end at the moment because Randawat is loving life. Goes again. This one up in the air, and is 6 more. And it's just firm striking, and it's coming good because they've hit it far enough. It's 6 more.
He's just hitting this as hard as he can. There's no other way to describe it. It's all hand-eye coordination and power. Just belts the leather off that ball and gets it over fine leg for a 6. 22 runs off that over. It goes magical. 3rd magical over of this innings. And Guggen back on track here. The run rate 17.8. They've still got 7 wickets in hand. So, yeah, they will be eyeing something pretty big here. Got a interesting A little bit of trivia in the chat by a Fantasy Cricket says that Pranav Dhanwade, we're just going to return to live action, a dot ball there, a rare dot ball. It's the first dot ball we've seen since all the way back at the start of the 4th over. But it's going back to a little bit of trivia. It says Pranav Dhanwade has the highest score in school cricket in Mumbai. That's a pretty impressive feat considering all the great players that have come from Mumbai.
Yeah. I believe it if there's proof. I believe it if there's proof. Anyway, and Chris is running through some of the blast stuff that's going on. Yep. Plenty of cricket at the moment. Oh, it is him. Hit away, leg side, just be one. Tell us more.
Yeah, so I think I remember reading this story, but yeah, Pranav Dhanwade had 1,009 not out.
That's him?
Yeah, of 327 deliveries.
No way that's him.
That's him.
Huh.
This gets outside the line of this ball, and he's just going to help it away towards fine leg. Goes for 4 runs.
I remember seeing that scorecard and taking the mick out of it years and years ago. I mean, wasn't that like under 13 or something like that?
Yes, that must have been something like that.
Under 15s? No way.
High school. Yeah, so couldn't have been too old. He's 25 years of age. He played that innings with 2016.
2016.
So
yeah,
it would have been 16.
Under
yeah.
15s, under 16s. I do remember that. 1,009 runs not out. Huh.
Got there with just 327 deliveries as well.
Oh,
I mean, you think some of the hitting we see here is crazy. Imagine what that would have been like.
Inside edge onto the pad, just one. I mean, if that's definitely him, then fair play. That's quite cool. He carries himself as if he's a decent player. That's understandable. Struck firmly, straight back to the bowler though. Good finish to an interesting over. Couple of boundaries, couple of runs, but of course a good spell for Singh. Takes 2 for, and that's going to be the close of the over. And well, of course we've got 2 events going on at the moment here in England, and of course going on in Czech Republic as well. And of course Finland back returning to the calendar. Bulgaria as well, back for some ECS action, and Belgium as well. And then back to Krefeld. Krefeld, a beautiful ground by the way, stunning ground. And then, of course, after that, I believe Wimbledon's on the calendar somewhere.
Yeah, so we're just going to continue to read how remarkable that innings was by Dhanwade. 2-day cricket match between his high school, K.C. Gandhi High School, and the Arya Gurukul School. It was an under-16 inter-school tournament. He scored 1,009 runs, batted for 6 hours and 36 minutes.
Hit away. I'm going to pause you there, Nish, as that's hit away. That'll be 1 bounce 4. Hit over cover, 4 runs.
Hit 59 sixes and 129 fours. A 15-year-old managed to break a 116-year-old cricketing record that previously was held by A.E.G. Collins, who had 628.
I've just seen some of that, right? Yeah. Have you seen what? So the school they were playing against, did you see what they got in the first innings?
How much did they get?
31. He then went on to score 1,009. I think maybe, just maybe, there might have been a slight mismatch in those 2 schools, potentially. Oh dear, in that one. Swing and a miss, a rare dot. Kiddercar getting a bowl here. Didn't see him bowling in the last game. He's bowling all right here, though. Good comeback after being hit for 4. Comes down and, oh dear, it's a miss-stumping. Miss-stumping, just possibly lost sight of the ball up with everything going on. Just doesn't see it, doesn't take it. That's a big opportunity gone, so it's another life. This time for Dandawa. They're giving them here. Steps across and dispatches over the offside, straight down the ground, 6 runs, and, well, as I said, who'd be a bowler? Missed opportunity, next ball gets dispatched for 6.
Yeah, just taking a look at that scorecard, one of the oddest scorecards I've ever seen, 31. Declared on 1,465 for 3 when they came out to bat, and then bowled them out for 52 in the second innings. An innings and 1,382 run victory.
Well, that is absurd. And he's 26 off 11 here. So sure, because I remember watching a test match and Sky Sports were bringing it up as well. So I remember, wow, that's 2016. Blimey. Potentially the last ball of the over, not yet. That's why I said potentially. Good to see that that's not changed, by the way. That the old last ball wide. Brilliant. 1,000.
I mean, a couple of his teammates managed to get centuries. You'd have to say those are pretty disappointing knocks considering he got to 1,009.
Well, no, you read that scorecard out. That's the end of the 8th, by the way. It's 127 for 3. Yeah, you read that scorecard out. 173 off of 92. And then you've got, don't know what they are, mate, 1,009 off of 327. Patil, 137 off 92. So that's 3 crazy scores, fair enough. Yeah, then 58 off 31, 36 off 25. Look at the extras, by the way. 52 extras. To be fair, that's actually not that bad in a score of 1,463. That is absurd. I wonder if they know who they're playing against. Genuinely wonder if they know who they're playing against, because that's quite impressive. Anyway,
At what point do you just forfeit as the opposition when that's happening?
I have no idea. I don't even know what I'd do. Like, how do you field? How do you sit in the field and watch it happen and just sort of go, yeah, we'll keep going and get on with it? I don't even know how you'd even try. Anyway, they're going to try and change things up here. Mr. Chowdhury is going to come on for this 9th over. We say it all happens in the 9th. I reckon we could see some stuff. Look at these, by the way. Both batters, 26 off 11. Mistimed. Early call of 2. I don't think they'll get there. It will just be 1. It's good fielding in the end as he charged in. Attacked the ball nicely.
Yeah, so Guggen, while we were talking about that, have actually done pretty decently these last couple of overs. Just 21 runs conceded of the last 13 deliveries.
Well bowled. And well played and well fielded. And good running as well. Good cricket all around. They think of a second on the overthrow, but they won't do so as Randhawa runs past the mark. Good cricket. Nice full delivery. Played it away nicely. Got caught ball watching. Ended up coming through. They take the single. 1,000 runs. That's nuts. Looks to get funky and does so. Gets it fine, and there's fine leg is up, so he warrants the opportunity and makes no mistake. 4 runs, gloriously played.
No, really, really good-looking shot there. I've seen a lot of wonderful scoops and reverse sweeps throughout this series. Paul Murray certainly got it going. Probably got the best feel for that stroke of anyone here in Hornchurch. Now Randhawa gets that away for 4 runs as well.
I love the fact, just because of where we are, it's a park, so you still got everyone walking around, dogs being walked. It's a warm day today, to be fair. It's not cold. What is it, about 23 degrees at the moment? Uppish. Could be a chance, should be a chance. Maybe. It's a very good catch. Very good catch indeed. Kadikar makes no mistake. He had to run in, and the thing that he did well there was he just stopped his momentum at the right time, and that will be the end of Randhawa. He goes for a well-made 31.
Yeah, that's the end of Randhawa's innings. Certainly batted very nicely there. Put his side in a good position here, and it's well held on to as well. Pinnacle Pro have done pretty well in the catching department, you have to say, this innings. It's not an easy chance, had plenty of height on it. And Kadikar holds on to it. Arman Randhawa making his way back after 31 of 14 balls.
Now, I've got to say, well done to Fantasy Cricket, by the way, for knowing that and dropping it, because I don't think I would have looked it up, that's for sure. Yeah, he says, went viral and then got a scholarship in the UK. That's probably why he's here. Well, that Grizzly is launched, and well, there's a gentleman walking his dog, but he's out of the way. That's gone a long way. That's 6 runs. Patel comes in. How many batters have we seen so far today come in and hit the first ball for 6?
It's just a common occurrence here, really. Players have taken no time whatsoever to settle into their innings. You know, they usually say in T20 cricket you need 3 balls to settle into innings. T10 make that 1 or 2.
If that.
That's not even the case here.
Yeah, absolutely. Who'd be a bowler? Really would not like to be a bowler in this instance whatsoever. Needs a response though. They need something. 139 for 4 with 7 deliveries to go. That's well bowled. Very well bowled. And it's a welcome dot ball, which will mean that Danawade will keep the strike. It's 139 for 4, 6 balls left to go.
12 runs off that penultimate over. Not bad at all from Pinnacle Pro's perspective. Only 32 runs of these last 3 overs. He'll certainly take that as we have a look at the bowling figures here. Well bowled by Prabh Singh. Ends up with figures of 2 for 19. He certainly did a good job. Musa Chaudhry as well came back well in that second over. And we often say this, if you go for less than 30 in 2 overs here in Hornchurch, you've done a splendid job with the ball in hand.
Yeah, no, that's probably fair enough. You can't really go against that. Last overtime then, cut a cut. Hit firmly down the ground. That is very well fielded. Came round like a bullet. Did the likes of Prabh Singh and, well, kept it to just one after what I think many thought that was only just going to go all the way. Just a single. Good start.
Ground fielding really has been exceptional by the CFS side. Let's just take a look at that. Puts the slide in there and takes that well, and probably just goes a bit too straight with his line there and has over-pitched that ball as well. The catch is going to be taken, but well beyond the boundary rope by Ayush Baluja.
Yeah, that's a good catch, just in the wrong area of the ground. 6 runs, nicely played. Just 2 full and 2 straight. Very simple. Needs to go wider. Come back to live action. What's the response? Does go wider, but this time too wide. And this is the joys of being a bowler in T10 here on the ECS. Uppish, high in the air, hasn't got the legs to go the distance. Can somebody get underneath it? The skipper, oh dear. Make that 3 from 3. Could get another run out, it's not. And the keeper does well to back up. The skipper not setting the standards with the fielding today.
He's probably been one of the few players who's had a difficult time this innings in the field. Puts another chance down. Oh, they would have needed that. Not just the run itself, would have been a dot ball, and also meant that the dangerous Dhanawade wouldn't have been on strike. As that goes away for a 6. Yeah, that had a brief pause because I was just wondering. So we call someone that gets 100 a centurion. What would we call him? Millenarian?
I have no idea. They might want to check side on here because a bit of a high full toss. Let's have a look. Oh, potentially could be called here. Very, very potentially could be called a no ball. It is. He's going to get pinned for it. They tried to go quicker and missed out on it. Oh, now you're asking a comeback and desperately need it. Free hit to come. Free hit. 155 on the board. It's a good delivery. Probably just missed out on that, Dhanawade, unfortunately. Big 2 deliveries, these. 155.
So I decided to ask ChatGPT, what do you call someone who makes 1,000 runs in an innings? Its response is, while centurion is a well-established term for someone who scores 100 runs in an innings, there isn't really a widely used single-word equivalent for a player who scores 1,000 runs. What about a word like Milurian, as this has been hammered away? It's going to hit the side screen and go for a 6.
Yep, that's going to be the 6 that ends the innings, so it'll be 162 for 4 is what they'll finish on. Again, it's a pretty similar total to what we saw this morning so far, and it's a nice bit of hitting towards the back end, but there you go. That man on the right, yes, you are hearing it correctly. He has hit 1,009 runs not out in an innings before. Yes, that's not here. It was a few years ago, but still clearly a very classy batter. Let's have a look at the highlights then. A bit of an up and down innings for both sides, really.
Yeah, it was a hit back and forth throughout this match, and in the end, Guggen ended up with 162 runs, which should be a fairly competitive total, and they could be in for an exciting chase in the second innings. They were generally pretty good in the field, but there were the odd mishap here and there. We mentioned that their skipper had a pretty difficult time in the field, Subhan Javed, and that feel for young Caleb Baldwin as well. Luck really hasn't been on his side throughout the day. Went for 6-6 in the previous match. Could have had a wicket in this game, and instead some chances were put down. You just need a little bit of luck when you're going through a tough patch of form. We're just watching some of the key moments from this innings. A nice catch out in the deep over there by Adia Kedekar. He would take a couple of catches, one to dismiss Adisha and one for Randava as well, the Austrian, I should say, international. Singh would make 26 of 10. You just saw Shoaib Khan taking the catch to get rid of him out a deep mid-wicket. Saw some good batting by this Guggen middle order, Dhanawade. And of course made 1,000 runs in the past. He made 35 of 16, and then Patel came in at the end, gave them that little boost right at the end, 19 of 5 for him.
Yeah, and as we said, Nish, just feels as if it's a bit of an up and down, back and forth sort of boxing match between these two. Arguably both getting blows in here and there, but yeah, you think that maybe that might be a bit too many on the board. Only time will tell, though, as it will be an interesting looking chase for the likes of Pinnacle Pro as they look to try and equal Gagan's record in this tournament. You can have a look at the scorecards there. Malhotra at the start. Batters getting in, no one really going on to convert big scores. Just 6 extras, not too bad this time around. But Randhawa going nicely, the skipper. Disha, the only one not really to contribute, 11 off 5 for him. Robin Singh, 26 off 10. And yeah, 2 wickets for Prabh Singh. A run out, of course, to get rid of Malhotra. Musa Chowdhury, the other bowler, to take a wicket for themselves. Economies up and around that sort of anywhere between 10 and 15. A couple of 20s, but not too bad. But yeah, as we said, Caleb Baldwin having a bit of a tricky day of it, has to be said. Kedekar bowled well, I thought, but yeah, 2 for Prabh Singh, probably the pick of the bowlers. 163 will be the target for the likes of Gagan or for the likes of Pinnacle Pro, as they'll be looking to try and chase this down. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time to see the response. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Nish Bhatt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back for the second innings. Looking forward to this. CFS Pinnacle Pro have a target of 163. And we're going to see how they fare in this second innings. 162 is probably about par for what we have seen so far in this ECS, and maybe even a little below par for Group B. We've just been treated to some exquisite batting throughout the course of this series and become so accustomed to seeing these ridiculous scores in the 180s, the 190s. You know, we just had a match earlier where we saw a total in the 150s chased down with relative ease inside the 7th over. And so Guggen, big day for them, of course, and a big one for CFS Pinnacle Pro as well. Both these sides will obviously want to try to just get up that group and try to maybe finish in 3rd place. Here we go. First ball of the second innings. Struck down the ground, and that's going to be a single. Kedekar and Tom opening the batting, two very talented batters. You got Tom, who's a very traditional cricketer, loves to play straight batted strokes. He plays things right out of the textbook. And Kedekar a bit more willing to play some of those more expansive T10 shots. It's a good ball here, it really is, and we haven't seen too many batters just get beat off some quality bowling throughout this series. It's very rare that we've seen a batter play a defensive stroke and then watch the ball just flash past the edge of their bat. Chance for a run out with a direct hit, but Tom's going to be able to make it in safely here. Let's take a look at this. Steps towards the leg side and looks to drive it through cover. Hit it straight at the fielder. Hit it firmly as well, which meant that they just had to get on their bike for that single. Good bowling here by Adisha. He's been a wonderful addition to this Guggen lineup, and they're missing two of their key players in Dilshan and of course Vijay Surya, the very talented left-hander who's had 3 90-plus scores in this series, and as we know, 4 first-class centuries over in Sri Lanka as well. So I think missing him has been a big loss for them today. And if Adish is available for the quarterfinals and Dilshan and Vijay Surya come back, this Guggen side could maybe be a little bit of a dark horse. I know results haven't quite gone their way, but they've got the batting prowess to match any side in this series. It's just their fielding and at times their bowling that has let them down. And we saw an improved bowling performance from them in the previous match against the East Londoners. Tom gets away with one again. He's just had a couple of nervy misses here, and I think he can sense that. He's not too happy with that shot. Just slams his bat onto his pads. And the ball just angling back into Tom and ends up playing a little bit of a nothing shot, really. He was probably looking to strike that away towards square leg or mid-wicket. Great first over here for Adisha, only 4 runs coming off, and also a good time to welcome Charlie Hunt back into the commentary box. So 163, it's a pretty formidable target, but based on what we've seen this ECS, it's certainly not unchaseable. Let's just get a reminder how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball.
Just thought I'd let you know, news has travelled about Mr. 1009, and everyone's kind of got a bit giddy, and everyone's very much surprised. Everyone's gone, oh yeah, no, I remember that. And then you sort of go, yeah, he's currently keeping. Everyone goes, no way, that's him. That's a good bit of work from whoever commented that. Well, not so good from the man himself, who's just had to try and deal with a tricky delivery, as Rafiki has got that one wrong to start with.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to want to have a word with him. I might go as well after this match and just ask him a few questions about that innings.
I walked past briefly. I said 1,009. He went, yeah. I said, so 100, did you put your bat up? He went, yeah. I said 500. He went, no. I said, what did you? He went, I finished the day on 600. I didn't raise my bat. I said 1,000. He went, yeah, I raised my bat for 1,000. I was like, good. Good Lord. Upish, and not out in the middle of the bat. Chance taken. Buckets for hands and celebrations, and rightfully so. The man he made 60 off of about 18 deliveries in the previous fixture has gone for just 2. And it's a poor start for Pinnacle Pro. They lose their first.
It really is a bit of a disaster for them. Kedekar, complete miscue, pops up in the air. Really well held on to by Adisha. Important catch to take over there. And CFS Pinnacle Pro, they needed a big opening stand over here. They're so reliant on this opening pair to score a lot of their runs. They lose Kedekar early, and all of a sudden you just start to wonder where things could go pear-shaped from here for CFS.
I know people were asking for it. Hayda is in at number 3 then. Can he get something going here? They need some big hits pretty quick. Hit nicely through cover. And that is a nice hit, and that will be 4. Gloriously played, and that's not a bad shot to hit for your first ball, your face. Nice shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a good point there about bringing Hayder up at number 3, and I also hope they don't hold Chavda back too much either. We've seen he can certainly hit a long ball, and they're going to need to go at a good rate here.
Did you say that someone was playing that had first-class hundreds?
Yeah, there's actually quite a few players who've played throughout this series with first-class hundreds.
As you do. I know George Hankins won. Well bowled. Nice and full. Can't get it away. Dot ball. Couple of Sri Lankans?
Yeah, there's been a few players from Sri Lanka who've got some first-class tons over in Sri Lanka. I think we had a Bangladeshi first-class cricketer involved yesterday as well. But
I think that I've noticed that since moving back. I'm playing at a decent level now. Now being back living in the UK, you notice and you work out. I'll say it after this. Is down the leg side, wide ball. There is, and I'm not talking about here, but I'm talking about in general in the UK. At the Prem/Division 1, there's a lot of money floating about with clubs. Like a lot of clubs have got a lot of money. Like overseas pros. Bo Webster's playing in the World Test Championship final. He's playing up the road last year at Upminster. The money is crazy. Crazy. I mean, that just shows, like, the pool of players is ridiculous. That's going to be another wide. He's just struggling here, Rafike. I mean, I got told that someone in the Kent Prem was, and I didn't get a name as to who it was, what club, £1,500 a game. In the Kent Prem. It's amateur cricket. It's ridiculous. I played Div 1 for free. Where's my money?
I heard some figures about some of the players around here as well, and yeah, they're certainly not going hungry for dinner.
Nicely played. Can he get down? Yes. Good hand in the end by Malhotra. A bit of confusion. The old yes, no, maybe. Just be 1. But yeah, the money in club cricket in the UK is crazy. But it's testament to, the system that's in place, and, overseas players come in, and I mean, I'm, not to make it about me, but I played a Div 1 game 2 weeks ago. Oh, there's a snick on this. They're appealing, but, well, the main man himself, Mr. 1009, hasn't taken it. Don't know why they're behind the stumps. Puts it down. Probably a little snick. Was playing in Div 1. Came up against, what's his name? Can't remember his name now. Give me a second. It will come to me. 12 for 1, by the way, at the end of 2.
Take a look at the standings here while you get that back. As here's a quick look at what the importance of this game. Both these sides battling for that 3rd spot.
So Div 1 playing against Atif Sheikh, who was former Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire opening bowler. Took a hat-trick in first-class cricket, and I'm playing against him, and he's getting paid like 800 quid or something like that. And then there's a guy called Gary Austin who chucks it, by the way, and I want that on record. He chucks it, but he's from the Caribbean, and he gets paid a silly amount in Div 1 as well. The money's mental. It's crazy. Shot. Really nicely played. Good pickup. And that's why Hyder's in at 3, because he has got the ability. Just a prime example of it there.
Yeah, good point here by Fantasy Cricket. Keep those facts coming in. There's a lot of first-class players in this Guggen side, in particular from Sri Lanka. And Adisha, who's the new addition to their team, has played quite a bit of first-class cricket over in Sri Lanka.
Well, short arm jab, not out of the screws, will be fielded just for 1. Not a bad comeback. Similar sort of delivery, just couldn't catch up with it.
Yeah, 55 first-class wickets for
Adisha.
Yeah. And career best figures of 6 for 32.
I was going to say, I walked back because I popped over to the pavilion. You started off on your own. I watched him from side on. He did look a bit sharp, to be fair. Hit away, up in the air, and 6 runs. Good pickup from Tom. He looks down at his bat. He's not a happy chap, but the result, well, it's what he would have liked.
Yeah, very nicely played there by Tom. We'll just take a look at this. I just love the way Tom plays. He's such a textbook cricketer, isn't he? Nice inside on. He's got that beautiful bat lift as well. And every shot he plays, it's right out of the coaching manual. He looks a lot like a player on Cricket 07. You know, the way he plays a lot of his strokes. Just absolute textbook.
Glad you supported that with another compliment. That's wide. Jules got a good point. It says, true, a lot of money are in and around some clubs, but then there's also still, you know, there are a lot of clubs that are struggling to make ends meet, and it's very true. I think, you know, it's tricky to regulate it because at the end of the day it's amateur. It's tricky. But, yeah, there's a lot of clubs that are struggling to make ends meet, and then you've got other clubs in and around the country, you know, all over. This isn't just in one area. Struck firmly down the ground, straight to the fielder, though, will just be a single bit of a misfield, but he recovers nicely. But, you know, it's not as if it's isolated in just one area. There's, you know, the amount of money floating from the Surrey leagues to the Kent leagues, all the way up to the Lancashire leagues. There's a lot of money in the English club game. Bit of a tangent, but we move. Wide ball. Jacob says that explains Charlie's new Lambo. No. I've got a new car since moving back to the UK, but it's definitely not a Lambo. It is a 16-plate Mini. It does the job. Hey, it did the job this morning. M1, M25. Wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy, by the way. Snick, gone. Very good take as Hyder looks to go at this with hard hands, and it's an outside edge from Singh. He just gets the ball to potentially nip away slightly. But make no mistake, Mr. 109 behind the stumps. Yes, that is correct. The likes of Danawade makes no mistake, and he takes the catch. It's a good catch. It's 28 for 2.
Yeah, sharp take going to his right. A good bit of bowling there as well by Manpreet Singh, who's been in the wickets today. He took a couple of huge wickets earlier today in that match against the East Londoners. Bags an important one here. Hyder has to depart, having scored 12 of 6. Big blow here for CFS Pinnacle, who are off to a pretty poor start this chase. You know, we've been accustomed to sides scoring 50, 60-plus runs, even 70-plus runs throughout the series in the power play, but Pinnacle Pro certainly having their issues.
That's a leave. He was expecting a wide, but nowhere near. End of the over. 16 off it with a wicket in there as well. It's 28 for 2 after 3 at the end of the power play.
Going back to some of the talk of first-class cricketers, I'm just looking at a decent career average in first-class cricket. 37 in Sri Lanka. It's not bad at all. That's pretty decent. Not exactly the easiest country to be a seamer in as we take a look at the power play here. Yeah, they've got half the runs that Guggen had at this stage.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly bode well for the rest of the innings, does it? But I mean, this is the thing, though. You think about the amount of years that ECN's been going on for now. The caliber of players that are now getting involved and sitting there saying, "I want to be involved, I want to play." The caliber's getting high. The standard's getting higher. Chipped leg side. Will it split the gap? No, it's well fielded in the end. They'll come back for 2, though. It's good running.
That's a really interesting point you make, because having played a little bit around here, and certainly you find with some of the people when you mention ECN to them, they kind of have this image of, oh, it's sort of a blooper highlights reel kind of league. And now that we're having more series in England and we're seeing high quality players play, it'll certainly grow ECN's image in this country as well.
Hit up in the air. Nobody out there, though. This will be 1-2 bounces and won't be kept in. It's a good attempt, though, by Malhotra out there, but that's going to be 4 more. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, you got to look last year, the likes of Matt and Jack Boyle playing in the Wimbledon series, 2 high caliber Kiwis that, one's pipped to be the next big thing in white ball cricket for New Zealand. And, you can sit there and say that we, watched him hit 6s on 50-metre boundaries for fun. It's part and parcel of it. Favours the leg side. That's going to be 4. That is racing away. Well, see you later, mate. On your bike. It's very handy. I believe that's one of the Havering players who's there. That does a bit of ball fetching. I have to say that was running away. 4 more. But yeah, there's a lot of hot. You go back to Yassine for Spain. He's previously played Pakistan first-class cricket. Gavin Griffiths and Hankins and are 2 very good examples. Leicestershire and Gloucestershire respectfully. Oh, missed time, straight to the fielder. Oh dear, the non-striker's set off and it's a misfield. Well, we're talking about the high quality standard of cricket in England. Sometimes though, you still get your bloopers. You can see here, mistimed. It's the easiest run out of your life, but he goes into the pitch and the bowler just can't keep it clean.
Yeah, it's a little mistake over there, and getting rid of Baluja would have been big for this Guggins side.
Hit away, leg side will just be a few here. In fact, it's going to be more than a few. It'll be 4. Not exactly timed the best way possible, but still reaps the rewards. 4 more.
Yeah, there's one of the Havering players. We'll be seeing them in action in our last 2 matches of the day. Well played there by Toma. Didn't quite middle it. I know he's been a bit frustrated with himself that he's not quite been able to time the ball as nicely as he'd like so far this innings. But
how old is Tom? You've
got
your laptop's better than mine, so I'll let you do it. Down the ground, nicely hit, and well fielded though. Good cricket in the end, as this time Randawa comes around and does the fielding. It'll just be 1, and that will be the close of the 4th. It's 43 for 2. Got an answer for?
Yeah,
oh wow, he is young.
Age, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, one of many teenagers we've seen in action
2008.
throughout this series.
Whew. That's scary. That's really scary.
We've seen 2010s even this series
What?
as well. So, yeah, we've had a 15-year. We had Lakshya Shah, who made his debut on his 15th birthday. So right when his eligibility hit.
I was going to say it's 15. You got to be to be able to play. How old's Billy Whitlock?
Billy Whitlock must be 15 as well, probably. I think.
I mean, he played
15
last
and
year.
a half or something.
He played last year, and I'm pretty sure the rules were different then. 5th over on the pad. Good start from Singh. Dot ball.
Yeah, Paul Murray's son is 14, and that was the only reason he wasn't playing for Hornchurch. And his dad's told us that if we come back next year,
he'll be playing.
We'll certainly see his son play as well.
He'll be playing.
Could have 2 father and son combinations out there for Hornchurch potentially next year.
Well bowled. Well bowled. Nicely dug out though. Testing the field. They're not going to get there. So a boundary from a ball that didn't look like it was going to be hit away at all. That's a really good cricket in the end from Tom, who's playing a really decent little hand here. It might not be the quickest that we've seen so far this tournament, but I tell you what, it's a handy hand nonetheless.
He's keeping his side in the game with this innings. I think he's just got to play the role of the anchor here and look for someone at the other end to really try to accelerate.
Thing is, though, I don't know if realistically you can have an anchor when you're trying to chase 163. You need to have 2 or 3 that go, don't you? It's one of those. Hit firmly. That's going to be 1. Well fielded. Might be 2, in fact. They take it on at the far end, at the keeper's end. They're going to get 2. And well, there you go. And by the way, you know the old saying that just like London buses, you don't get any and then all of a sudden a couple come your way? Look at the far end of the ground.
It's not the first time I've seen that this series. It's been a pretty common occurrence that they've just been one behind the other. But yeah, that's the second time we've seen 2 runs run this innings. We've hardly seen any doubles this series. It's just been all about boundary hitting and the singles that get stopped right at the rope.
Steps across and plays this firmly and into the gap. 4 runs. Good shot again from Tom. He's very much favouring that leg side. He steps across, goes deep in his crease and gets enough of it.
He's found his timing, hasn't he, Cam Tom, after a slightly slow start. Stop there to 200 now with his strike rate. Take a look at this.
Steps outside the loft stump, doesn't he? Gives himself room and helps it on its way. 50 up with that boundary as well. 53 for 2. Still very much below the rate. 9% plays 91. Yeah, well bowled. Hit firmly, but straight to the fielder this time. Makes no mistake.
Yeah, just took a step back there before that delivery came out in there. Cam Tom drills it right down the ground.
Sun's out now, by the way. Getting warm. Where are we? 22. There we go. Short weather. Hit firmly, 6 runs. That's a good over. Very much what the doctor ordered for the likes of the Pinnacle pros. They end up getting 17 off the over. And at the halfway stage, looking like they're in with a slight chance, but they need a couple of big overs if they're going to get anywhere near the total.
Yeah, good old-fashioned T10 slog there on Beluja. Cleared the front leg, opened up the hips, and down came the bat in full force and hammered that one over cow quarter. Here's a look at the fixtures today over in the Central Europe Cup. So Gibraltar took match number 1 against Czechia. That's 5 losses now for the men and the women. Czechia can't buy a win right now. And Austria currently taking on Gibraltar.
I don't know if you're going to get any invites back to the old Czech Republic. You've mentioned that twice in 2 hours now.
I mean, I want them to do better. That's why I'm saying that. I'd love to see their home side do better. I mean, there's so many people from European cricket over in Czech, and I'd love to see them get a win. It'd be such a shame if they can't get a victory in their home series.
Wide. And that's a loose delivery to start the 6th.
And just going to that second match, which is currently going on, Austria were 6 for 4 at one stage.
Huh?
6 for 4, and
Wow.
then they put together a 110-run 5th wicket partnership. And they end the first innings with 147, so
That's some comeback.
incredible
That is
comeback.
some comeback. But I tell you what, looking at that, that's, oh dear, unlucky. Off the stumps. It was hit too well, but they'll do well to come back for 2. It's good running. Beluja did well, and so did Tom to cover the ground. Nicely done. I tell you what, if I'm Gibraltar, I'm fuming. I'm not at 6 for 4 and 147 for 5.
Yep.
So, half centuries or not?
Our very own Stria, she managed to get 47 to 51. And,
well done.
Joanne Stiglitz with 49 just misses out on the half
Skipper?
century. Yep.
Yeah, I thought so.
And then Malika Mahaidawa with 10 of 12.
All happening. All happening around the old continent. 63 for 2. Here in Hornchurch, though. Shot. Beautiful, beautiful cricket shot. And that is one of the best you'll see today. Only just gets over the boundary, but the result is still 6. Holds the pose, and rightfully so.
Probably deserves a few extra runs just for style points there. That was gorgeous. Take a look at this again. Nice high elbow. Played that beautifully. Down on one knee. Gets it away for a 6.
69 for 2. After 5.2. Tom's on 43. Oh, and that one. Well, I'm intrigued to see what he gives here. Is he going to give this as runs, or is he giving this as... If he gives this as runs, then fair enough. Yep. He's not giving anything. I was going to say, if there's no bat on this, then he's plump. Let's have a look here. Oh, he must have got a bit of a tickle on it.
It wasn't too animated an appeal from anyone else either. Yeah, going back and across there, Tom.
Well, and again, back and across their Beluja. And they'll just get 1. It's good pick up, good throw, good cricket. Good cricket indeed. So you played a bit of Sunday stuff. How are you getting on, Rich? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, enjoying it. I mean, I used to play a little bit in Cardiff as well as some of
Yep.
the midweek T20 leagues. Only played in the one midweek T20 game, just a little bit tough with work and a few other responsibilities. But yeah, it's certainly good to play a Sunday game, you know.
Any runs?
Nice 40 over match.
What'd you like
I'm
to do?
a bowler.
Ah,
so
okay. Oh dear. Oh, calamity of errors almost ends up being a win for Gagan, but the wide, they sneak through for a cheeky extra as well. Any wickets?
Yeah, opened the bowling for my side. So.
Oh.
Of course, it's Sunday cricket. You know, don't exactly want to compare it to some of the cricket we have over here.
Hey, you never know. Oh, well bowled. It'll just be a single. They won't take any. Oh dear, might be potentially as a bit of a misfield through the legs, but he gets away with it. Well backed up.
Yeah, they keep hanging around well here, CFS. The required shot up quite a bit, but they've given themselves a chance. And would one wonder what would happen here if one of these batters were to get dismissed and to bring someone like Chavda in?
Well,
We know he's a big hitter, and well, it's a real shame that I've managed to hex Tom there. He was batting superbly, little inside edge, ricochets off his pads onto the stumps. Will we see Chavda now?
Yeah, it's a good innings. Comes to an end. A little bit frustrating that he goes just 6 short of his half century, but you can see what he's trying to do. But it was full and straight. A simple game of cricket. You miss, I hit. Thanks for coming. That's the end of Tom. He goes for 44. Good innings though from the youngster. striking at 200. Probably not the rate that you would have needed, but no one else has really offered much help either. So good innings from the youngster. Does well.
Yeah, I have to say the 3 standout teenage batters I've seen this series would be Cam Tom Bardwaj as well over in the first week, and then Anad Kian Poskett from Hornchurch, who is someone who certainly has a very, very exciting future ahead and probably dominate county cricket for years to come. And he's another player who's only, I believe, 15 or 16, and he's been one of the best run getters we've had.
Nice shot, nice pickup. It was a bit of a gundy ball, and I think that's gone all the way. It has, as Beluga starts the 7th over off with a maximum.
Yeah, nicely struck there. Interesting, they still don't send Chavda. They've sent Prab Singh in at number 8. Yeah, but they'll be hoping that Prab Singh can maybe just find the boundary rope, because they're going to need magical overs from here on out.
Maybe trying to do the old left-hand, right-hand combination, potentially. Trying to change things up. Bit of the old, same old, same old. There's a lot of shouting going on out on the outfield. Good to see a few punters in as well. Good to see a few in. Up high in the air, should be a catch, being opportunity, no, just gets away. And they'll come back for 2, good running, very good running indeed. Poor fielding, has to be said.
Yeah, just taking advantage of a little mistake there by Guggen. Cleared the front leg, was looking to go for the big heave out towards mid-wicket, and yeah, if you get that wrong, usually catches the outside edge of your bat and loops up in the air.
Full toss. They might just want to check this just to have a look at side on, just to see. I think he might have just snuck under, but that's my first instinct. As the ball has a bit of a balloon bounce. Have a look. Oh, it's tight. It's tight. I've seen him given. Let's have a look at the umpire. He's making his mark. No ball called. There we go. Just wasn't dipping enough. Yeah, good few punters in. Sun's out, why wouldn't you be here? Free hit then, Singh, well there you go. Not much, doesn't get better than that for a batter coming in, and your first ball you face is a free hit. You've got the licence. Can you get something on it?
Interesting that the graphic for a single point has come up here for Pinnacle Pro as well. 30 of 22 to avoid the bonus point defeat.
Oh, it's well bowled. It's a superb free hit delivery, full in the Yorker box. Going to be tight here. He's going to be gone for all money. So the only way you can get out off a free hit is by being run out, and that's exactly what happens to Singh. So he does go for a first ball up. He gets the run for the first completed run, but doesn't make the second. And that will be him. Gone. Goes for 1. Another wicket tumbles.
Yeah, they had to go for it. They really had to take the risk, and yeah, Prab Singh is well short of his ground. That's a very easy decision there for the square leg umpire. Another one bites the dust here for CFS, whose chase is just starting to unravel now. They're struggling to even get close to this target, and at some point they're going to have to get a little bit worried about whether they can even reach the target for a single point. You'd expect them to get there, but lose a few more wickets, maybe that could get a little bit challenging as well.
Yeah, good bowling from Harry Singh, though. He put it right on the money, didn't he? That Yorker spot. Got it right. Tricky to get away. They had to push for 2. Chavda then, coming in at 6. Inside edge. Again, they take on the run. It's nervy running for the CFS side, but they'll get 1.
I'll take a look at the replay again here. Fuller delivery. Catches the inside edge of the bat. Goes towards square leg. Just the 1 run.
Slot and hit away. And 1 bounce 4 splits the gap. Nicely hit away from Beluga. This is the thing. A lot of them are still... There you go. Thank you, sir. It's 4 runs. A lot of them still seeing the ball and hitting the ball nicely, though, but it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, there's Diana Oros with her burrito. Probably got a nice snap of that as you see this lovely flowing stroke. Clears the front leg. Doesn't quite middle it the way he would have liked. The bat just slightly turning in his hands, but he found the gap there. Placement was key. 4 runs to his name.
Comes down the track and he's going to be okay. It's a dot to finish. 90 for 4, 3 overs to go. Hey, what did Tina say she was going to get up to today on a day off?
I think she's going to be spending some time with her brother today.
Ah, very nice.
I believe he lives around the area. Yesterday, had a chance to meet one of her friends who works for the government here. He came in and had a chance to check out some of our setup as well and was very impressed. So, yeah, hope she's enjoying her day off. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game.
Just a few changes.
Yeah, a lot. Havering 11 have pretty much come in with a different 11 every day because, you know, they kind of pieced together different players from all sorts of clubs all around the area, including Upminster. Joe Moss is back today after missing yesterday's play. And looking forward to seeing Alfie Jeeves as well.
Oh, into the pads as Adisha comes back in. Yeah, Gagan, interestingly choosing to bat first in that next game. That's going to be an interesting turn of events. We will see. Beluja to face up then after Adisha went for just 4 off his first over, by the way. Bowled well. And, well, they'll get a cheeky little single, but Adisha smiles. They'll get 1.
So we're at the point now where we're showing the graphic for a single point here for CFS. Victory is probably going to elude them. Another 72, needed 17 for that.
That's bowled well, but also nicely played from Chavda. Will just be the single. Oh, again, another misfield. Will just be the single.
You mentioned earlier in the broadcast that Sahan Adisha, first-class cricketer in Sri Lanka. He's got 55 first-class wickets at an average of 37, a career best of 6 for 32.
Not bad. All right, just snuck up on him a little bit, just pushed him for pace. They think of the second, not going to get there. Well fielded, good pressure.
I like this comment here by Paul Kempen asking, what's the CFS? Charlie's Furniture Store?
Can be. Can be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, you did mention Pinnacle Pro. It's golf balls, basically what you mentioned, yeah.
Yep. I wouldn't use them, but some people would. I'm trying to think of a way of describing what they're like. The Pinnacle Pros are the Slazenger of cricket. The Slazenger of golf, sorry.
I have a Slazenger helmet, actually.
Tells you all you need to know.
That's about the only thing I have from Slazenger, though. The rest isn't.
Saying that, I had someone turn up to a Div 1 game in full Slazenger white, so that tells you all you need to know. Slazenger's a great brand. Loads of brands. All great brands. Anisha returns again and will just be pushed down the ground. Should be 1. No, they'll come back for the second. It's another misfield. Just seems to be struggling a little bit. The fielder's out in the deep. Can't seem to pick the white thing out of the grass.
The Slazenger whites I'd say they're pretty solid. I mean, I've got some as well. They're pretty decent price, and you know, they've actually lasted me a long time. They've lasted since uni.
Head away through the offside. Picks out the fielder. Should be 1. No, it'll be another 2 because it's another misfield. And, well, Gagan are going to sort of stroll to victory here, but there certainly are areas that they need to improve upon.
Absolutely. You just wonder what their side will look like when Vijay Surya and Dilshan return tomorrow. They've been able to find a couple of decent additions, in particular Sahan Adisha, who's come in for them and made a huge impact for this side. So, yeah, just wonder whether this Gagan side will be able to click once the quarterfinals start. They're a bit of a frustrating side because you see the talent there. They've got so many first-class players. They've got that batting prowess, and it's just the fact that, you know, had a few issues with their bowling and fielding, but that seems to have improved these last couple of matches. So maybe things are on the up here for Gagan. Good catch out at long on. Really well taken. 5th one bites the dust here. Singh gets a wicket off his very first ball, and Beluja will haul one out into the deep. And we'll take a look at this catch one more time. That's Anman Randawa, the Austrian international, who holds on to that catch.
Yeah, good catch running to his left. Struggle with the ground fielding, but the catching's been pretty impressive. 98 for 5 now, as things now change and the batter comes off, and there's just something brewing here. I think we're in for an interesting afternoon of cricket for the next 2 fixtures.
So it's the captain, Javed, coming in at number 7.
And hit away. That's going to be 6 runs. That's a nice start. And yet again, it's another batter who likes to get off the mark with a 6.
Oh, we had a chance there for D to almost get a crowd catch. Just ended up getting out of the way of the delivery. That, of course, talking about our photographer, Diana Oros. I don't know if we managed to catch it here. It doesn't seem like we're quite able to track the ball, but yeah, it just went to the right of her, and she had to do some late evasive action to get out of the way of it.
Got to do anything for the content. That's the rule. First rule is protect the equipment. Any issues with the equipment this week?
We got to thank these hard cases we have right in front of us.
Well, I
They're
remember
there
last
for a
time I was
reason.
with you, you did a monitor.
I did a monitor. Oh yeah, I
Yes.
remember you were falsely accusing me of that.
No false accusing there. Wide ball.
Oh, that Croatia tour was a tough tour for the equipment, wasn't it? Like with all the rain as well that was coming into
the rain
tent.
didn't help. Yeah, it wasn't fun.
Yeah, who would have thought Croatia in September would be
It was
rainier
so
than,
wet, wasn't it?
than England?
It was terrible.
at the beginning of June.
The old weather predictors. Off the toe, and, well, nowhere out of the screws, so thankfully we'll just drop short, will be 1. Yeah, that was very, very wet. That was horrible. Lovely hotel, though, wasn't it, in Croatia? Lovely hotel. I'm trying to think the best hotel I've stayed at.
Oh, I think I know the answer to that.
Oh, I know I know the answer. I'll tell you after this. Uppish. Out of the middle, though, and the cries of nice shot. There's that one. Is in and out, over the top, 6 runs. Romania. Nicest hotel.
Better than Bulgaria?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Bulgaria's second. Romania's top.
Romania's up there. I think I mean, not to mention the name of the hotel, but we've probably stayed at the same hotel.
Begins with M.
Yeah, that's the one.
You're putting Bulgaria above that.
Bulgaria the room was massive in Bulgaria. We practically had a 2-bedroom apartment to ourselves.
Side edge. This is up in the air. Oh, put down. Oh dear, my Lottler puts this one down. And it's just shines that Gagan maybe just starting to switch off, coming to the back end. They're going to get 3 points out of the game.
It wasn't actually that big, just to make that
I mean, to
clear
be fair,
for our viewers, but it was very big.
It's a bedroom and a kitchen and a living room.
Yeah.
In every single one. Oh, swing and a miss. He's tried to hit that to sort of Chelmsford way, but missed out on it. That's the close of the over. It's 113 for 5 with an over to go. Pinnacle Pro just need the 1 run for a point.
Yeah, so you'd expect them to be able to pick up the point here, but this is by far Guggen's best bowling performance so far this series. Well done to them. It's been very impressive, and maybe this Guggen side is starting to peak at the right time, much as Hornchurch did, where they just got better and better with each game. Here's a look at the bowling card. Probably going to be bowling change here for this last over, and it looks like they're going to give the ball to Sahilpreet Singh. It's interesting, though, when we talk about this Guggen side. I mentioned that they have a lot of first-class experiences. This one just worked around the corner by Chavda for 4, and it does seem like they're getting better as this series progresses. Maybe it's just taken them a little bit of time to make that transition from more traditional formats in the game to T10.
Maybe, potentially. That's the point, by the way, for Pinnacle Pro. They pick up a point with that boundary into the onside. It was a nice shot, as Singh could only muster up a pretty full delivery. Up and away, 6 runs. That's right out of the screws. That is a beautiful looking shot from Chavda. You were asking for him to come in earlier, maybe trying to prove your point.
Yeah, a bit surprised how low down the order he's been batting, and well, the good thing for Pinnacle is that they have advanced to the quarterfinals, so they've still got some time to make some adjustments and correct things. I'd be very disappointed if he isn't batting at least 4 or 5.
I think it's testament to the batting lineup, though. They back their openers. Okay, it hasn't come off for the last couple of games, but they back their openers. One of them, they just need both of them to click at the same time. I think that's what it is. The reverse Malachi, and he's about 5 seconds too early on it because it's a slower leg spinner from Singh. Dot ball. So 3 points for Gagan. Good outing for them. Coming up against an interesting Havering side in the next fixture. Outside edge, and that's going to run away and chase his on, but he's not going to get there. That's going to be 4 more. 4 valuable runs.
Yeah, I definitely don't think you change the opening pair. Kedekar and Tom are their two best batters without a doubt. It's then just a question of how you place Header, Beluja, and Chavda. I think who goes at 3, who goes at 4, who goes at 5. But I think that their two openers are pretty set. And then between 3 to 5, there might be a little bit of debate. I'd probably have Chavda in at number 4, and then don't know about who from Header or Beluja would go at 3, as this is struck towards long off. It's going to be a single. And, oh, a misfield. It's going to go away for 4 runs.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, I think that is probably the best example of switching off I've ever seen. Should have just been 1, runs past it, and ends up being 4. That is ugly. That's not what you like to see.
Oh, dear. It's just like someone's disconnected the controller right here. Isn't quite able to reach down.
Well, up in the air. It's a full toss. And they're going to come in here. I think they maybe just want to check the side on view. No ball has already been called. There we go. So they get 1, as it was caught out in the deep, but this will just be a single. Yeah, too high. It's a bit loose from the part-time leggy. So a free hit to finish off. Bit of a funfair for the last delivery. I did endorse it, correct. Last ball, carved away and gets through 1, and that'll be 4. So a boundary to finish the over. Gagan, well, they could have done a little bit more with their net run rate, but they end up conceding a fair few in the last few deliveries and the few overs. Means that the likes of Pinnacle Pro only lose by 25 runs, and in the grand scheme of things, considering it could have been a pretty heavy defeat, they'll be relatively happy with that outcome. Gagan do take 3 points, 1 point for Pinnacle Pro, and well, it means that the likes of Gagan, well, they've got a few areas to improve upon, but they've got certainly an opportunity to do so in the next couple of games.
It's been an improvement from Gagan in the bowling and fielding department. I know that's quite odd to say after they just had a couple of huge misfields in that last over, but considering where Gagan started from at the start of this series when they were giving up 200-plus scores at will, and we saw them set a target of 181 for the old Brentwoods, and that was chased down with relative ease. Their bowling is starting to improve at the right time, and I wonder if Vijay Surya and Dilson come back tomorrow. What will this Gagan side be like? Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Havering 11. They do change their side for every match. It really is just a case of availability for them. They want to give as many different players an opportunity as possible. Joe Moss is back. Alfie Jeeves is back. Both of them very talented players. Callum Berry as well. So those 3 are the 3 key batters to look out for. Ollie Burley, he's been so impressive this series as well. I think it's an injustice just put him down as a bowler. He really should be there as an all-rounder.
Yeah, well, a cluster of changes for Havering. They take on Gagan. That's coming up in about half an hour's time. Let's have a look at these highlights of an interesting fixture, as well, especially in the back end, as wickets tumbled from the off. It was a good catch to remove Kedekar by the likes of Sahan Adadisha, who made no mistake, and well, that meant that Tom could kind of do what he wanted, and that was exactly what he did. He ended up hitting 2 6s and 5 4s in his innings, as that one, though, was a good catch to remove Hyder behind the stumps, as Tom continued on with the onslaught. Nice hitting to more predominantly the leg side, but down the ground as well, especially, was quite strong, as the runs continued to flow. Flat batted quite nicely as well, but in the end, it was a straight one that got him, and that was the end of him, and he fell for 44. And things started to look like a very, very uphill climb from there on in. This was a free hit that was hit away, and they turned and went for the 2. The 2 was never on, never looked happy. He was ball watching, and it was a good, tidy bit of work behind the stumps to do the collecting, and that was the end of Singh, who came in, faced the 1 delivery, got 1 run on his first run. The second run, he was gone.
It was a very brief stay for Singh, just faced the 1 delivery and was out in that very ball. Chavda came in, batted superbly, 32 of 13 for him. Nice little knock by the skipper Javed as well, 11 of 4 for him. So it'll be interesting to see how Pinnacle Pro shape up their batting lineup over their next few matches. They will be taking part in the quarterfinal, and as things stand, they'll probably play the mighty Tigers tomorrow unless we see some really shocking results over the next couple of matches. Here's a look at the scorecard. Top scorer is Cam Tom with 44 of just 22 deliveries. A nice knock there by Beluja as well, 23 of 12 for him, and then chopped it right at the end. Some brilliant batting by him, 32 of 13. The bowling figures look pretty good from Guggen's perspective, in particular Adisha, the Sri Lankan first-class player with figures of 0 for 11. Abdullah Rafiq can be pretty impressed with his figures too, 1 for 22. Manpreet Singh managed to get a couple of wickets. He's been a pretty reliable wicket taker for Guggen today. That's 4 wickets for him in 2 matches. So we come to the end of match number 38. Guggen take this one by 25 runs, an important victory for them. That probably cements their place in 3rd place. We got 2 more matches coming up for you today. We're going to take a 20-minute break. Back on your screens for the second last match of Group B.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's time for our fourth match of the day. Guggen are about to take on the Havering 11. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by Tyrone Peters, who's alongside both the captains.
Guggen to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Ooh, wait. It is a tails. They can have a bat.
Thank you very much for the update. Looking forward to this game. Havering 11, the home favorites are back. Crowd absolutely loves them. We can expect a lot of spectators to be around to watch them play. They fought with a great spirit throughout this series, and it'd be nice to see them go out in style. Meanwhile, for Guggen, they want to grab third place and avoid having to play the mighty Tigers in the quarterfinals. Although, based on some of the news we're getting, I'm not quite sure they want to go up against Hornchurch either. The home favorites are a very strong team, and they'll be coming into that match with plenty of reinforcements. The key man to look out for this Guggen side is Pranav Dhanawade, the record breaker who made 1,009 runs of just 326 balls. We had a chance to watch him earlier today, and we'll get one more good look at him. Over in the commentary box, you'll be joined by Charlie Hunt.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Hornchurch. It is a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. It is currently sitting at around about 23 degrees, and it is perfect weather for a stunning afternoon of cricket. And looking forward to seeing how this is going to unfold. It's a great afternoon if you're in the local area. Pop down, have a beer or two, come and watch some cricket. It's going to be a great afternoon with some big hitting on its way. And well, I think that's pretty much a given, considering we know the result of the toss there, of course, is Guggen winning the toss, batting first. Have a look at the two lineups. Of course, an array of changes for Havering 11. Of course, Ollie Burley, the only surviving man from the previous fixture. Of course, some ins and some outs. Cameron Little and Andrew Little both coming in for their first involvement in this tournament. And we'll get to see the return, of course, of the likes of Alfie Jeeves. And looking forward to seeing Billy Corpse as well, and Callum Berry as well, the skipper. And, of course, we know a little bit about Guggen, don't we? We know that Landawa, he'll be keen, along with Adisha as well. Kativinderpreet Singh is coming in back into the side as well, so that's the one change. Harry Singh keeps his spot in the team for now. Match 39 of this European Cricket Series here in England, of course, Hornchurch. It's our first time being here on the European Cricket Network, and, well, there's no real surprise to see that 15% plays 85% here in the wonderful Hornchurch here gate, as Guggen, of course, looking to get another victory and make good of what's been a pretty good start to their afternoon. And I'm pretty sure that something's been plugged in over by the pavilion. I think they can hear us now. So if you are over there, do enjoy your refreshments. It's going to be set for a lovely afternoon of cricket. And very much looking forward to seeing how this game plays out. Of course, I think it's going to be a bit of a topsy-turvy event, but we'll only find out in due course as both sets of players make their way out to the middle alongside the boys in blue. Up and raring to go. Looks as if the fella who took some catches in the, well, off the pitch a few games ago, he's going to open the bowling here and see how well he can go. Looking forward to seeing how this, of course, does play out. Of course, Guggen looking to try and make most of what they can do. But, of course, yeah, Havering looking as if they're going to rely on the likes of Ollie Burley, who's going to open up the bowling from this near end. We're up and raring to go. Malhotra opening the batting as per usual. Bat versus ball, we're ready to go. It's a good start from Birdie. Nice bit of away movement. It's a bit of the old loosener in. Sort of stretches the hammy and the shoulders, gets them going. Good stop from Little behind the stumps just to get those feet moving. It really has ended up being a wonderful afternoon for cricket. Clouds have burnt away. Too much movement. That's outside the line. That'll be a wide. Better foot movement this time from Andrew Little behind the stumps. Gets those feet moving. Have another look here. Good early signs for Birdie though. Getting a bit of away movement. Just needs to start that tiny bit straighter. Work a way of trying to trapping him in front. Seeing opening alongside Malhotra. Does go straighter. Arguably too straight off the pad, and a bit of work to do here. Michael Pedrick does well. Keeps it down to just the one leg by. And that'll be the first bit of running for the batters between the wickets so far, this fixture. Still good to see many in the chat as well. Good afternoon to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from. Short, flat batted, bit of work to do. There is a fielder though down at long on. Ian Robertson does well. Again, just Indian singles. If they can have no boundaries off this first over, I'm feeling that Havering will be pretty content. Off the toe, couldn't find the middle that time around. Up and over the top, and well, that dream of no boundaries being conceded in the first over is very much short-lived. It was a full out-swinging delivery, and Malhotra, all he had to do was really lean on it, get a bit of elevation, and the Grizzly would do the rest. 6 runs, first boundary of the fixture. You can just see in that area, in his arc, and he's not going to miss out on that one. That Grizzly flies, especially around here in Hornchurch. Needs response. Does he dig it in? Try and ask questions of Malhotra. Slower ball, and this is lofted up in the air. That will be one bounce, and that will be 4 runs. Nicely played, and well timed considering the slower ball. See, straight back into the action, fielding in the tent. Just easy. Good time to have Nish back in the box. Nish, interesting start here.
A good start and a nice take by you as well, one-handed. Looks to advance over there. Malhotra just hits it straight back towards Burley. Got an update for some of our viewers who watched some of the actions yesterday and saw that horrible injury for Jamie Green. I had a chance to talk to the Havering 11 manager, and I can confirm that Jamie Green is in better shape right now. He's over in the hospital. Won't require any surgery, and yeah, can say on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, we wish Jamie Green a speedy recovery. He's going to be watching this match. He's watching along right now, cheering this Havering 11 side. They said they do pick up a wicket. They've got a special celebration in mind for him. Here's a look at the fixture list, or the schedule, for the upcoming ECC men's tournaments. The Premier Division takes place between the 25th of September to the 6th of October. Then you got that little week of Challenger Division cricket there before rounding it out with the championship group.
Good start, Connor Bowles. Just finding that corridor of uncertainty. Well watched, though, in fairness, by Joe Moss. Joe Moss has got a liking, and looks quite similar to a comedian, but I can't remember the name. It will come to me eventually.
Just gets a little bit of bat on that there, seeing that's really good bowling here to start off by the Havering 11.
Takes a lot of oomph to be able to come in and bowl a slower ball second delivery, and that's very well disguised from Bowles. He's done well there. Not picked by seeing whatsoever.
He's doing this in his first ever ECS match as well. It's interesting, though. They've had a different kit for every game, the Havering 11. Back on their first day, they had a sort of navy blue that came in with more brightly colored green kit yesterday. And today, got a much more of a New Zealand theme about it.
Joe Moss is Joe Wilkinson, comedian and actor. That's the light. That's who I reckon he looks like.
Manages to haul this one down the ground, and a great effort out in the deep end. Certainly gave that a good go, but was unable to stop that from going away for a 4. That's Liam Robertson out at long on.
Yeah, just got sort of stuck in two minds, really. Wasn't sure whether to go for the catch or commit to just saving the boundary. I think that kind of ended up being what's happened there. He sort of got caught in no man's land. But a good effort nonetheless, though. But again, good bowling from Bowles. I think they've learned and realised here that pace-off isn't easy. Pace-off in the right areas, it's tough to get away. You've got to generate the power and the pace the batsmen themselves. Robertson just struggling to locate where this Grizzly's gone.
So got a question here about the win predictor by Hugh O'Kane. Yeah, the win predictor starts off by taking previous results into account, and based on some of these previous results for the Havering 11, that's the reason why they came into this game with a lower percentage chance than Guggen, as it's going to go away for 4 runs there. Bowles has bowled well so far, but it's got that one slightly wrong. Ends up being a full toss, and it's struck away for 4 runs.
Yeah, just a bit too straight that time. It was arguably a full toss as well, so well picked up. Didn't quite come out of the screws, but enough, and helped down the hill. It's a welcome boundary. Not flying so far, just going at above 11s.
Yes, it's going to be hammered away for 6 more runs there by Singh in the slot. And it goes all the way for a Maximo. I think I have a special guest here in the chat. I think it's Green might be joining us right now. So yeah, that's it's great to see you here, and hope you're in better spirits right now. And yeah, wishing you a speedy recovery. It was great to hear that you will hopefully make a full recovery. And yeah, all of us were a little bit concerned after we saw that injury yesterday. It certainly was quite worrying.
Yeah, so this now is where I think the issue there was just got a little bit too predictable with the slower ball. It looks as if this is a change of bowler, and it is. Pedrick is going to take the third. Looks a bit of spin to take us into the last over of the power play. Malhotra on strike. That's well bowled, but too full though, and it splits the gap and pierces through the infield. That's going to be 4 runs. Well timed from Malhotra, just waited on it and well, just found the middle of the bat.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky to introduce a spinner inside the power play. You'd probably like to give the spinner the first over after the power play once those fielding restrictions have been lifted. So yeah, a little bit of pressure here for Pedrick.
Yeah, it was a bit of a loosener, wasn't it? Just find a bit of rhythm and he'll find his spot. If he can get it right, it's going to be tough to get away.
Okay, look to play this one down the ground. One hop over the rope, just crashes off the top of the official's tent and goes away for 4 runs.
Not quite there. It's just too short, and width offered as well. They're going to be relatively easy pickings in that sort of area. 50 metres easy to clear when you're offered opportunities like that. 1 bounce 4, of course, making the use of the power play restrictions.
Here's another one of the teenage talents that we've seen feature over the course of this ECS. Michael Pedrick, 16 years of age, turning 17 in August.
A lot of young talent in and around these areas. Cricket, always on the rise. It's well bowled. Wasn't able to get it away, arguably. If the way he swung at it, probably would have gone a long way, but tried to overhit it. Dot ball, welcome dot. Dots are like gold dust.
Yeah, certainly need to get a few dot balls in here, and Pedrick went for a couple of boundaries to start off. It looks to go over cover, and that is just a clean hit, a beautiful lofted drive that goes the distance.
Yeah, watch out, there's a Grizzly about. That one, he's just struggling to find where he needs to be here. He's either been short and wide, and this time was an overcorrection, full and wide, and easy to pounce on. Nicely played for Malhotra. Races along to 24 off just the 9. Pedrick under a bit of pressure here now. Just needs to try and find a way of getting out of this over as, well, relatively quiet as possible, to be honest. Would like to see how maybe there's a potential to change it up. As you mentioned, the Havering have had a few issues at certain points, so maybe just trying to have a look as to where they can change things up. Fortune favours the brave.
Yeah, so question whether we'll have Phil Law back on comms today. Not going to be able to have Phil today. This is struck out towards mid-wicket, and it's good throw, fired right in, but we will have a special guest. Going to have Kroom making a brief appearance in the second inning, so yeah, chance to hear from one of our finest stories on ECN, from chatter to European cricketer.
Been a few of those now, isn't there, to be fair? Been a few of those. Last ball potentially of the power play.
Just hit into the offside, and that's a good bit of fielding here. They certainly had the right intensity in the field. Havering as Guggen are 42 for no loss. He'd actually say this is slightly below par from what we've seen so far in this ECS. I think Havering will be pretty pleased with how they have bowled. I think they're pretty tight with their lines and lengths. Not too many loose deliveries. 13, 14, 15. Looks like it's progressively getting better for Guggen. A lot of talk in the chat about the World Test Championship final is happening not too far away from here, and it does seem like the Aussies are in a little bit of trouble.
Oh,
Could have
no.
been worse, though.
Oh, no. What a shame.
What a shame indeed. I mean, it could have been worse, though.
I did see something online that was something along the lines of who's supporting Australia and who's supporting South Africa. I thought it was quite funny. Jeeves.
I think it's also the fact that everybody wants to see South Africa just finally win an ICC event. Like one of the great cricketing nations, and they've unfortunately never been able to get a tournament. This one goes away for 4 runs. A great stroke played over there into the gap, goes for 4 runs, and well, they've just left school and now they've turned up here to watch this game, and well, thankfully
Good arm.
catch that ball.
Good arm, young sir. Very good. 46 on the board then already for Guggen. Yeah, I think most of the world, bar Australia, are supporting South Africa. I mean, shock.
I remember when India beat South Africa in that T20 World Cup final. I actually thought, this is the one final I wouldn't mind losing, just because it would be nice to see the South Africans win. This goes away for a boundary as well. Good use of the feet there by Malhotra.
Yeah,
Gets that away for a boundary.
Nicely played. Jeeves just, that's 2 full deliveries that have been hit away. This one nicely sliced away through cover. Trying to bowl some leggies, but getting a bit of drift in there from Jeeves, but not quite being able to use the pitch yet to its fullest of extents. 50 up for Guggen in the 4th.
That could be a stumping chance here, and well, has he managed to do the stumping here? The celebration indicates that something may just have gone slightly wrong. Let's just take a look at this. Ooh, was he still holding on to the ball when he dislodged the bails? That's Andrew Little behind the stumps.
Yeah, might just have to have another look here. Just slow it right down and make sure, as you said, Nish, that the ball is in under control. Let's have a look. He throws it at. Oh, I tell you what, this is close. This is very, very close.
That's just my initial instinct, is that it might be out. It just feels like he tosses the ball onto the stumps. Just take a look at this right here. And yep, the ball makes contact with the stumps right there. And you can see nothing is beyond that white line. And I think Malhotra is going to be given his marching orders.
Yep, and he is. And there you go. The applause comes, and rightfully so. Nice applause from the on-watching gallery and by the pavilion. And, well, the first wicket falls, so the opening partnership worth 50, but it's 50 and done. It's 50 for 1 here in the 4th.
Yeah, good bit of glove work there by Andrew Little in the end. Managed to get that ball onto the stumps, and the first wicket falls. It's been a decent start here for the Havering 11. I think they've bowled fairly tightly, and they deserve to get that wicket, get rid of the danger man, Yuvresh Malhotra.
Yeah, he's batted well when he's looked in. He's looked tricky to get away, but... well, out goes a danger man, and then comes another. Adishak comes in at number 3. Former, current, I don't know, maybe. Sri Lankan first class cricketer. And in at 3. Jeeves, after getting dispatched for 2 boundaries, gets the ultimate comeback with a wicket. Adisha in at 3.
Just drag this one out towards long on. It's going to be a big chase here, and nice work by Liam Robertson. He's been very good out in that position. Seen him put in a few good dives. Disha, top score of 68 yesterday against the East Londoners. He's played a good knock or two for this Guggen side so far this series.
Well bowled. Good areas for a leg spinner in that sort of questionable area. Do you come forward? Do you come back? Don't really commit to anything. You find yourself struggling. Singh faces a dot. Jeeves, this has been a really good comeback considering the first 2 deliveries went towards the boundary. Last ball potentially of is over.
Down the ground and a bit of fielding again there. That's Liam Robinson once more, who's been a pretty busy man out that position. Ended the 4th over. Guggen 52 for 1. Yeah, so just going back to that World Test Championship final for a moment. At one point, it looked like the Aussies could be in a bit more trouble, but they might have benefited from a dodgy umpiring decision or two, but wouldn't be the first time, would it, for Australia? Buckner. As we come to the end of the 4th over here. Not pretty decent work so far by the Havering 11. They've contained Guggen pretty well. Managed to get a wicket as well.
Yeah, they're doing what, what's asked of them, doing what it says on the tin, really. The rate's creeping up slightly. It was at only about 11s, run up to 13. And here comes another bowls.
Digs that one out really well. It was a nice length there by Bowles. Wonder if Nathan and Connor Bowles are related.
I'm going to assume so.
Yeah, me too. They do look quite similar as well.
I'm going to assume so. Someone can put a thumbs up over by the pavilion if we're right. I'm sure someone will. But yeah, nice start. Nice leggies as well. Not short of spin options. Havering, to be fair.
Oh dear, that one just slipping out of his hands. Definitely going to be a no ball, and it's got a free hit coming up here for the dangerous Singh.
Yeah, it's always the issue with leg spin. Sometimes it just, if it doesn't come out right, then it comes out, and there's not too much you can do. So, free hit to come.
Not only are they brothers, they're twins.
Huh.
Both born on the same day.
There you go.
So
See?
that's conclusive evidence.
First set of twins we've had on the network? Might be. Potentially.
No, I think we've had twins in the past. Yeah, from what I've heard.
Yeah, potentially. Well, free hit, so can't be out.
That's well taken, you got to say. Good catch there by Billy Corpse. Can't get out on that, but he's managed to get out of that free hit pretty well there, Bowles. In the end, not too much damage.
Just one.
Just the one run.
Yeah, it's a win, really. It's a small victories that make the biggest difference. Not getting hit for a boundary or for free hit certainly makes a lot of work easier.
Nice bowling here by Bowles. This is very good by Havering, you have to say. Just bearing things up nicely.
Yeah, you can change your pace. Not scared to change it up. Chuck one in. Keep one nice and loopy.
Gets that one wrong there. Ends up being quite wide. It's a very tough art to be a leg spinner, and so many young bowlers are discouraged from mastering the art of wrist spin just because of how many runs you go for earlier in his career.
Yeah, arguably the hardest form of bowling to master in reality. He's probably just trying to think, where can I keep it away from Adisha so he doesn't take me to 6 and more.
That's a full toss. Just doesn't quite get a hold of that there, Adisha. Yeah, timing's been a little bit off for Guggen as well. When the odd bad ball has come their way, they've not quite been able to punish it.
Yeah, it just seems to be, you got to remember that low full toss is probably the hardest ball to get away. Just tricky to kind of make momentum, make use of it. But yeah, that one arguably should have been hit a fair distance, but misses out.
Struck straight down the ground. That was in the slot, and a brilliant bit of batting there. Good pickup shot by Singh that goes all the way for a 6. Julian Dawson.
There he is. There's Kev. There he is.
There he is.
On ball fetching duties.
12th man for this match, and
Yeah.
hopefully we get to see him in the final game of the day. So, yeah, Julian with a good point. We had triplets at one point on ECN.
I'm just trying to think. Fernando brothers, but they're not triplets, I don't think. They're not on the same day. If that comes up with something on Google, I'll be very surprised. Oh dear. Last delivery, edge should be gone, and is. And it's the leg spinner in Nathan Bowles who has the last laugh. Chucks it up in the block hole, probably there to hit, but Singh just swings round it And that's, well, cricket's a game of swings and roundabouts. And that's going to be the end of swings. So his stay at the crease does come to an end. And it's a good way to finish the 5th over. And at the halfway stage, it's 64 for 2.
Yeah, a chance to welcome you into our commentary tent. And this is a really good start here for the Havering 11. They managed to get rid of the dangerous Robin Singh. They're going to get 2 new batters out in the middle, an ideal situation for them. Yeah, this could be very exciting, and everybody's rooting for Havering 11 to pull off a victory. It'd be such a great way for them to end their campaign. They got off to a good start here.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a lot of support for them over by the pavilion. Everyone here wants to see them do well. Look, everyone supports the underdog. You know, if you're a neutral, you go for the underdog. And it's fair to say that Havering are definitely the underdogs here. We're going to come back to live action as Jeeves returns.
He's going to get this one away for a 6. That's a mighty stroke there by Adisha. And he certainly found his timing here. Yeah, have had triplets. I think Tina mentioned that when she was on comms yesterday or the day before.
Oh, of course. The Zulfigar brothers. Are they triplets? Yeah, they are. My memory's gone. Shot. Adisha levers, goes for 6. Next delivery, what's the response here from Jeeves?
Likes to go big once again, just given a chance to free his arms there, and a little too short and wide here from Jeeves. Let's just see if he can get his line and length right.
I've been withholding the want to make a Ask Jeeves comment, but I'm not going to. Jeeves. Terrible, really. Needs a bit of a response here, though. He's just dropped it too short and too wide.
This one's dragged a little bit out towards long on. Just going to get a single.
Generally no pace on that delivery whatsoever. There was nothing there to really offer anything. It was a good comeback, in all honesty. I reckon you'd suit a mullet, by the way. I reckon you'd suit it.
That certainly came out of nowhere.
No,
But
look at Jeeves. That's a serious mullet from Jeeves. That's good mullet game.
looking to work this one away over cow corner. Gosh.
That's thrown you, that, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely thrown me off. I've never heard anyone say anything like that.
I think we should see it. I think it'd be great. It's a serious mullet.
Yeah, a bit like Theo Vaughn's mullet. I think he's probably got the most famous one. Digs that one out. Good length here by Jeeves. And got to say, he's come back well since he got hit for those 2 big sixes right at the start of the over.
Yeah, it's arguably a pretty much carbon copy of the first over that he bowled. 2 boundaries, then came back nicely. So he's doing the job here. The icing on the cake would be a wicket to take with him. He's already taken 1. Just a ball left in this 6th over. Still not racing away with this, though, on the Gagan side.
Oh, and just a little bottom edge there, but you got to give Andrew Little so much credit for some very sharp glove work. That could very easily have just snuck in between his pads and gone away for a few runs, but just good sharp reactions to get down and prevent that from getting past him.
Yeah, he's done very well there to get something on it. And it's the end of the 6th, 78 for 2. 2 batters in at the moment who can't really get things going. Just sort of feel as if they're stuck in 2nd, can't progress into the 3rd and 4th gears. Trying to get some cruise control going. Good stint from Jeeves at 1 for 24, to be fair. And 1 off 2. His bowls returns. In the slot, in leg side. Not got all of it, though. And it's taken. Very good catch indeed out in the deep by Billy Corpse. Makes no mistake of that. Bucket hat and all. And that is going to be the end of Randara. Disappointing stay at the crease for him. Goes for 1 off of just 3. It's 78 for 3 here in the 7th.
Another wicket falls, and things just get better and better for Havering. They've been really good with their catching, haven't they? They've taken the chances that have come their way. Good catch there by Billy Corpse. It's actually his 2nd catch of the day because he took a good one earlier on that free hit. So he's certainly been very good in the field. Very
good from Connor, though, as well. He's bowled good areas. I think he was a little bit unfortunate to get a bit of tap. I'm just trying to see if I can see my car. It's somewhere there on the left-hand side. He did well to bowl well in that first over. think he just bowled maybe 1 or 2 slow balls too many. Good start to the over, though, at the moment. Ah, okay. Patel is in, and he's going to hit this one up in the air, but it could be another chance. It is! It's 2 in 2! And the crowd erupts, and rightfully so. Bowles has taken 2 in 2, this time in similar fashion as it's taken out in the deep. This time Liam Robertson, who again, you've got to say, probably deserves a catch. He's done very well there, and it's 2 in 2. It's 78 for 4.
Oh, really, really good take out at long on, and he's got a chance here to get a hat-trick. Connor Bowles would be a very special moment for him. The one moment we're yet to have so far this European Cricket Series is a hat-trick. We've had so many centuries, but those bowlers' milestones haven't quite been able to get them just yet. Rahi Patel departs for a golden duck, and can Connor Bowles add his name to the ECN Hall of Fame?
All I'm saying is I come in for a day, and I like to provide. That's all I'm going to say. I think I'll tell you what's made a difference here. Keeper standing up, wasn't standing up in the previous over. Just makes a bit of uncertainty. Okay, Rafiki in, hat-trick ball.
Oh, he gets a toe end on that. That's a good bit of bowling here by Bowles, and gotta say, Guggan looks just a little bit rattled right now.
Feels as if the wheels are slowly starting to fall off the train here a little bit. Carriage almost derailing themselves. Just look a little bit not really sure about the shot to play. 2 for 14. Good stint so far.
Oh, that wasn't too far from off peg. He's bowling really nicely here, Connor Bowles, and really got no clue how to respond, Guggan.
Yeah, first movement's away, and that's never going to help. This is a big over, this. Big over in the context of this game. 7th over. 2 wickets, currently no runs conceded.
Full toss, and that's going to get pumped away for a 6, and I think he's taken that once again out in the deep there, Billy Corpse, as well. Beyond the boundary ropes, that's not going to matter, but Maximo nonetheless.
Yeah, relieves a bit of pressure, but still pressure on, just a little bit too full. Was trying to go for that Yorker length with Bowles, but just missed out on it, and that's the margin for error, clearly so as small as it is. 84 then on the board, but still 6 only off the over so far with 2 wickets. Well, the question is, what can he muster up for the last?
Struck down the ground, and it's been a really good over here by Bowles, you have to say. Superb bit of bowling. Guggan find themselves 84 for 4. Ends the over with a dot ball as well. He's going to get a big round of applause and certainly deserves it.
Yeah, big time. You know, he's arguably bowling some of the trickiest overs, coming on in, what was it, the 2nd over, and then coming back in on the 7th is very tricky indeed. Of course, coming Saturday, Hutton and Gunnersbury will go to Boughton. Upminster will also be involved. That, of course, starts 8:45 GMT, 10:45 Central European time, and 2:15 out in India. It's the 2nd of 2 days of ECSW action, as Pedrick is going to come back in for the 8th.
Great bowling there by Pedrick. It gets that right up there in the block hole, and all Adisha can do is just knock that away for a single.
It's in the block hole, but more importantly, there's a bit of drift, so it just takes it away from what potentially would have been a ball to have gone for the sweep. It just brings it in front. Look at this, by the way, standing well outside the off stump.
Gets that away towards long on, and superb bit of fielding again. Liam Robertson, along with Billy, have just been incredible out at long on and Cal Corner.
High standards, that's what that is. It's always one thing that everyone picks out whenever you watch ECN. Sometimes the ground fielding, but today it's been of top class.
Looks to use his feet here, slaps this down the ground. Really good shot there by Adisha.
Yeah, nicely played. I think he knew that he was going to look to try and put it on a spot, and all you got to do is try and manipulate it. He does exactly that. He goes a bit wider, probably sees him coming, but Adisha, look, he's got long limbs, and he manages to catch up with it. So 4 runs, moves on to 21 off 10.
Looks to use his feet again. Slightly miscued there, but it's going to go safely towards cover. They're going to push for a 2nd run here. Could this be a run out? Would be a massive wicket. And judging by the reaction here from Havering, they feel like they've got their man. No, it would be the wrong time for Guggan to lose Adisha.
I'll tell you what, that is an absolute bullet of an arm from Joe Moss out in the deep. can see he goes into out, tries to play it with the spin, goes straighter, and they get caught looking, don't they? And he keeps wondering, oh, I reckon he's gone here. We're going to see if we've got side on here to have a look, but I reckon from there he's gone. Here we go. It's good work behind the stumps by Andrew Little. Let's see here. Turn and goes. Oh, it's going to need to be slowed down massively, but we'll have a look. Here we go. Frame by frame. Here we are. Takes it cleanly there. No issue.
And that frame right there is all the evidence we need. Looks like he's a goner.
Yeah, and he's going to get given his marching orders, and rightfully so. Applause all around. Excellent fielding by Joe Moss out in the deep. He knew the result of it. He was given his marching orders well before the result of the review came in. Goes for striking at 200, and that's a big wicket, huge wicket, and a huge momentum swinger, you feel.
Yeah, just look how he kind of just alters his path a little bit there at the end, just goes a little bit to the right. That might have cost him because in the end he wasn't run out by much, and it's just those little fine margins that can make such a huge difference. Adisha was looking good for Guggen, 22 of 11. He departs at the wrong time for this Guggen side, and well, could we witness something truly remarkable here from this Havering side as they have Guggen 91 for 5.
Singh in. This is up in the air, clothed. Won't get anywhere near the fielder. They'll come through for an easy single. Just celebrating the direct hit, rightfully so. I think it just makes a difference, doesn't it? You come in, just do the basics right. The ground fielding's been great. They've taken catches. Run-outs do weird things in cricket. They just disconcert a lot of people.
Yeah, so the triplets. So we just got to put
you.
an interview in there with them, thanks to the ECN bot in the chat. It could be a stumping here. Might be the second one this innings. It will be. What a great day Andrew Little has had behind the stumps. He's involved in another stumping here, and Rafiq will depart on 7.
And the wheels are certainly falling off now. Let's have a look here. He tries to come down the wicket to take on the spin, and it's not going to work for himself, as you see here. Steps down, first movement away from the ball, never helps. And given his marching orders, so another one bites the dust. Bilal Rafiq goes for just 7. Look at that, 4 dot balls in those 6 deliveries faced, by the way. Stumped, and the score 92 for 6.
Another one bites the dust here for the Guggen side. We'll just take a look at that again. It's kind of, his head was all over the place, terrible balance, and just kind of swinging from his hip. He's not really in control of that shot. Ends up getting stumped as we got 2 new batters out there for Guggen. Just ideal situation from Havering's perspective. They could really put the squeeze on here.
I've seen someone
keep them down to something under 110.
I've seen someone make a comment about running down the middle of the wicket as Bowles is back.
Not sure that matters on this wicket.
Right. It's an artificial wicket. Listen, if it was turf, absolutely, I'd be fuming. But no, all fine on the old artificial wicket.
Old habits die hard for umpires.
Yeah,
I guess.
true.
Yeah.
Very true.
Just had to wait on that one a little bit there, Singh, and opens the face of the bat, plays it away towards point.
Yeah, he did well. He got sort of stuck in 2 minds. Wasn't sure what to do. Eventually made the decision just to nerdle it for 1. Hello, Shug, in the chat. Good to see you. I've been freed from Grace Road. I'm not being held there against my will, don't worry. Bowles again. Steps in.
Oh, that's a pretty smart bit of bowling by Bowles. It surprises Singh with the bouncer.
I don't think Little will turn around and say it was smart bowling. He had no idea about this one. Short ball. Oh, he's done well, to be fair. He's palmed it away. But if as a keeper, I'd turn around and be like, look, there should at least be a little signal to let me know this is coming. Did well to deal with it. Dot ball at the end of the day. Dot balls are like gold dust.
Oh, it gets a little inside edge on this, and that might race away for 4 runs. It's going to be a big chase here for Alfie Jeeves, and he's going to lose the race to the ball. It's a moral victory here for Bowles. It's a good delivery, but yeah, fortune didn't quite favor him there.
Yeah, spinners certainly really keeping the likes of this Havering side in the game. They're just keeping it on a spot. Yes, they've been hit for a few, but spinners will get tapped. That is just that's a given in any form of cricket. It's about coming back, and they will come back pretty strongly.
Full toss. This one has plenty of height on it. Might not have the distance though. Oh, just about. Just about. It goes right above Callum Berry's head. Might have just been a foot or two in front of that boundary rope if you were to be overly critical, but it was always going to be a tough chance.
Yeah, tough. It had airtime, had snow on it when it re-entered the atmosphere. It's one of these. I think it's 6. He'll be hoping it's 6 and praying it is 6. Otherwise, that would certainly probably be a fine if it was 4. But nope, 6 runs. A welcome boundary to the likes of Gagan. It brings up their ton, 104, just coming into the back end of the 9th. Not running away with this whatsoever. And there are some batters in that Havering side that can certainly give it a whack.
Here we go. It's another wicket there for Bowles, and what a great day it's been for the Bowles twins. Connor picking up a couple of wickets, and now Nathan is going to join the party as well. 4 wickets for the twins.
The joys of being a spinner. It's exactly what I was saying about 5 minutes ago. You get tapped, and then it's all about the comeback, and that's as good as it gets. Nice leg spin, genuine leg spinning delivery, top of off. Thank you very much for coming. 104 for 7, 1 over to go.
Take a look at this ball once again. Absolutely beautiful. Got some nice turn on that one.
Yeah, it just drags on a little bit, and it's the top of the off stump. There's nothing really much better or much more that you can do. Harjit Singh, 1-4-1-6, and it's 6 and out for him as Nathan Bowles gets the laugh. Yeah, very good from the Bowles twins. Very good indeed. 104 for 7. Last overtime. I mean, you've got to be thinking here that realistically, Gagan, they'll be disappointed with their attempt here with the bat. Having won the toss and batted first, they would have been looking at 180, 170 as a minimum. Can they even get to 120? I mean, that's a very below par total. They're going to turn to the likes of Ollie Burley. Bowled the first, he's going to bowl the last. Now, the question is that Grizzly swinging as much as it was at the start?
Oh, just pushes this one down the leg side, and they bowled so well this innings, Havering 11. And yeah, good first touch over there. Just got to keep these mistakes to a minimum here.
Oh, no ball called. No ball called from square leg. And they were asking the question as to why.
Oh, I think it might just be one too many fielders outside the ring. He's pointing at the man at fine leg.
Yeah, he was a short fine leg, but the question is, was he in or not? So that's, oh dear, that is as rough as it gets. Free is going to be given as buys, so nothing on it. So, oh dear. Free hit to come then. That's not what you want to start the over with. Oh, umpire's not ready. Free hit to come then. Singh's got the license.
Oh, that was a brilliant ball there by Burley. Great comeback delivery, and Singh just a little bit early on that.
Game of cat and mouse, Nish. That's what it is. It's a game of cat and mouse, and Burley does well there. Chunks in the slower delivery. Well disguised. Something about the Grizzlies. Yes, they fly far, but when you bowl the slower ones, they loop. They loop one heck of a lot.
Oh, that's a lovely bit of bowling here by Burley. Just pulls his length back a little bit, and he's got Singh at 6s and 7s.
Yeah, that was the effort ball. That was the genuine effort ball. Nice, good pace. Keeps him on his toes. Not easy to come out and bat at this moment, is it? Proving tricky. Havering playing well.
Oh, wonderful bowling. Great lengths here by Burley, just mixing things up so nicely. This time he nails that one. Gets the length spot on, and good keeping as well there by Andrew Little.
It's the first mistake Little's made. He's recovered nicely, but well, the icing on the cake would have been the run out, but you can see there it sort of misses by barely anything. It would have been gone for all money, but they come through for a cheeky buy, and well, any run is gold dust realistically at this point here. 110 on the board, 3 balls to go.
Down the leg side, second time this over, and they just might consider pinching a run here, but not to in the end.
Oh, well, Burley seems to think that it's come off something. Wonder if we've got a replay. Oh, and it has come off something. There we go. Burley was right. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, just a slight nick off the pad. Burley clearly was right to plead his case. Eventually, it's a dot ball.
Tries to dig this one in short as well, but banks in a bit too much. You could just see the batter advancing, so he wanted to pull his length back a little bit. Good idea there from Burley, but ends up being a wide. Well, it's going to be the one for the over.
There's wide and then, sorry, there's short and then there's short. That was very short, very bouncy. Needs to bowl it again. Can he make use of the extra delivery?
Just a little inside edge there onto his pads. And is he going to have a shy at the stumps? Yes, he will, but some good backing up there, you've got to say, by Callum Berry.
Yeah, there was a bit no hearts in throats moment for a second or two, but yeah, it was well recovered. Bit of a wayward throw from Burley on the return. One to come then. Boundary would be nice for the likes of Gagan. Havering, though, they'll still feel that they'll be coming off the pitch with the momentum here.
I got a question for you here, Charlie. Let's see if we can just sneak this one in right at the end of the innings as we're coming to the last ball. Oh, gets an inside edge. Yeah, it's going to be the old French cut. Goes away for 4 runs. I'll be a little bit disappointed with the way some of these runs came in this final over. Guggen end up on 116, a score that is well below par. I think we'll leave the question for the next inning, so make sure you're back for that there, Shrug, as Guggen end up with 116 for 7.
Yeah, that's a very good effort from Havering, it has to be said. It's not easy out there, but they've done well. They've fielded well. They, in all fairness, they bowled well as well. The spinners really brought them back into the game after a bit of an early start, and they've done very well to restrict them to 116 off their 10 overs. As you're saying, it's very below par for what we know are out here, so it's going to be interesting to see how they go about it. It depends on that big 3 at the top of the order as to how they get things going. As you can see that it was a good start behind the stumps. There was a question of it. It was just out, wasn't it? Only by the barest of margins. And then this was just a prime example of some excellent fielding. And then the spin to win. Nathan Bowles bowled superbly well alongside his twin brother in the likes of Connor Bowles as well. Both of them taking wickets with at regular intervals, has to be said. Connor took 2 in his second over, whereas Nathan took 2, 1 in each over of his 2 spell. So good stint from the twins. And of course, that was nicely done and nicely held in the end. That was 2 and 2, wasn't it, for the 7th over? Connor Bowles, who took 2 and 2 in that over, and he went for 6 in the over as well. Then there was the run out. It was a very good bit of work from Joe Moss to realistically find their way and get a run out. And again, run outs just do weird things to people's mentality. Just offers that bit of concern. And then it was a good bit of work behind the stumps. The likes of Andrew Little had a, well, almost perfect, apart from that last over time behind the stumps. And made no mistake of that one. And again, very good work by Michael Pedrick as well. So him, alongside Nathan Bowles, really spinning well. Alfie Jeeves as well, don't forget about him. He took a wicket with him as well. And then you've also got to remember that the opening spell of Ollie Burley, who bowled pretty well, has meant that there is a bit of a game on here, folks, and a game that I don't think many were expecting there to be a game on. You can never count the underdogs out. It's not over till it's over, and there's still a lot of cricket to be played. 40 minutes worth it to be exact. 116 for 7 is what they finish on then. Contributions by the top 3, but no one else really getting going. 33, 24 and 22 apiece for the top 3 of Malhotra Singh and Adisha. Just the 12 for Hardajit Singh. He's the only other batter to get into double figures. Extras just the 11. In hindsight, not that bad. Always room for improvement though. Havering, very, very good bowling stint for them. The spinners, as I said, Connor Bowles, Pedrick and Alfie Jeeves bowling very, very well. Nathan Bowles as well, offering 2 for as well. Looking forward to seeing how well, in all honesty, how this game's going to fall out. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. You're watching match 39 of this European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Nishi Bhatt right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Hornchurch here in East London for the second innings of this fixture. It's certainly looking to be an exciting one at that. Again, only able to post 116 off their 10 overs. And of course it means that Havering looking to try and chase this down. It would certainly be a remarkable chase, that is for sure. You can see there, batting team, if they achieve the target in 7 overs or less, then of course it would mean that they would take all 4 points. And I tell you what, it's a big, big one here because of course we've got to understand that Pinnacle Pro, they want the likes of the Gagan team to realistically take a point. They need Havering to make sure that they get it in 7. That's what they desperately need. They need to hope that Havering can do this in 7, and it means that Gagan take no 4 points. Then what that does mean is that it means that Pinnacle need to take 4 points out of the last game. So still quite a fair bit to play for in this tournament with the last day of group action before the quarter-final stage starts tomorrow. Nish is back alongside me. Nish, this certainly has a feeling that something could happen here.
Certainly could, and especially with some of the additions to this Havering side. We know some of their key talented batters from a couple days ago are back in for today's play, so that could make a huge, huge difference here for Havering, and let's just see how they fare. And we saw them a couple days ago almost pull off one of the most remarkable chases we have seen on ECN when they were trying to chase down a target of 171 against this very Guggen side. They managed to get 165 in the second innings and ultimately fell just 5 runs short. And the key performers in that game were Philpott, Moss, and Barry. So Philpott not playing in this match, but they certainly do have Moss and Barry. So certainly could pull off something very special here, Havering. It's not that challenging a target. Certainly a lot easier than 170, which they almost chased down against Guggen. Here we go. First ball. Swing and a miss, just tries to slash at their corpse and doesn't quite get any bat on it.
Yeah, a bit of a loose snap for Adisha. Just getting into the swing of things. I just have a feeling here, Nish. GB? Maybe.
Could be, yeah.
Maybe.
I'm sure Tina would be really annoyed if we end up getting the golden ball after she's asking for one for ages.
I certainly would not rub it in anyone's face. I wouldn't make a big deal of it at all. I'd be very, calm and collected. Just like I was when I broke the 405 streak. So calm and collected.
Didn't rub
it in Corey's face whatsoever. It was bad. Adisha, good start. Some away swingers.
That's hit away towards the offside, and that's going to be a single.
Yeah, good cricket all around there, to be fair. Nice push into the offside. Equally well fielded.
Nicely played, and brings the danger man Moss on strike. Managed to make 57 runs against this Guggen side a couple days ago, and that's lovely shape here for Adisha. Some very good looking deliveries.
Play for Hornchurch? Second 11, do we know? Any idea? No? Okay, fair enough. Well, I like to say that he plays for the Comedy Central 11 because he looks like Joe Wilkinson. I stand by it.
There's a lot of Upminster players in this
okay,
11
right,
side.
got you.
Not saying he plays for Upminster, but there are plenty, and it's just made up of numerous players from all around the area. Many of them playing for clubs who have got some pretty heated local rivalries, but they've all come together for this series. And if you notice when they're out in the field, they're all wearing their club's caps.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
Struck away over extra cover, and that's going to go all the way for a 6, and it gets a huge roar from the crowd. Superb shot, and a great way to end the over.
Yeah.
For no loss after 1.
Good pickup, really nice pickup. It was offered length, little step down, but it was offered width and length, and he said, thank you very much, I'll have you all day long. Good start as the over finishes with a boundary, so it's 8 without loss after 1. And of course, 37 since the GB. I'm just saying, maybe. I think if it does, it's going to be one for the ages. Just got that feeling.
Yeah, if we do get a golden ball, I just feel it'll be in one of those lower scoring games. Those are generally the matches that tend to produce golden balls.
The lower scores often cause bigger problems. Yeah. I always say that. I've said that for years. And I just think the way that Guggen batted, I feel like the bad momentum, the bad juju could take them into this as well.
Oh, beautifully played there by Moss, but fielder out in the deep. They've got a man out at long on and cow corner in place as well, so they're just trying to protect that mid-wicket boundary. They know these batters are going to clear that front leg, look to go for those big heaves. Bring cow corner in though for Corpse.
Bit of tense energy around the ground.
Oh, it's catches an outside edge, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. And not too far from that camera, actually ends up hitting the tripod. Yeah, he's just made that comment about some of the tension and anxiety you feel around the ground. I think everyone just senses that Havering have a chance here to really pick up their first win.
Yeah, I wonder how those are feeling sat by the pavilion at the moment. A little bit nervy. Make your way to the bar. Sort yourself out, you'll be all right. A welcome boundary. You're going to need a bit of luck if you're going to take a victory with you. Corpse gets a bit there.
Oh, he probably just overthought that a little bit. Tried to get a little too cute. Would have been better off playing a regular cricketing shot. Just got outside the line of that ball and was trying to scoop it around the corner. In the end, probably ends up looking like a little bit of a fool.
Yeah, the shot was there. Fine leg was up, but in a point where you're still in the power play, you just want to get out of it with no wickets down. It's one of those. It's the risk versus reward. Unfortunately, he gets it all wrong, and he looks back and sees all 3 stumps back down on the floor. So Billy Corpse goes for just 11. It's 13 for 1.
Yeah, I think even Paul Murray, who's about as good as he gets at playing that shot, even he wouldn't have attempted that.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, though. It's full and straight, right on the money, in the block hole. Hard to get away if you were to play it in probably the correct manner.
It's going to go back to that question we're meant to ask you right at the end of the first innings. Shrug sending a reminder as well, just to make sure I don't forget.
All right, after this ball. I'm intrigued. Is it up to me? Oh, okay.
Oh, beautiful bit of bowling. Just squares up little there. Just beats the outside edge of the bat. Yes, a Shrug, who's especially tuning in just to listen to you. He hasn't been on the chat for a while. I'd like to ask, how much responsibility are you taking for Leicestershire's resurgence this season?
Loads. All of it. It's definitely not the likes of Alfonso Thomas and Claude Henderson doing a great job. It's definitely me in the commercial office.
Strikes his pad, and it's going to go towards fielder at fine leg. And wasn't too far from striking stumps, but Moss had made his way back in safely.
Yeah, good running. Put the pressure on the fielder, caused him, created an issue out of nowhere. Yeah, no, I take full credit. Just having that calming sense. No, it's been great though. It really has. I mean, considering it's, Leicester's such a big sporting city, basketball, cricket, football, MotoGP, so much going on. It's been apart from the football, it's been a pretty successful year so far, sporting-wise.
Struck towards mid-wicket. That's going to race away for 4 runs. Races towards the rope. Good-looking shot there on Moss's first boundary.
Yeah, that might just help him a little bit in settling down a bit. Got the front leg out of the way and swung from the hip and got enough on it into the vacant region. Good way to end the power play. And in all fairness, still got an over to go, but they'll be pretty happy with it so far. And of the over, and the score is 18 for 1. You can see there. So that's the story so far. So Pinnacle Pro essentially need to hope that Havering can get this within 7, which that hope is almost depleted entirely now, with the first 2 overs going for just 9s. And then they need to turn around and, dispatch Havering and get all 4 points in the last game today. So, yeah, it seems to be that we could know the sort of circumstances we're in coming into that last game later today. Here's Singh.
This is good bowling here, you've got to say, by Guggen. Bowling full and straight and making things very challenging here for Havering. And Manpreet Singh, he's been in the wickets throughout the day. Picked up 4 wickets in the 2 matches prior to this one today. So he could grab another couple, and all of a sudden this win predictor will just swing back in favor of Guggen. 60-40 in favor of Havering at the moment. Nice change of pace there.
It's 4 dot balls already for Little, and in a game where you only have 60 deliveries to make as many runs as possible and to chase down this target, already facing dot balls is tricky. Starting to ask the question, when do you pull him? It's an early shout, but I think it's right.
He's going to get a little inside edge, and well, not going to have to make much of a decision here as he chops that one onto his stumps. Havering lose their second wicket, and well, after a superb bowling performance in the first innings, they haven't quite gotten off to the good start, but let's just take a look at Manpreet Singh, who's currently lying on the floor.
He's
and
got cramp.
Yeah, it does seem like he does. He's bowled quite a bit today.
Pulled up straight away. As soon as he let that ball go, then you could tell that realistically, he looked in a bit of discomfort and wasn't too happy, and he still doesn't look oh yeah, that's not helping. That's not helping. I always find that whenever people do this, that they're doing the wrong thing and they don't help at all.
Yeah, just gets a little inside edge onto that, and it chops it onto the stump. So not the ideal start that Havering were hoping for here. So yeah, a few alarm bells will be ringing in that Havering dugout right now, having seen the way they've started these first couple of overs. And well, I did promise you a special guest in the first innings, and looks like we do have our special guest here. So got the great pleasure of welcoming Kroom live on comms. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Nish. It's good to be here.
That's going to be struck away, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, so great bowling performance in the first innings. I'm sure you're mightily pleased with that, seeing how you restricted such a talented batting side to just 116 runs.
That was an absolutely brilliant effort when you look at the average scores this week.
Pulled away, shouts to catch it, but that's going to clear the rope very comfortably, and they needed that. A Maximo at last for this Havering side. Just the second of this innings. And well, let's just go back to your story yesterday. I mean, everyone in the chat's been supporting you. You had plenty of support from all our fans over in the clubhouse. What's it been like to finally play on ECN after watching for so many years?
Absolutely brilliant. After watching it for such a long time, to get the invite for this Havering side that's been put together at the last minute.
Yeah, just straying down the leg side there, and also had the opportunity to pick up a couple of wickets and score some runs yesterday. I mean, you've got infinite average.
I'm very happy with the red inker yesterday. 75 strike rate is not particularly brilliant in T10, but I will take the 3 runs. That's a lot more than what I've got for the season already. So
we'll take a look at the power play here. Just a few concerns here for the way your side have started. They've lost those early wickets, and yeah, the run rates are just 8.
We are behind on the run rate, but we've got some very good batters to come, and with Callum in, hopefully, longer Callum stays in, hopefully we will up the run rate and get back on target.
Yeah, the cheers certainly coming in the chat. Julian Dawson, Dave, SkyQuest, everyone very excited to hear you on the mic, as it's going to be Rafiq bowling first over after the power play. This is struck down the ground there by Moss and fielded well out in the deep.
Yeah, 2 very big hitters we've got in at the moment. That's what we're relying on. Need the boundaries.
So your side has made quite a few changes from the team we saw during yesterday's play. Was it just a case of availability-wise? You know, the likes of Moss couldn't play during yesterday's fixtures.
They couldn't play yesterday's fixtures. They're back today. Also part of giving everyone who put their hand up to give them a game. And today, certainly with the bowling and fielding, it certainly clicked. Just need to do it with the batting.
Drills this, and it's a bit of foot fielding there by Rafiq. Very brave to stick a side foot out on that.
It's a shoe off if it's Corey commentating.
Struck hard down the ground, and oh dear, that just caught him on the side of the knee. That is so painful. Oh, you could just tell from the way he's gotten up there that got him somewhere where it really hurts. Let's just take a look at this.
Ouch.
Oh, yeah, right there on the side of the knee. So you mentioned how you're very excited to get the opportunity to play here on ECN. What's the overall experience been like for you so far?
It's been absolutely brilliant. The feedback that I've got from the people over at Hornchurch and kind of on social, it's been great. A few ribs from the club, from Upminster, but more than happy with it.
Yeah, and what's it been like looking at the reaction on the chat as well from everyone?
Well, the reaction when I've seen the chat and when Vinny's dropped in a couple of times as well. No, it's been great.
Struck down the ground and fielded well out in the deep and gone to that same man who's out there. Certainly dealt with that well. End of the fourth over. Havering are 29 for 2. Just the 5 runs coming off that over. So, yeah, very quiet start here. Not quite what they would have been hoping for. It's just been a little too slow probably for their liking. As we just take a look at the Worm here. At the moment, they're even going below the rate they need to pick up a single point from this game. So, they're going to have to pick that run rate up fast.
Going to need a few magical overs here now. Magical over with this one would be great.
Yeah, required up to just under 15 now. Hit away on the offside, and it's going to be a single. Have you had the opportunity to go to many events in person, even as a fan?
No, this is the first ECN. Oh, sorry. No, I went Wimbledon last year for the first day of that. That was really good. Met Charlie over there.
Of course, we'll be back in Wimbledon at the end of next month, and he plans to go again this time around as it's struck down the ground, and a much needed Maximo here for Havering.
Hoping to get over there, kind of like over in the fan zone. Tim Harmer's over there, so we're trying to sort out going over to that. Be really good to go over Rains Park again.
What would you say now, sort of just looking at some of your experience as a European cricket fan, which series would you say you enjoy watching the most on the ECS outside of England?
Well, it's got to be those at Cartmer.
Yeah. Struck towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a big chase over here. Managed to get a hand to it. It's going to take a little bit of team fielding out in the deep. And yeah, credit to this Guggins side. Bowling and fielding has been top-notch to start things off. Any plans to potentially visit Cardamom?
Cartmer's the gold standard, but I do like the ones in Malta and Croatia as well. They look really good, so got to get something together.
Yeah, struck firmly. He's absolutely crunched that away, and a good crowd catch. I've seen a few terrific crowd catches so far today. There he is, pointing right at the cameras. Oh, it's going to be a wide. Doesn't quite get the line right over there. How have you found things so far in the series? Have there been any players or teams in particular that have really caught your eye?
Well, who was it yesterday? East Londoners?
Yeah.
They were really good.
This one's gone high up in the air. I think it's going to land safe. They're going to come back for a second run. So we got a ball to come in this 5th over. This is drilled down the ground, and they're going to pick up another single here. So first decent over that Havering have had this innings. 18 runs end up coming off it, and yeah, hopefully your side just gathering a bit of momentum
here. Yeah, it's all
here.
getting a bit nervous, but a few more overs like that be really good. Hopefully get our first win.
Yeah, well, anyway, so it's been great having you in the commentary box. Thank you so much for
a lot,
coming
Nish.
in.
Thank you.
And yeah, hope to hear from you soon again as we just take a look at the fixtures that are coming up over in Czechia. So Gibraltar taking the win in match number 3 against Austria, should say. These are tomorrow's fixtures, I actually beg your pardon. So Austria did actually end up beating Gibraltar in match number 2. Austria were in all sorts of trouble. It's 6 for 4. They got to 147 and then restricted Gibraltar just 92 in the second innings, winning by 55 runs. Struck down the ground, and that was always going to be a tough one out in the deep, wasn't it, there for Robinson? He does manage to get a hand to it as we welcome back Charlie into the commentary box. Yeah, it was good to hear from Kroom over there. I mean, that is quite an incredible tale from him as an ECN super fan to actually playing on the network. And then he also managed to get those 2 wickets, got some runs as well. Certainly very happy for him. Short delivery straight down the ground. It's going to be flat batted away for a 6 by Berry.
Yeah, nice shot. Berry's proving to be a very useful man with the bat. And he's got good hands, isn't he? Good hand-eye coordination. He's able to get the wrist through it, which means he generates that power. I mean, that was a tricky one to get away, but he's found a way to get it over the long off boundary for 6. So, what's that? 63 off 28. That's not easy. It's doable. Very doable.
Yeah, they kind of dug themselves into a little bit of a hole. I was a bit surprised Berry came at number 4. Would have had him batting right at the top of the order, but starting to click now. So reaches out of the wider one. And it gets that away for 4 runs there. Some really good batting by Berry. It was short, it was wide, and it got the treatment it deserved. As there it is, Rob W. Going to fetch that ball. Another one of our big ECN fans. He's fallen in love with the European Cricket Network over these past few months and got cardboard cutouts of all the commentators as well with some of our iconic lines. Missed out on one commentator though.
Me? You? Has he got me?
Yes, he does have. He's got 2 or 3 with you.
Oh. I want to see evidence. That's what I want to see. Nice shot, by the way. I think they maybe just want to see if it carried or not. I think they're just they're asking there. I think it was 1 bounce 4 for me. In reality, they're just not too sure as to whether or not that's. I think it's 1 bounce 4 for me. I think. I mean, Berry's begging for 6, but yeah, from the naked eye, from what I saw, it looks as if it was 1 bounce 4. So that's what's going down in the book.
Maybe if he says please and asks kindly, he'll get a 6.
Or just do that.
Even better. This one's hung up in the air for an age, and it's going to clear the rope quite comfortably. Great looking shot there by Berry. Came down the track, used the momentum over there as well to hammer that for 6. We just see Kroom, who was on comms, go to fetch that ball. He is the 12th man for this Havering side.
Yeah, it's a nice start this. 30 off 9 for Berry, which is a good little helping hand. Moss has now got a bit of support, which takes the pressure off him. 64 for 2, so 53 off 26. This is a big over. 17 already off it.
Well, looks to go for a shorter delivery there. Just comes off the top edge. It's going to be a big chase. Are they going to push for a second? Nope. So for the single.
Yeah, it was a short delivery that really got stuck and meant that he had to kind of wait for it and wait for it and wait for it, but did well to get something on it and make something of it. It was certainly a ball that probably would have thought and hoped that he could get away for at least a 4, but a run's a run.
Struck out towards long on and well fielded again. So it ends up being a pretty productive over once again for Havering to get 19 runs off it, and Berry's just helping this Havering side gather a little bit of momentum. They're back on track once again in this chase. We'll take a look at the scorecard here. Callum Berry, the skipper, top scorer, 31 of 10 for him. Joe Moss playing the role of an anchor here, but I'm sure he's going to start to accelerate a little bit as well, considering they still have some good batters in there, such as Alfie Jeeves.
Yeah, I think there's still batting to come, but they've also got to negotiate another over from Adisha, who went for just 8 off his first. He's actually going to come on and bowl the 7th, so maybe just trying to make something out of nothing here, I think. Just trying to see if they can get a quiet over in and take it deep. Here he is coming in for the 7th over.
Oh, wonderful ball here by Adisha, and he's really bowled superbly today. His lines and lengths have been spot on. Gotta say hello to Anthony Razmilic, who's part of that Sir Oliver split squad that won last year's ECS Croatia. He's joining us in the chat. Great to see you here, Anthony. Got a question from Matt as well. I'll get to that question right after this ball. Struck towards mid-off. That's going to be a single. Just a run of these first couple of balls. That's certainly not going to hurt Guggen. Yeah, so Matt just asking when's finals day. So tomorrow we've got the quarterfinals, then on Friday are the semifinals, the bronze final, and then of course the grand finale, the main one for the gold medal. As this is absolutely launched there by Barry. Adisha was going for the Yorker again. He just missed it by a couple of inches, which allowed Barry to get underneath it and pump it away for 6 more runs.
Yeah, Barry's playing a blinder here. Don't want to jinx him, but he's playing well. He's got that rate, which was up at about 15s down to 12s, and that will certainly, well, feel as if that's a bit more of a gettable result. See that at the moment, though, they need someone to, well, Moss needs to kind of get a bit of move on 23 off 17. It's good. Need a bit of help, though.
He's going to hook this one away, and I think that's gone the distance as well. Back-to-back Maximos here for Barry.
Yeah, that certainly will help proceedings. Rightfully so. Crowd are getting a bit louder over there. Nerves starting to maybe ease off slightly. I mean, I say it was at 12s. It's already back down to 11 straight away with that boundary. So this is good. This is good from Havering. Not far away here. Well done by that man to not fall over his bike, by the way. Change of angle. Going to come round the wicket. Can he try and get something going for his team?
Oh, what a catch. What an incredible take there by Adishan. Could that be the moment of this match? That ball was struck so hard back at him, and he so effortlessly reacted instantly and took what might be the most important catch of this match.
Well, if I'm being quite honest with you, he'll sit there and claim that it was a great reaction, but I think more than anything he's trying to take evasive action to make sure he hasn't got to go for a trip down to the old dentist down the road. That could have been an expensive trip, but he holds on, and it brings an end to a very good innings from Berry, who will be slightly frustrated, but I think what he has to say here, he's got his side in a good position here to kick on and take the win. But in fairness, that is a superb bit of work and a great bit of magic to get the wicket that they were looking for.
Must have had a absolutely minute reaction time. Couldn't have been more than
That's what I'm saying. I genuinely think it's just a reaction of hoping I don't lose my front teeth more than anything. Comes back over the wicket, so the change of angle works. Robertson then in it at number 5.
A big appeal over here, probably just sliding down the leg side, and the umpire agrees as well. So 79 for 3 at the end of 7. They get the big wicket here, Guggen, of Callum Berry, which just means that they're certainly got a good chance here.
Catches win matches, Nish, and it's one of those that you kind of think that may have just done it. I mean, Moss has been sat there at the non-strikers end for a while now. 23 off 17. I mean, it's a good rate, you know, if you're playing your T20s, but in T10, 23 off 17, that's not that. It's a good strike rate, but it's not a great one. They're chasing 38 off 18 then, needing to go just above 12.5. And it now looks as if it's now an Well, this is interesting. They're going back to, an injured soldier, really, because they're going to turn around and go back to the bowler who pulled up not too long ago. Here is Singh.
Struck firmly down the ground. That was a full toss, and Moss hits it right down the middle of the V. It's interesting that they have turned to Manpreet Singh, despite the fact that he's injured, but
I think it just tells you that they haven't got that bowling depth. I think that's all that tells you, and look at this, sat deep in his crease. Here's Moss.
I think it also is just testament to the fact that he's managed to pick up 5 wickets today, Manpreet Singh, and pulled his length back a little bit there, and indeed, that has been launched for 6.
Pulled his length back, might have pulled his hammy in the process. That's massive for a Moss. That's gone a long old way. Fetch it, please, because you can just see he's not getting through his run-up. He's not really bowling at any genuine pace at all, and it's a hit-me ball. It's begging to be dispatched, and Moss happy to oblige. Races now onto a better strike rate, 33 off 19, 28 off 16 for Havering.
This is going to be hit away towards the offside. That's going to go for 4 runs, and you can just tell he's laboring, really struggling through his run-up, and could this decision just cost their side?
Yeah, massively. I think this over's now already become too detrimental to the cause, and just question the choice, really. There's got to be someone else that can give you, something different in return.
Drills this down the ground. It's going to take some fielding out in the deep, and dealt with well there by Randhawa. The damage has already been done this over. They've managed to get 15 runs off it.
Damage done, but it also means that you've now got Robertson at the striker's end, who's got 2 balls, and he's got the license. He's got the license to clear that front leg out of the way and swing hard, boy. 23 off 14. Listen, 2 overs ago, that rate was set at 15s. It's now down to 9s, just below 10s. Robertson.
Oh, this gets a little bit of bat on it, and he threw the kitchen sink at that. Top edge flies away towards third for a 4.
Kitchen sink, more like a semi-detached house. That's gone at a rate of knots off the outside edge, and this is exactly what I'm saying. He's got the license for 2 balls to do what he wants. Swing hard, and that's exactly what he does, and he reaps the rewards. 4 more, and things now looking very, very much like an uphill battle for, well, for the likes of Gagan here, really.
Just 19 runs needed now for Havering to win it. They're closing in on what would be a memorable victory. Slower ball, and that's going to end up being a dot ball to end the over. So 19 needed off the last couple of overs. We'll take a look at this one more time.
Oh, I mean, arguably it's a wide. It's been given before, but it's not been given there. Dot balls are like gold dust. Anyway, coming down to the last 2, 98 for 3. Of course, what this does mean that, well, Gagan getting a point pretty much rules the fact that that we know that the Pinnacle Pros won't be going through. It means that points-wise, it's basically out of the window. Harry Singh is going to bowl the 9th, 98 for 3. Target of 117. Moss on strike.
Valuable dot ball. They really, really needed that one there, Guggen. Gonna have to get a few of those in this over.
Yeah, dot balls are like gold dust for this Gagan side. Moss on 38 off just 22. Raced along to it.
Hammered away, goes for a 6, and everyone in that Havering dugout will just breathe a sigh of relief. Enormous shot there by Ross.
Huge sigh of relief, and I don't think it's just the dugout, I think the pavilion as well. That's a lovely strike though, really is. Holds his pose beautifully. Just the balance at the crease, head nice and still, and the rest lets the rest do the work. And 44 now, 13 off of 10. This has been a really well thought out chase from Havering though. They know that they didn't have to go at a blistering rate. It's just under 2 a ball. It's very much doable with 50-metre boundaries. It's a quick outfield, a hard outfield to field on as well. And with pace on the ball, it becomes relatively, well, even harder. 44 for Moss.
It's going to be a wide over there. Doesn't quite get the line right. Got a question here from Bradley C. Says he's new to cricket and wants to know what the brackets 82 next to target 117 meant. So, yeah, Bradley, that's not something you typically see in most cricket matches. A feature of the European cricket series. We'll get into that after this ball. Full toss, struck away, and that's going to race away for a boundary. So it's just 8 runs needed now to win. So, yeah, that's the amount of runs a side needs to get at least 1 point from a match. You get 3 points for a win, 1 point for a loss, 4 points for a bonus point victory, and 0 points for a bonus point defeat.
2 for just the half century for Moss.
He's going to get this down the ground, and that's going to go away for a 4. He brings up his 50 here, Moss. A well-deserved half century, a terrific knock under some serious pressure. And what looks like is going to be a match-winning knock.
Yeah, it's a match-winning innings, isn't it? 52 off just 25 deliveries. We were saying at 23 off 17, he needs to get a go on, and he certainly did exactly that. 4 needed for victory.
Hit down the ground, and are those going to be the winning runs? Yes, they are. And Havering have their first victory of this European Cricket Series. The much-loved underdogs who had the support and the love of the home crowd finally get a win, and they get it against a strong Guggen side. They win this by 7 wickets, and what a delightful moment. You just love to see fairy tales come true.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, when you're chasing a total, sometimes crazy things happen, but they've done very well here. A very well-oiled machine in that chase. They didn't look to really put a foot wrong, and they've done superbly here to take a victory. And a bit of an upset, in all fairness, some would argue, but they've done superbly well to ensure that they get some points on the board. And, well, credit to them, credit where credit's due. They've done very well here up against a strong Guggen side. Let's have a look at the highlights of an interesting chase.
It was certainly a very fun chase, and you've got to give credit to Guggen for the way they bowled this second innings. They made this target a lot more challenging than it would have seemed. We saw Corbs hit a couple of boundaries and then decided to play a rather odd shot, in all honesty. Was looking to just scoop one round the corner, ended up getting clean bowled. Little would depart for a duck. And then that partnership between Moss and Berry really proved to be pivotal, as the two of them would come together for a 61-run stand. Berry was the main run scorer during that partnership. His incredible strike rate of 331, it's 6 sixes during the course of that innings. That's just when he started to take this game away from Guggen.
Yeah, nice crowd catch out there as well, in all fairness. But yeah, well done to the likes of Havering. Listen, they were up against it. It was a tough ask, but they did what they did need to do, in fairness. You know, they bowled tight, they bowled really well, their fielding was superb, and if I'm being quite honest, I think the fielding's probably won them the game. Yes, they've gone and batted well, and they've done very well. That was a superb catch though, a nice highlight there for the likes of Adisha, but the rest is something they won't want to look at. Some of the shots through the offside though from Moss were pretty remarkable, in all honesty, as he just hit them so hard. That one though was a lovely shot down the ground for 6, would bring him within touching distance of not only the victory but his own personal half century as well, and it was hit firmly, and the tower was in Elvira up there, was in a little bit of concerning areas for times, but that was a nice shot, and that was a really good way to bring up the half century.
Great way to bring up the 50, and you can see balls all around. Everybody was delighted with that win. A great moment for this side, and they were put together last minute, and they've come out here, they put in spirited performances match after match, and they get a much-deserved victory. They'll be heading into that game against Pinnacle Pro with a 1-4 record. And Aussie will be coming into that lineup. He's a really, really talented player. Got Abhi Sharma in as well. Jordan Tolan, who is a terrific player. We'll take a look at the scorecard here. Joe Moss making 56 of 26. Callum Berry with a fine knock, and it was really his knock that carried this Havering 11 side through what was a tough situation. We'll now take a look at the bowling figures for Guggen. They got off to a great start in this second innings. As you can see, they had Havering 18 for 2. Some real standout performances there, like Bilal Rafiq, Sahana Disha, 1 for 14 and 1 for 21 for the two bowlers respectively. And then Manpreet Singh also with some pretty respectable figures of 1 for 25. So match number 39 is in the books. Havering 11 win this one by 7 wickets with 7 balls to spare. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back on your screen in just under half an hour's time for the start of our final match of the group stages.
get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
The final match of the group stages is between CFS Pinnacle Pro and the Havering 11. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Tyrone Peters.
Havering to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a tails.
We'll have a bowl.
They're going to have a bowl.
Thank you for that toss update. So the Havering 11 will have a bowl. Let's see how they do chasing in the second innings. We saw them chase in the last match as well. Havering 11, this game, it's all about playing for pride for them. It's going to be their last match of this tournament. They've got the support of the home crowd, and they'll all be cheering them on for the win. They've made plenty of changes to the team. We saw them feature yesterday, but they've got some real good batting talent in their team for this match. And let's see if they can pull off a victory in their last match of this ECS. Meanwhile, for CFS Pinnacle Pro, it's pretty clear at this point they'll go on to play the Mighty Tigers in the quarterfinals. So this match is a bit more of a tune-up for that quarterfinal. Let's see if they play around with their batting order a little bit. Their top order, their openers at least, are pretty set with Cam, Tom, and Kadari. The two of them are very talented, but then it's a question of 3 to 5. What sort of lineup will they go with? They've shuffled around with it a little bit. Chavda has been really good so far this series, so let's see if he gets a promotion up the order. We'll head back to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Charlie Hunt.
Howdy folks, welcome to the final fixture of the group stages of this European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch, and we're ready and raring to go then here in Hornchurch. And well, I tell you what, I have a feeling that a few pints were drunk in that interval because, well, why wouldn't you? Havering got their win, and well, they're going to look to try and go 2-2, and well, why wouldn't you? Because at the moment they're on top. Their form's been pretty good coming into this. They just seem to be growing into this tournament and growing into their fixtures. You can see there that Pinnacle Pro have lost the toss. They've been put into bat, so we will see the likes of Kadakar and Cam Tom at the top of the order. And as Nish mentioned, Hyder has been pretty good. And Chavda, well, Nish is calling for him to go up the order. Aussie is back in for Havering, as is Abhi Sharma and Jordan Tolan. And Ferguson is 12th man. He will be starting on 12th man duty. So looking forward to this one. Havering, of course, they'll be happy that 0 is still there on that one, but I'll put a 1 there because they, of course, beat the Gangan side. So we know, of course, that Pinnacle Pro can't get through to the quarterfinal stage, but pride still to play for on Havering. I tell you what, after the last fixture, they'll be looking to try and get a victory. 31% plays 69% in the favour of CFS Pinnacle Pro. Supercomputer clearly thinking that that might have been a one-off, but I think that might be a bit too harsh. We'll see though, as players are out and ready and raring to go for this last fixture of the day. CFS opening the batting seems to be the usual suspects. In fact, I believe Tom might not be opening. Looks as if he might be dropping down a bit, but all time will tell. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you're tuning in from around the world, whether it be on, if I go out in the subcontinent or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. If you are watching on YouTube, get involved in that live chat. Do say hello to us. Let us know where you're watching from. Set and ready for an exciting final fixture of the group stage. We've had two groups, of course. Quarterfinals get underway tomorrow. Some big names on display for all different sides, former first-class players from all parts and all corners of the globe on display over the next few days. So looking forward to seeing how that plays out. And of course, Saturday, the return of the ECSW as well. So looking forward to plenty of cricket and also cricket from other locations around Europe on the network as well. Plenty of cricket to feast your eyes upon. You shall never be bored. Here's Kadika alongside Beluja. So a change there. Beluja opens up rather than Tom, which is a change that I don't think many were expecting. But we're ready and ready to get things going. Ollie Burley to open up the bowling. Up against Kadika. It's a swing and a miss to start. Right on the money straight away is Ollie Burley. Line and length just outside the off stump on that 5th, 6th stump line. Nice tidy start. He'll be happy with his efforts with the ball in that previous game. He started off nicely, and although there was a few leaked runs in that in that last over, it was tidy nonetheless. This is a bit wider and a bit of swing as well. Gets away from Andrew Little. Keeps the gloves after an almost perfect time with the gloves in that last fixture. About an hour and a bit ago now. Did superbly well. Only just had that little mishap in that final over. Took a couple of nice catches as well. Up and into the blue sky and into the trees, and that's gone all the way. First runs of the fixture is a Maximo into the leg side. Kadikar just helps this one on its way. It was a little bit too straight from Burley. Not a terrible delivery at all, but in fairness, he fetched it from outside off stump, in fairness. So 6 runs to start us off. Burley won't mind that, though. His line and length hasn't really been an issue. Just a pretty decent shot. Question is, does he go again? Steps down, and it's Fuller, and gets through, and that will beat the fielder, and that will go for 4. Nice looking cricket shot from Kedekar. It was just a bit of an overcorrection. And unfortunately, that is going to be another boundary if you're a Haverings fan favourite. Goes again, and this is up high in the air. Has it got the legs? No, it doesn't, only just. That's going to be 6 runs. Fielder was interested pretty much the entire time. But it just had the legs to go over. Might be the breeze is slightly coming down the ground. He was offered a little bit of extra length, and he took it on and just got over the 50-metre boundary. 51 metres is all you need, though. Oh, now down the leg side. Good stop, though, from Little behind the stumps. He stepped well across, but you're going to have to bowl it again. Let's see here. Steps across and just outside the leg stump. And is there a little tickle on this one? It might be leg buys, so it's going to go towards the rope. Yeah, it's going to be 4 leg buys. Not quite what you want to see if you're Burley, but a good over to start with. Has ended up being a little bit expensive. 22 come off the first. It's 22 without loss after the first over. And speaking of women's cricket, we spoke about Saturday, but of course tomorrow Gibraltar and Austria will return, and then Austria looking to take on Czechia in the afternoon. That starts at 8:15 GMT, 10:15 Central European Time, and 1:45 out in India. Nish joins me back in the box, and not the best of starts with the ball. 22 coming off the first over, a little bit loose.
The Pinnacle Pro will be mightily pleased with the way they've started. Just shuffled around their batting lineup a little bit, haven't they? You usually see Tom opening the batting alongside Kiddikar, but they sent Beluja this time around instead. He batted pretty well earlier today. Scored some quick fire runs. He got Ravi Punchal joining us in the chat. He says, "Man like Charles, good to hear your voice again. It's been a while."
Pedrick is in, lofts it up, and this is going to get through. It splits the gap, and that's a nice looking shot to start the over. Pedrick a little bit too full and too wide. Offers a bit of width, and he's pounced upon it, has Kedekar, and that has gone all the way. 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played there by Kedekar. Good boundary, just continues to motor along here.
Spin was crucial for Haverings in that last game. This one, much better. Not offered width, nice and straight. And nicely done by the fielder out in the deep.
Yeah, those spinners really were the key for this side, and let's see if they can do just as well in this match as well.
Yeah, good work by Aussie out there in the deep, to be fair. Width again, carved away, and this is going to run away from backward point. Chases on, does well in the end. Very well, in fact, from the non-watching pavilion. Bit of pressure on him there, added pressure, but does well.
That's stroked away, and good bit of fielding there, you got to say. Some top work. Got a lot of fans tuning in from the U.S. over here in the chat. Got Pucker Button saying he's from Oklahoma, and SkyQuest over in California. Bradley C. from the United States as well. So yeah, great to see some fans from across the pond, as this is just flat batted away, and quick bit of work there. Goes away for 4 runs.
Yeah, just too short from Pedrick. Just, again, kind of started in a similar fashion in the last game. Just struggled to get a bit of rhythm to get going, but he did eventually bring it back, and he'll be hoping for something not too dissimilar. That's just a bit too short, and Beluja pumps on it. Wouldn't mind a tidy response here with Pedrick. Oh, this is off the pad, looking to sweep. But a yes, no, maybe, and possibly could have been a chance at a run up, but a misfield means it's a very eventful dot ball.
Yeah, good bowling there by Patrick. Let's just take a look at this again, and just follows the batter so well as he was looking to advance. Terrific bit of bowling.
33 currently on the board. It's not been a bad start, this, for the likes of CFS. Pinnacle Pros. Just seems to be a pause in play. Well, 3 buses, 3 London buses in my sight. 2 double-deckers and a single. Goes wider. Too wide. It'd be interesting to have another look at this. Does it cross over that blue line? Oh, a little look.
Let's just take a look at this. Just has to catch a little bit of that blue line for it to be a legal delivery. Once again, struck down the ground, and it's going to go away for 4 runs.
Well, Ty's are doing the job of protecting his umpires in there. Didn't take it cleanly, though. And, well, now he's decided he's going to come on and have a word. So, end of the second over. And going nicely, 38 with that loss.
Yeah, good start here for Pinnacle Pro as we take a look at the standings. So, yeah, Havering, they can't qualify for the quarterfinals, as we mentioned a couple of days ago. So, they're mostly just playing for pride. Meanwhile, for Pinnacle Pro, it's pretty clear that they're going to stay in 4th place here. Too wide a gap here for Guggen. So, even if they were to pick up bonus points in this game, they'd only be able to go up to 12.
Yeah, it looks as if Jordan Tolan is, who is returning to the side, is going to get to bowl the 3rd. Big over this, really. Feel as if he could do with taking a wicket and breaking this opening stance here, really.
Yeah, Tolan captained this side in the final match of the day yesterday. Had a pretty good game as well.
Starts well, but equally the shot is just as good, as it's a lovely flash of the blade through the offside, and that's gone all the way. 4 more.
Beautifully played. Just a gorgeous looking stroke here. I'll take a look at this one more time. It's a couple of paces out of his crease and just places it beautifully in the gap. Goes away for 4 runs.
Yeah, just pushes it away. Steps down again and still wide and width on offer, and he's not exactly going to miss out on that. It's easy pickings this at the moment. Kedekar, he is loving what's being fed to him at this point.
He certainly is. Just giving a bit too much width here. A chance for him to free his arms. And he's certainly punishing this bowling.
Yeah, it's just too short and too wide. I don't know if he's getting put off by the fact that the batter steps down and across or something along those lines, but well, a field change now as deep mid-wicket comes up, and now you've got a deep extra cover to try and protect this this offside boundary. Steps across, goes again, and this time it's well stopped. Well stopped indeed by cover. Narrows it down, and well, that probably might have just saved at least a couple of runs. Top of his mark, hoping, pleading for a break in play here. Well, the consistent flow of runs is well, carrying on as it seems to be. Another one that goes into the leg side this time. The result still the same, 4 more.
He's been one of the most consistent batters this series, Kedekar. He has 4 50s to his name, a top score of 90, averaging 49 for this series. And you can see why here. He's such a classy batter.
Yeah, it just seems to have a lot of time at the crease. And now the keeper stands up to try and change his view. And this is a nice cricket shot into the offside, but there is that deep extra cover, so it'll just be one. Oh, it could be buzzers. There will probably be buzzers. There is. Well, the wheels just starting to fall off here for Havering. Just a couple of mistakes creeping in. It's tricky for the keeper. He's got to deal with the sun on that far side. Not really too much that Little could do about that one.
Last ball of the power play coming up. It's been a really good one so far for CFS.
52 plus this. 52, and it will just be 52. Very well fielded by Billy Corpse at mid-off. That'll be the close of the power play, 52 without loss.
Here you go, Mr. Maximo. Vinny Sundu joining us in the chat. Says it's great to have you back. And what's it like being back on ECN?
Like I've never been away. No, it's been good. It's been really nice. Yeah, looking forward to catching up, I think, with everyone a little bit later on this evening. But no, it's been good. Straight into the thick of it. Good weather as well. I think that helps. I think at one point I was looking on Monday and it wasn't looking too great for today, so it was a bit concerning. But no, it's been really good. Really enjoyed it. I mean, what a great place to play cricket week in, week out, though.
You know who else has been really happy to hear you on comms?
Who?
My mom.
Ah, shout out to Nish's mom.
She thought you were going to leave for the 5th match, and she sent me a message saying, "Oh, don't tell. Did Charlie leave? Is he not going to commentate the next match?" And I'm like, "Don't worry, he's still here for the last."
Is that you
game.
telling me that your mum's my biggest fan?
She's certainly up there as one of them.
Shout out to Nish's mum. Oh dear, see, you learn something new every day. Jeeves, bit of leg spin. Oh, we're bowled. Good flight, nice and full in the block hole. Can't get it away. Good start. No, it's been good. Really enjoyed it. It's something that I know, I was keen to try and get down at some point, but it's just, the fact that this is, this series kind of kicked off right at the start of the blast just meant it was tricky to get down. But luckily we kind of managed to work out a way. One day and one day only. Full toss. And hit firmly. Went very well fielded again. This time Callum Berry doesn't work very nicely and cleanly done.
I think Billy Corpse, Callum Berry have both done a superb job at long off and long on throughout this day. And now they've got Aussie out at cow corner as well, who's a superb fielder. He's got hands like buckets. Former Nigerian international.
I was just going to say, what's the story with Aussie? There must be a story of somewhat. Nigerian international. Good cricket out in that sort of those parts of Africa, to be fair. This is a really nice looking shot. One bounce for really pure striking this from Kedekar. It wasn't a terrible delivery at all from Jeeves. It was in the right area. But Kedekar equal to it. 4 more.
Yeah, beautifully played. It was a half volley. And Kedekar is going to feast on that kind of a bowling. Strikes it away for 4 runs. Yeah, Aussie, a much-loved player. I think anyone who's come on comms has spoken very, very glowing terms about him. So, huge part of the cricketing community here in Havering.
That's the one. Potentially a little snick on this, given the reaction from a few people. Could be buzzers here. It's well done indeed from Jeeves off his own bowling. Remember, they had a few issues with buzzers earlier. This time does well. Very nicely done indeed. No, it's been great to be here for a day. It's 3 hours down, sleep overnight, which I'm grateful for, and then 3 hours back up tomorrow morning, leaving at about 7, half 7, I think. Jeeves. Just the 5 so far off the over. Fuller and straighter. Chance maybe. No, that's going to go all the way. 6 runs. It was flat and straight from Beluga. Well, it's pretty much a carbon copy of Kadikar's, except this time he got 2 more for it. 6 more.
Yeah, once again, it's another half volley here. Just not quite getting the lengths right, Jeeves. Just over pitching it a touch, and he's been punished once more. Just kind of line and length where just give the batter a chance to free his arms and hammer it away.
There you go. There's Cockney Corner in its best. Give us a wave if you're out there. It's been very good to hear you all over there, and I'm sure there's some drinks flowing. And what a place to come down. It's great. Come for the afternoon, finish work at about 5, pop in, see some cricket. Doesn't get much better than that. Sun's out as well. That does tend to help. 22 degrees. It's been sort of 22, 23 all day. Arguably shorts weather. Needs a response here, Jeeves. Just gone a bit full the last couple of deliveries. Well, this time Fuller, and the result is the same. That is 6 runs yet again. And it's pretty much carbon copy. It was the same sort of delivery and the same result.
Yeah, wonderful shot again. 17 coming off this over. A really, really productive one. And it's almost like a carbon copy of the shot we saw in the previous delivery, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty much a direct replica, in all fairness. I was a bit worried. I didn't really know where that was going to come off at the end when that landed. End of the 4th, 70 without loss. Pinnacle Pro probably enjoying life a little bit more than Gagan were at this point.
Yeah, your first comment when you came in this morning was we're really straight here, and we've certainly been in the firing line throughout this series.
I don't know if it's just because I've been away from it for a while, but this feels more the straightest I think I've ever seen it.
Oh, it certainly is. I think Tina made the exact same comment when she came in here the first day. Said this is probably the straightest I've ever seen her commentary position.
You're basically behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah.
To be quite honest with you. Anyway, here's the 4th. Start of the 5th. Chipped. Very much a bit of a pitching wedge shot about that one down the ground for 1. Good start from Sharma. Yeah, I'm trying to think of where was straighter. To be fair, Croatia was quite straight. Romania's very straight.
I think in Croatia we weren't too worried about the power hitting, were we?
No.
It wasn't the highest scoring series.
No. Hit firmly. Cloth, but still got enough of it. That's 4. Nice pick up from Beluga. Sharma, just a bit of a full toss. It did well to get underneath it.
Yeah, when I was in Romania, it was a rather unorthodox position. I started off around long on, and then eventually they had a few issues with the equipment there, and then I was just moved indoors. And I couldn't actually, I was kind of peeking out of a door to try to watch what was happening as it struck away on the offside. It's going to go for 4 runs. A nice shot here by Beluga, who's been pushed to open the batting, and he's done a fine job.
Yeah, different feeling this to about an hour ago for this Havering side. They're just, well, from one point where it was all going so right, it just seems as if it's all going oh so wrong now. Just need to try and stem the flow of runs here, take a wicket, just change the momentum, shift it a little bit. Beluga, he's playing a blinder though, 31 off 11. Slower ball and fetched, and that's gone the distance yet again. 6 more. Sharma's gone for 15 off the first 4 deliveries. This over is looking like a dangerous one again.
He picked up the slower ball really well there and gave it a good bash, Beluga. That's been an interesting move. You typically see Cam Tom opening the batting for this CFS side, and maybe they just decided that they wanted to shuffle things up a little bit. And I wonder, heading into tomorrow's quarterfinal, are we going to see a slight change in the opening pair for CFS? They've been pretty adamant to stick with Kedekar and Tom, but is Beluga going to get the nod now?
Change of angle, result is the same. 6 again, and this time it's bigger than the last couple. That's a huge one into the leg side and moves into the 40s.
Back and across, gives this a good whack. Was given some length to work with as well by Sharma. Had it sent well beyond the rope, an enormous 6.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit out of hand now. This is kind of what we saw a little bit this morning. We had a bit of a break from it in the last game, but we're back to the scheduled programming of 6s galore. Last ball of the 5th, potentially. Back of the hand, slower ball up in the air. 6 more yet again. It's a huge over. 27 come off it, and they're within touching distance of the 100 mark already, and they're only 5 overs down. It's 97 at the end of the 5th over. Welcome you into the box here, and Nish at the moment, I mean, Havering, this is quite literally complete polar opposites to what they had earlier.
Yeah, I think they might just have enjoyed that last one a little bit too much. Yeah, CFS Pinnacle Pro are off to a flyer of a start. They slightly changed their opening pair, and it seems to have worked wonders for them. 97 runs in these first 5 overs. They could be on track to even get 200.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way. But I think, you know, Haven's got to remember that they batted superbly well in that last game. They're not, you know, they're not exactly a side that can't bat. It's just trying to find a couple of people that can maybe just push on a little bit quicker. Still got 5 overs to go, though. Come back to live action. And this is leg side, and Phil almost gets done by the sun, but he does superbly well in the end. And there's a bit of a coming together between Little and Beluga. He's just one away from a very well-made half-century, by the way. Constant sirens, isn't it? It's London. Up in the air, hang on a second, could be gone. Well, I was told this man has buckets for hands, and he does exactly that. Good catch by Aussie. And that's going to be the end of Beluga. He goes for 49, falls just one short of a personal half-century. He goes for 49 off 15, and the score is 98 for 1, a desperate wicket.
Yeah, quite appropriate that siren's ringing as that wicket falls. So wicket at last for this Havering side. Beluga departs, a good knock for him. Well taken by Aussie out in the deep. Take a look at this again. He's got the safest pairs of hands, doesn't he? He's never going to make a mistake. Holds on to that catch. The opening stand is snapped at 98. Yeah, the comment about the sirens, this is a lot more than we've had at any point this ECS.
Because I'm here. They found me. Hyder in at 3 then. Still no Tom, interestingly enough. Don't mind it though. Hyder can give it a bit of a whack. Corpse. Oh, that's a superb delivery. Does both keeper and batter, and it's going to run away for 4 byes. Corpse a little bit hard done by that.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there for Corpse. Header coming in at number 3 over here, gets the promotion up the order once again, and his role's going to be pretty simple here. The platform has been laid, just has to attack these last few overs and try to get his side up to a score probably above 180. That's what they'll be eyeing.
Up high in the air. Has he got the legs? No, it's a super catch. Very good catch indeed by young Callum Berry, makes no mistake. Watches it all the way, watches it like a hawk. And that's going to be another one that bites the dust, and Corpse got 2 in the over. It's 102 for 2.
They're really well taken there by Berry out in the deep. Tracked the ball so well. And then he was just in the perfect position to grab that catch. 2 wickets fall this over. They go bang, bang, just as they would have wanted. And all of a sudden now, maybe just a little bit of concern settling in that CFS dugout as we take a look at the replay of that wicket.
Yeah, good catch, straight as a die, wasn't it, to be fair, from the batter, but just good footwork and good movement. Saw it early, did the likes of Callum Berry. Goes for a 2-ball duck as far as Hyder. Well, no Derek. I haven't seen Derek today. Is Derek still here, or have we not got Derek still? Derek's gone? No. Oh, wow. See, no one told me about that. Oh, I wish I never came.
Yeah, he's in retirement, unfortunately. Derek's put his feet up, and he's just going to enjoy the... Well, probably off somewhere in southern Europe or maybe on the Adriatic coast, watching along in the stream.
Cricket. No, folks, you're not watching the World Test Championship. This is the ECS. It's just a very well played shot from Tom. Comes in at 4. A little bit different. I bet
Derek's
Rico's
lurking in the chat. Drop us a message.
I bet Rico's absolutely furious. Got him! Gone! And it's 3 in the over. It's a magical over from Corpse, but in the right way for a bowling side. Chopped on from Tom. It's another that's going to have to go. It's 102 for 3. What an over.
That's the second time he's chopped one on here. So unfortunate for Cam Tom, who's going to have to depart for a duck. Was just looking to create some room to cut it away. Comes off the edge of his bat onto his stumps. Take a look at this one more time. He loves to play that shot, doesn't he, Cam Tom? Looking to create the room to strike that through point. He's unable to cut it. Comes off the bottom edge of the bat. Just kind of misjudged the bounce on that ball. And 3 wickets fall in this over. Wow, could be a real turning point.
Yeah, well, you said after the first, you said, oh, could they be a little bit worried? I was sort of thinking in my head saying, no, they'll be all right, they'll be okay. But 3 in and over, and you can see Kadikar at the non-strikers end. His reaction tells you all you need to know. He cannot believe what he's seeing. In front of his own eyes, he's had the best seat in the house to probably one of the worst shows that he wants to see. 102 for 3 after 6. I mean, that is an over that Haverings will want to see back time and time again. 5 runs come off it due to the 4 byes, but 3 wickets. Apart from those byes, it's 3 wickets for just 1 run. Tylam back in for the 7th. Hit firmly through the offside. Moss is there, does very well. He's a jet out there. on the offside, does very well, watches it all the way. I have to say, as good as this ground looks, it's not an easy place to field. Not easy whatsoever. You've got a lot of hill to deal with, but then also the ground, it's just a little bit uneven. It's just the joys of cricket.
And also the slope on the leg side. I mean, that's a huge challenge to deal with as well.
Hit firmly, and that's 6. It doesn't matter where you are. Oh, is it? No, hang on a second. There's a bit of wind up there, and I think he's just done what might just be one of the best bits of fielding you'll see. That could be unbelievable. They're going to want to check this here, but Aussie might have just pulled off an absolute blinder. He might have just saved a fair few runs here.
Oh, he's batted down to 6. He's just come in the way of destiny and denied this from going for a 6.
I thought this was 6 all day long. I called it early. Let's have a look here. Has he done the unthink? No, I don't think he has. We'll have to go back. I think he takes off from outside the... yeah, there you go. 6 runs. Misfortunate. He just takes off from outside. If he takes off from inside the rope, he's done an absolute blinder, but he hasn't. Still, the effort was there. 6 then for Chavda. Well, I'll tell you what, no question about this one. That's 6 all day long. Hit firmly down the ground, and Tolan's gone back-to-back against him here.
A huge roar after Chavda hit that 6. Could hear a huge come on from out in the distance. Just takes a step into his crease, and that allows him to convert that into a half volley. Hammers it away for a 6. Back-to-back 6s start off for him.
Slower ball, chipped up, chance. And taken, safe as houses down at long on. That's a super grab indeed by Billy Corpse, make no mistake. And it's 6-6 and out, so Tolan has the last laugh as Chavda goes for 12.
A bit of a calamity developing here for CFS. They've lost 4 wickets in the space of 17 runs. 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, 3 brings 4 for CFS here. It's all just starting to fall apart.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang. Add 1 more to it. Well, good catch, to be fair. Running in, had to make sure that he did well, and he did exactly that. Repping the bucket hat as well, may I say. Decent looking bucket hat, I have to say. There's been a few of those. I've seen some ECN ones around now as well. I want one. New batter comes in, it's left-hander in Singh, and bearing in mind this man, by the way, last time faced a free hit first up, run himself out. So, see if he can go any better. Shot, nicely played, just picked it up. It was angling down for a wide, but he caught up with it and helped it on its way, and that's raced away 4 runs.
Yeah, they couldn't quite make the adjustment there for the left-handed batter. That was probably the right line to a right-handed batter. Swung a little bit as well, and it just clips that one away for 4 runs.
And it's last game, bit of food chat. Nando's, I've heard, is on the cards.
Yeah, Nando's is also another really good Brazilian restaurant not far from our hotel, where a lot of the crew loved going there last week. So if I were to talk, I would talk you out of Nando's if it meant we could go there.
Oh dear, that's a wide ball. Good stop from Little there behind stumps. Covered the ground nicely. You can't talk me out of a Nando's. That's not happening. That's not happening. I think I've got a free Fino Pitta in the app, so I might have to use it. Good stop from Little though. Nicely moved down like a cat. Shot. Nice pickup. Has he got the legs though? Yes, he does. He splits the fielders. It was tricky. It was teasing, but it's just 1 bounce 4, and it's a good effort though. In fact, I think they might have almost taken the score, the sight screen out, but they've done well.
Yeah, it just felt like he was going to go for a 6, but it's landed just in front of that rope for 4 runs. So it was a good boundary right there to end the over. Wicket did end up falling in that over despite the fact that it went for 22 runs. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow. So the quarterfinals are set. First quarterfinal features the East Londoners against the Sharks Cricket Academy. East Londoners undefeated. They're going to go into that match as big favorites against the Sharks. Old Brentwoods will take on Raynham. That should be a rather exciting match. Old Brentwoods will go in as slight favorites, but Raynham have shown that they've got the ability to pull off an upset or two. And then, well, good luck to Pinnacle Pro against the mighty Tigers. That'll be a tough game. And then Hornchurch, the home favorites, will be playing in our last quarterfinal.
Corpse comes back into the attack, and Aussie out there, just 1, super fielding. I think Hornchurch have done well there to get the last qualifier in that schedule. Pack out the bar, psychological warfare maybe?
Oh yeah, they're certainly going to take advantage of the home support, and I think we mentioned this earlier, but because they've got so many younger players, it is an advantage for them to play in that fourth quarter final, just because it means a lot of those younger players, once they get out of school,
yeah, very true.
play in some of those games. But
Very true. Didn't think of that.
we did have Richard Birdie did come in yesterday in the chat and assured us that wouldn't matter whatever the quarterfinal was. They would have their availability just fine, as this is tucked away for 4 runs.
Yeah.
Very nice shot by Singh.
Yeah, probably a bit finer than he was hoping, but a fine little tickle, and it races away. Outfield is electric at the moment. 4 valuable runs, though. Kedekar, by the way, has been there from the start. He's watched it all unfold from the non-striker's end. Hasn't faced the ball for what feels like an age.
You probably haven't seen him really face too many deliveries since all the way back in the 5th over when he took a bar to Abhi Sharma. This is going to go away for a boundary again.
Nice
a
shot.
Good shot by Singh.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets down early, notices it's going down the leg side and helps it on its way. Easy pickings for the left-handed batter. Right into the covers. It's weird being an ECS and having proper covers. 133 on the board then. Singh's moved on to 16 off 4. Corp's just struggling a bit to get his line right. Might be worth maybe coming over the wicket. He's going to stick to coming round. I'm going to say Little's not ready. He's not got a glove on. This one a little bit straighter, not too far down the leg side. Tries to pretty much replicate it, but can't do so.
They're getting down on one knee there, Singh, and he was just trying to hammer that one away towards square leg.
Comes down into the leg side. Fielder out there. He's an absolute jet. I've said it once, I'll say it again. He's done very well there. Saved at least 2. Very good indeed.
Yeah, superb fielding by Moss out in the deep, but denied what most certainly looked like was going away for a boundary. We'll take a look at this again. Just good use of the feet there. Plays it off his pads and then.
Still that line though, Nish. It's just teetering on borderline too far. Same area, this time Fuller though, and it can only nurdle out for a single. Interesting over, not a bad one, not too detrimental. It's 136 for 4 at the end of 8 overs.
Yeah, you'll certainly take 12 runs someone over, especially at this stage in the innings. You got to say, Billy really came back after getting struck for those 2 boundaries. Conceded just 3 runs in the next 3 deliveries. Seen a bit of a dip in the run rate here for CFS after they lost that cluster of wickets, 4 wickets in the space of about 7 deliveries. And it's been a little bit of a calamity for them, but they've recovered well. This partnership's done a pretty good job so far, as Singh has played some good-looking strokes. It's really going to come down to Kedekar, and where he can get his side to that expected score of 165, which is currently right at the bottom of your screen.
Can't believe Derek's gone. Why did no one tell me? Oh, was there a funeral?
Derek's gone, and all of his cousins have retired as well. No, they're just enjoying their retirement. Whole family.
Must have been a rough paper round if he had a retirement. Anyway, here's Jeeves. Went for 17 off his first. And this one is up and long enough, 6 runs. Just slightly teetering into the slot, so it was there to hit, and it was a good shot in the end, 6 runs.
Yeah, he put out the ad, though. The ad listing certainly is out there for Derek's replacement. And yeah, I know the HR over at ECN have been looking harder.
You can't
to come back with a list of candidates.
You can't replace him, though. He's irreplaceable. I'm surprised Rico didn't kick off. Rico and Derek were best buds. That puppet. Oh, dear. On the sweep, and well, he swept well so far, and he's going to do it again. Watch out. There is a grizzly about. Into the pavilion it goes. Well done you, sir. You've not spilt a drop of beer. That's very impressive. Very, very good indeed. Priorities are set. Very good.
Yeah, well done there, sir. I think that might be the first one that's gone into the pavilion.
Right in. There you go.
So far this series. Yeah, right through the door.
Oh, good touch. Hey, not one bit of beer was spilt. That's very impressive. Good on you. Jeeves, though, needs a bit of work here. Slower. And tries to change it up. And well watched by Tano. He just palms it away. Probably the smart thing to do rather than do it cleanly. So last game of the group stage. You've been here for the whole thing? Favourite memory?
Ooh,
Favourite moment?
Probably be those Hornchurch victories.
Yeah?
I can't name a specific moment for them, but just to see the support they had in every game.
I was going to say, otherwise you're sounding a bit biased there, Nish.
Just to see the support they had, and the fact the way the crowd cheered them during those victories really, really meant a lot.
First ball faced in probably about 3 overs. And this one is going to be 1 bounce 4. And Kiddicott, well, carries on where he left off.
Yeah, it's been a while since he faced the ball, and I struck that away for 4 runs. That was in the slot. It was there for him to hit. Played a number of shots similar to that against Alfie Jeeves when Jeeves bowled in the 4th over. A couple more balls left in the 9th.
Wide up and slaps, but straight to cover. Well watched in the end. Mohammad Singh, he, well, on the old juggle, but does well. Gee, he's suffered a bit of tap here, isn't he? 34 off his spell. Which, to be fair, in the grand scheme of things before today isn't really that bad, but just from what we've seen today, would have isn't really too bad. Last ball potentially of the 9th. It's all happened really. Up over cover, bit of work to do. Not going to get there. Nice shot, and it's a very, very tidy over in the end, as that is going to be 4 runs, and that's a 50 for Kedekar. He's scored a few so far already this tournament, and he adds another.
Yeah, half century for Kedekar, his 5th of this ECS, and you can tell why he's got this incredible average of 49 for this series. Just such a reliable run getter for this Pinnacle Pro side, and someone who they just know is going to always bring them some runs. Yeah, a little update on the Derek situation. Vinny just chiming in the chat saying Dudley will replace Derek, but yeah, it's been 4 months since Dudley said he'll take on the job, and he's still not here.
Well, surely employees don't get 4 months of sick pay.
Yeah.
Surely not. That's a sackable offence if I've ever seen one. Poor from Dudley. See, I'm telling you, you can never replace Derek.
Derek was here through rain or shine, didn't matter what kind of weather we had.
Nah, sometimes it did. Sometimes he didn't turn up.
Yeah.
Sometimes he was a bit slow.
Actually.
Sometimes he was a bit late to work. Sometimes he struggled. Okay then, 9th over, done and dusted. Into the 10th. 157 for 4. In fairness, Havering have done pretty well to jag this back slightly. Singh on strike. Burley returns. Good delivery first up. Good delivery first up. Singh trying to open up the offside. I mean, you can understand why. I mean, you look at the offside, there's no one really back apart from, well, long off and deep extra cover. So you can see why he's trying to go square of the wicket and get through the gap. It's well bowled by Burley. Dudley. Not sure how I feel about that. And this time swatted. Aussie on the pickup, turn and throw, does very well. Superb cricket.
Yeah, good cricket out there, and brings Kedekar back on strike right after he got to his half century. And just give it a little bit of width there, and yeah, slightly dangerous line to be bowling considering the field setting that's in place here.
Picked up, and that is sent into the evening sky. 6 runs, caught outside the region by Aussie. Shock, of course he catches it, but it's 6 runs nevertheless, and Kedekar continues where he left off.
He's certainly having himself a great time, isn't he? Aussie went for the catch despite the fact that it was well beyond the boundary rope. Kedekar just steps across there and hammers that one away for a 6er.
Starting to motor along here. Need to try and keep things down to a minimum. Well bowled. Very well bowled. Tough to get it away. Gets through 1, but won't get through 2. There'll just be 1. Good fielding. Good cricket in the end. You feel Burley's kind of probably deserved a wicket, to be honest. He's bowled well. He's not bowled poorly at all. 165 for 4. 2 balls remaining. Legal deliveries, that is.
Burley's just been a very consistent performer for this Havering side. He's chipped in with some useful runs as well, but his bowling has really been his standout.
Looks to get funky and does so, and that is class. That is very, very impressive from Singh. Fine leggers up, had the licence, executed it perfectly. 4 runs and moves on to 169 with the ball to go.
A great shot there by Singh. We've seen him hit some beautiful strokes, and now he adds that little scoop in as well. Just premeditated wonderfully. And there he was on in a flash. Scoops that one up, goes away for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's tricky as a bowler, because you see it early and you almost say, right, well, I'm try and follow him, or do I stick to my stumps and try and get my Yorker in? You got to kind of commit to one thing. He's going to change his angle. I don't think anything here on the pads is going to go because he's swept and played nicely off his pads so far. 169 plus this. Goes again and gets it. And this time arguably better than the previous one. That's a lovely shot and a brilliant way to finish the innings for the likes of CFS. They do get into the 170s, and that's certainly going to be a tricky chase. It's not going to be simple, but that's a beautiful bit of cricket.
You got to give so much credit to the CFS side. They lost those 4 wickets between over 6 to 7, but in the end, it doesn't actually throw off their run rate too much, as well, they end up on 173 runs.
Yeah, good effort in the end, and I think Kedekar's grateful for Singh coming in because he kind of watched it all unfold from the non-strikers and was thinking, well, someone surely has to stick around with me here. And eventually Singh came in and did exactly that with some beautiful shots onto the leg side. You can see there's a good crowd forming here at the wonderful Hornchurch, so if you are in the local area, do make sure you get down for the last 10 overs of the day, as it's going to be an exciting chase of about 171, and you can see here, good fielding out in the deep to chase that one down by Cameron Little. Did an excellent job being, ebbed on by the faithful out there by the pavilion. But some good shots from Kadikar at the top of the order. Of course, him and Kaluja opened the batting, and well, they seem to be a ruthless opening partnership. That one was potentially a chance, and then a bit of an interesting one on trying to go and get the likes of the wickets there. I believe Mr. Hankins has just walked past us, and someone's played a bit of a practical joke on him there. Can't be possibly say who or what's been happening, but only time will tell. I tell you what, though, this was the over that changed things, wasn't it? It was a great over by Billy Corpse to come on in that 6th over. Started off with 1, then took a wicket, 4 byes, and then this one was plopped up, and it was a very good catch running to his left.
A wonderful catch, and during this period, we just thought that maybe this Havering side would be able to wrestle back control of this match. They picked up a cluster of wickets during that period. They were absolutely delirious after Tom was dismissed. He would depart for a duck. And plenty of wickets fell. There was one of them, a good catch out in the deep by Billy to get rid of Chavda. But then after that, full credit to this CFS side, the way they were just able to wrestle back control and really put themselves in a good position.
That gentleman there most definitely is an East Londoner / Essex boy, because he didn't spill a bit of beer, so you can definitely understand where that's coming from. Yeah, some nice scoop shots to finish off though, and it does mean that they get to a pretty decent total in the end, and they'll be pretty happy with their efforts. I think the game was just kind of started to come away from the likes of Havering just at that opening stance when they, the likes of Beluja and Kedekar were really getting going. But of course, a couple of wickets in those middle overs really did just drag themselves back into the game. Could have been looking at a 200 chase, but they managed to drag it back, and it'll be a 174 target for the likes of Havering as Pinnacle Pro go big in the back end of the innings.
Yeah, 3 40-plus scores there. So they find themselves at 173, certainly a very good total for this CFS side. We'll take a look at the bowling card here as well. Billy Kors, those are terrific figures for him. 3 for 13, the 2 overs he bowled. He really gave his side a chance to win this game, and without his 2 overs, this score could have spiraled to something out of control, maybe north of 200.
Yeah, listen, I know that you've been saying over the last few weeks that, it's not really been a bowler's paradise at all, and I think there's probably some of the best figures you'll see over the course of this tournament. 174 will be the target then. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Nishay Butt right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch. We're coming to the end of the group stages of our European cricket series. It's the final innings of what has been a great week of action here in Group B. A target of 174 has been set for the Havering 11. Some great batting in that first innings by Pinnacle Pro. Arya Kedekar top scoring with 58. Baluja with a fine 49 of just 15 deliveries. As the umpires just making their way out to the middle. Himal Vijay Surya alongside Raza Ahmed Manyar. The third umpire is Vikash Amin. And of course, you've had a chance to see match referee Tyrone Peters during our toss videos. The players will be making their way shortly onto the field, and well, it's a great opportunity for me to welcome Brian Jeeves into the commentary box. Football writer, broadcaster, and of course father of Alfie Jeeves. Great to have you here.
Yeah, great to be here, Nish. Really enjoying it. I've been here a couple of days now watching Alfie. Great weather, a little bit breezy, good crowd, and Hornchurch, what a great job they've done putting this on.
It certainly has been.
Fantastic.
It's been up there as one of the best events we've had on the network, so looking forward to how this goes. What do you make of this score? It's going to be a tough chase here for Havering.
It's going to be a tall order for them. It is going to be a tall order for them. But I've got to say, you know, Phil's done a great job getting a team together with Havering, and these boys, they've turned out here. They've done their utmost. They've come together. Didn't really know each other at the beginning of the week. I know Alfie and Joe know each other really well. Great friends, play together at Essex's disability team. And they've won a game, which is a big thing. You know, they've competed and they've won a game. And look, they'll do their utmost in this. I know they will. They'll give it everything they've got. But it's a tall order. We've got to be honest.
And also picking up a win against the side of Guggen's quality are going to end up in third place. We know they have some quality batters. So many first-class players from Sri Lanka on their side. And for them to win against a quality side like that really was quite an accomplishment. They start off with a 6 here. They're certainly going to give it a good go. Barry smacks that one right back into the team dugout, and they'll want plenty more coming their way.
Great start in it there from Barry. He's got hold of it.
A wonderful stroke. So do tell us a little bit more about your broadcasting career. I mean, you've got an extensive career covering football.
I always thought of myself as the lucky journalist. I was in the right place at the right time. I got involved with a little local newspaper around Essex, Yellow Advertiser, and I cover Premier League football right down to non-league for them. Tottenham and West Ham and Arsenal are the main teams I do, as well as Colchester United, Leyton Orient, Southend United locally. And I write reports on their games and news stories. And with commentary, I got lucky around about 10 years ago. I was covering a game at Wycombe Wanderers, a League One team, which is like third division in England. I was covering Southend there, got talking to the legend that is Phil Catchpole, who broadcasts from there. And we got on and we've done a bit of commentary for the last 10 years, and I thoroughly enjoy it.
Oh, drilled right back, and this is heading towards the commentary tent, and thankfully for us, we got Arya Kedekar protecting as well. That's not going to go for 4. Good bit of fielding.
He's saved our shins there, hasn't he? Yeah. Saved our shins, come across there, good fielding.
They put it so straight as well, right in the firing line. I mean, that was one of the first observations we had when we turned up on the first day here, but it certainly gives us a good view, though.
Well, I was listening earlier about the rules on batting and wicket keeping with a helmet, but we didn't get one, did we? We're right in line. No helmets for us.
Yeah, all we get are these hard cases to protect our equipment. And rule number 1 on ECN, always protect the equipment. So if anything's heading towards our monitors, we've got to be ready to get the ball.
Yeah, diving in front of that, putting our bodies on the line. So, but yeah, with the commentary, it's just something I thoroughly enjoy doing. I do a bit at Colchester United as well for Hospital Radio, which is a really good community thing.
That's been launched up in the air. Yeah, it's going to land safely. Can pick up a couple of runs here, though. Good running between the wickets.
Steady start.
Take a look at the shot one more time. It was in the slot. Didn't quite manage to middle it. Got plenty of height on it, but not the distance. It ends up landing safely.
Just didn't get all of it, did he?
Yeah. A big swing and a miss over there. So 10 years ago, what's it been like the last 10 years making the transition from reporting and journalism to commentary?
Well, I do both. I do
Yeah.
both of them, sometimes at the same time, which is, but yeah, it's just something I enjoy. I enjoy the interaction. I love listening to finding out where people are listening to us from. That fascinates me. You know, and I'm sure it's the same for you guys. You look and you see all around the world people listening.
Oh, that goes all the way for a 6. A massive shot there by Barry, and we saw him play a superb innings in the last match that just gave his side that win and to pick up 17 runs in this first over. No, absolutely. I mean, just today in the chat, we've had people from all over the world, Estonia, 3 different states in the U.S., France, all over the world.
It's incredible,
tuning in
isn't
for our
it?
stream.
Incredible.
Yep. It's been 38 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. That streak was snapped over in Bucharest. So we've got this little thing on ECN where if the match is tied, it comes down to 1 ball rather than the super over, which they use in some other formats of the game. Yet to have that so far here in Hornchurch. And boy, wouldn't it be wonderful if we got a golden ball here.
An incredible fight back, wouldn't it, to get that today from Havering.
High up in the air, shouts to catch it, fielder underneath it, and he'll take it. Well, for a moment, it just looked like it might slip out of his hands. You can see he had his hand on his heart. He was so anxious that he might put it down. And I feel so happy here for young Caleb Baldwin. He's been so unlucky. He's gone for a few runs. Things haven't quite gone his way, but he gets a wicket here.
He's got his wicket and he's delighted. Unfortunate for Joe. He's attacked it. He's been aggressive, but he's got to go. I feel for Joe. I've watched him for 2 or 3 years now as a cricketer, and he's a really, really good all-round cricketer. Really smashing lad as well. Great friends with Alfie.
No, he's made a terrific impression so far this series. He's had 2 half-centuries. He's been a key part of this Havering side and played the match-winning knock in the last match.
Yeah, the 2 boys thoroughly enjoyed playing here. Really have. You know, considering last week they knew nothing about it. And then, you know, this week they're playing in the tournament. And as I said, just thoroughly enjoyed the whole thing.
Yes, of course, you're here with your Wickham Wanderers quarter zip. Tell our viewers a little bit about Wickham Wanderers and how they're doing. I mean, some of our viewers might not know too much about the club.
Well, they're in it's like the 3rd division of English football, and just missed out on promotion this year. They lost in the playoffs. They're ambitious, and they would like to get up a division if they can. It's a very family-orientated club, very friendly club, and you know, I've made lots of friends there, and you know, fans and things like that. They're always looking out for us and things like that. We have a wonderful thing there where they bring food up to the commentary box for us, which me and Phil will always appreciate.
Oh, we've certainly been treated to some good food here in Hornchurch as well, so we've been very lucky with that. Another one launched away for a 6 there by Barry, who moves on to 21 of 6. Yeah, some of our viewers, of course, they've all heard about Wrexham. We have a lot of viewers from the United States as well. Any chance Wickham will be playing them at any point?
They played against Wrexham this season. They finished 3 places behind them. Lost 2 games against them at home and away. But the Wrexham story is quite incredible. And the fact it is global, and they are very, very ambitious, and I think they'd like to get into the Premier League.
This is hammered away for 6 runs. That's going to go the distance. Just a wonderful hit there by Barry, and take a look at his strike rate here.
He's making short work of it at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's got all of that, hasn't he, Barry? And you're looking at it, and it's minimal footwork, just a little step back, balances himself, timing's absolutely perfect, and he's put that away.
And this just goes back to what you said, minimal footwork, all about timing. Just that solid base he has to hit from. It's modern batting.
Yeah, it's really, really good, really impressive stuff from Barry.
No, it's incredible, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure in the old days, how were we taught to bat? Play with a straight bat.
Yeah.
Look to hit it in the V, and now let's throw all that out and look to hit everything towards mid-wicket, clear the front leg, and play across the line.
Yeah, well, that was, when I was in school, it was all about playing a forward defensive stroke. We were never taught to play aggressively or anything like that. It was always how to do that. And I always remember my dad taking me to watch Essex play and telling me they had a quick bowler, John Lever, who was my first Essex hero. And my dad said, look at John Lever, learn from him. And all these years later, I'm playing in Eastwood's 4th team in the Mid-Essex League. So it didn't quite work out the way my dad would have liked it, but I enjoy my cricket, and John Lever's still a big hero of mine.
Yeah, speaking of cricket, that just brings us on to that. You said you've also had the opportunity to cover a little bit of cricket in the past. Do tell us about your personal story with cricket.
It was my personal story is my dad was a big cricket fan, an Essex fan, so that was me. I was an Essex fan as well. I used to go to the games with him. He was a railwayman, a train driver, engine driver, and I used to go with him and the other railwaymen and sit with them. And then when Alfie came along, he started coming to cricket with me, and that was really that. And then when I got on to working with the newspaper, I started covering Essex as a journalist, and that was a really big thing for me to do that and work at the big grounds like Lords and the Oval and Edgbaston, and get those opportunities, smashing opportunities. But it's something I thoroughly enjoy. Alfie's been very lucky as he's grown up as well. He's had an opportunity to sit in the media areas with me at various grounds and have that experience and meet some pretty famous people from football and cricket, which he's really enjoyed. So that's been the big thing for me. Cricket it's been a big part of our family's life, and to see Alfie playing now.
Oh dear, this could be a little bit concerning here. The ball just struck right back towards Barry. Certainly hope that he hasn't hurt himself too bad here. You could just see Ozzy looking to hit this one away towards mid-on, and right in the midriff. That's a little bit concerning, though. The good thing here is that Barry seems to be up and just massaged his hand a little bit, but looks like he should be able to continue. Yep.
Yeah, that was looked a bit dangerous for a minute, didn't it? But he's up on his feet, which is good. But yeah, cricket has been a big part of the family, and to watch Alfie playing now is one of my favourite things. Just coming and watching him play with a smile on his face and enjoy the game. I think as a parent, that's the thing. I let his coaches coach him and everything else. I don't get involved with any of that. I just always say, just enjoy it. Wherever you're playing, whoever you're playing, enjoy it. And that's what he does. And I know he's thoroughly enjoyed playing these last couple of days.
Yeah, it must be incredible for you as a father to watch Alfie play in this series. I mean, on his ECS debut, picked up 3 wickets, made an incredible impression. What have these last few days been like, especially considering this team was sort of put together very last minute?
Yeah, I think that the good thing for him is they probably haven't had much time to think about it. So although they were nervous, it wasn't like they've got a week, 2 weeks. It was literally, by the way, you're doing this, whack, they're out there. So that's been a really good thing. I'm sure over the coming weeks he'll look back on it and sort of talk more about it and everything else, because your memories then start to come back, don't they, about it? And I'm sure he'll want to come back and play again. I've no question about that. But yeah, he thoroughly enjoys his cricket. This has been a big thing for him. He loves playing for Essex as a supporter. Having that opportunity to play for the club you support is absolutely brilliant. But yeah, he's adapted himself as a leg break bowler. So he started off as a wicket keeper with his school. So purely because the kid that was going to be the wicket keeper didn't realise that they played with a hard ball.
It's sent away for a 6 as well. Barry now moves on to 44. As we come to the end of the power play, this is a really good starting for him. He can actually make 49 runs.
It's a good platform, isn't it? It is a good platform. And if these two can motor on here, we might have a tight finish. Who knows?
Yeah, we certainly could. And we've seen Havering pull off some remarkable chase in the past, or at least come close to pulling them off. Take your mind back to the very first match.
First game, yeah, within
Alfie's
5
debut
runs.
when they were just within 5 runs of chasing 180.
Yeah, and I think that set them up because, when you turn up and you don't know much about it and you've just watched the games beforehand and you're thinking, wow, can I compete here? Can I do this? And they did, and that was great. That was really good. Again, just watching Barry there, minimum footwork again. A great shot. Really gets all of it, doesn't he? Really impressive.
Yeah, that first fixture just must have given them so much belief when they saw that they could go up against a quality side like that and almost knock them off. And they did knock them off in the last match.
Yeah, I think it did. Like I said, it's something for them to take with them.
I'm just going to take a look at this here. Could have a chance for a stumping, although They don't look particularly confident here, Pinnacle Pro. Well, let's just see. There's Aussie, safe. Yeah, he's perfectly
he's
fine
back,
there,
isn't
no
he?
problem whatsoever.
Wicket-keeper doing the right thing, though. Reacting quickly.
Oh, beautifully played there. Just rolls his wrists on that one and gets it away for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Absolutely beautiful shot. Found the gap.
Yeah, so Alfie, of course, involved in some disability cricket as well for Essex. Could you tell us a little bit about that as well, please?
Yeah. He was diagnosed autistic, and Essex run, I think it's 4 sides now, and all the counties tend to run teams. He was invited up for a trial 3 or 4 years ago, 3 years ago, and he signed with Essex, and he's played a number of games for them. He had a national final, which unfortunately they lost a couple of years ago, but it's been great experience for him. He thoroughly loves pulling on that shirt and playing for his county, and he's took a few wickets as well, scored a few runs. And like I said, it's just a really good thing. The counties, I've sort of took in what they're all doing as you go around, and they're great. They're really good. You know, I think you look at the likes of Surrey, for example, who are, you know, they're like the Manchester City of cricket in this country, and I see them, and you know, they're getting their abilities players involved in the club as a whole, you know, like working around the ground and things like that, and it's great to see that these things are happening, and these boys are being and girls are being given a great opportunity to play cricket.
Yeah, they certainly have been. I mean, we saw the women's cricket on Saturday, and it was just of the highest standard. We got so much positive feedback from the fans who really enjoyed the games.
Yeah. Well, you know, the big international games here now, it's the tickets are difficult to get. They really are. They really are. So, you know, and it's always good to see them. Like the development and the speed of development with women's sport in this country, and you know, with football, we're looking at just this week. Arsenal have announced that all of their women's games will be played at the Emirates Stadium next season because they're getting crowds where they can fill it.
Yeah, a little bit of a misfield there. That gets a cheer from the crowd. Goes away for 4 runs. Not ideal. Abdullah Mir will be a bit frustrated by that. It spoils his over. Ends up going for 18 runs. So Havering certainly have given themselves a puncher's chance here.
It's just nipped up in front of him, hasn't it? Just took a little bobble. Oh, it's funny because you look out here and it looks ever so smooth, this surface. And it is. It's a really good surface. But sometimes it will just nip on something and you might be, you know, technically you're all right. You've gone down, long barrier, everything, and it bounces off something and it just bounces over you or over your leg or through your legs, and it's away, and there's nothing you can do then because your body's set. So it's a disappointing bit of fielding there.
Yeah, Charlie made that point earlier in the broadcast where it certainly is an amazing playing field, but at times it can be a little bit challenging to field on as well. He just had a feeling of what it's like to be in our commentary position. We're just praying that ball didn't land in the tent.
Well, it's just looking where it was going. It's gone a long way.
Yeah, I think the old adage is if you can't spot where the ball actually is, look at where the fielder's looking at. They're all looking at you, then get out of the way.
Well, they're looking out in our direction, weren't they? That was the thing.
So we've had the pleasure of having Phil Law a couple of times on broadcast. Could you just tell us a little bit of what his relationship's like with Alfie? Of course, Phil does a terrific job over disability cricket.
Phil's been great. He really has. He looks out for all the guys. His daughters play as well, and he's just been so good with this week. You know, he's got Alfie and Joe involved in it, and his organisational skills are terrific, absolutely terrific. And I think he's done so much for disability cricket this week in promoting it through you guys, through talking about it, you know, and making sure that people know that it's out there and that there is a platform for people to play cricket, for everybody to play cricket, which is really, really important. So yeah, look, Phil's been tremendous. Absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, no, I love the point you made about cricket being a sport for everybody, because it's traditionally not had that kind of reputation, especially in this country.
No. Well, I think probably you could look at a lot of sports like that. You know, rugby, football, all of those sports. But it's changing. This is a changing world. You know, and people have to adapt to it. Some people don't like it, but you know, adapt to it. You know, I think certainly with football, the way I see it is it's a different audience. you know, but I find the players in women's football are very accessible as they are in women's cricket. You get a lot of young girls that go to the games now, and they're all of a sudden they've got new heroes or heroines in their life, and they want to do this, and I think it's great, fantastic stuff.
Hits this one away towards fine leg, and that's going to be another boundary here. 19 runs already this over. We got one ball to come in the 5th, and Havering, just after maybe a slightly slow power play, certainly just lost their way a little bit in that 3rd over. They're back on track now, and they've got a solid chance of maybe pulling off this chase.
Given themselves half a chance, haven't they? They really have. Berry has been superb.
Yeah, another fine half century for Berry, and Aussie just batting remarkably well. This one is absolutely hammered away. It goes all the way for 6 runs, and they are more than half the way there, 5 overs into the innings.
Aussie's going to enjoy that one, isn't he? He's going to love that one. It's gone a long way. Loved watching him field, by the way. It was just a shame he couldn't have kept that one inside the rope, wasn't it, when he got to it, and we thought he'd kept it from going for 6 earlier.
Yeah, that was certainly an incredible feat of fielding. It's just a shame he couldn't prevent the 6.
But the thing is, you're looking in the sky when you're in that position. You're not looking at the rope, you're looking at the ball. So he did everything right, but you know, obviously he was by the rope, and unfortunately he didn't see that. So
here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow over in Czechia. You got Gibraltar taking on Austria, and then the hosts take on Austria in match number 4 as well. Let's see this ball. This is dragged towards the leg side. So I'd like to thank you so much for taking your time out to come and commentate with us. It's been an absolute pleasure. And yeah, hope to see you again later this week.
Absolute pleasure. Really enjoyed it. Thanks very much. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was great to hear from you as we'll now progress with the remaining 5 overs of this innings. 78 needed of 29 now. Yeah, it's going to be a wide over there. Abdullah Mir conceded a few runs in that first over. And now a good chance to welcome Charlie Hunt back into the commentary box as this is launched for 6 runs. A half volley that is hammered away for a 6.
Great shot. I've got a bone to pick with you.
You do?
Mm-hmm. First ball of the innings. Where did it go?
Did it go towards you?
Did I catch it?
I'm not sure we noticed that. I think we need to go back on that. Okay, then.
Caught it. I thought Elvira had me on the camera. It was giving it the big ins. Turns out she was zoomed in on the team, not me.
Well, you don't have a bone to pick with me there then.
No, I do, because you still do. No, kind of.
I mean, look at my angle. I can't actually see there.
No, I don't know what you mean.
I can't actually see what's happening on the offside.
Yeah. 3 years I worked for this company, didn't take a single catch. Come back for 1 day, took a catch, wasn't even on camera. Fuming. Oh, I took 1 catch, but don't count.
Well, we can rewrite the narrative. You took it one-handed. It was like Daniel's catch at Cardama. We can really big it up. Better.
It was better. Anyway, what a chase, by the way. This is looking tasty.
Had a width on offer over there. It was probably going to be a wide if he left it alone, but they get an even better outcome. They get 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played. This little partnership is really, really impressive. I mean, the thing is, you got to remember this boy. You got the likes of Berry, right? Who not long ago got absolutely pelted on his hand. It's almost put him on to carry on and go even bigger and harder here. That's going to be dragged for just a single. 70 off just the 19 deliveries. And then he's had Aussie come in, and Aussie's just sort of followed suit. Man, needs a response. He needs something. That's wide, too wide in fact. Aussie tried to get it away. What a nice little atmosphere out here, by the way, at the moment. Wouldn't want to be fielding on that offside, to say the least.
I mean, this is the atmosphere for this game. Imagine what it's going to be like 24 hours from now when Hornchurch are in the quarterfinal.
Shot, but well fielded. Very nicely played and nicely fielded in the end. Good cricket.
Really good cricket, and just a dangerous line and length there from Mir. You won't want to persist with that. Short and wide. Very risky to be bowling there. Needs to go back to that sort of middle and off line he had earlier.
Right, still at 15s, by the way, just above. Late field change. Cheeky. 110 for 1. This is a great, evenly poised game here. Goes for it and gets it. 6 more. Gloriously played from Berry. Watch out. There is that Grizzly about. And it's another beautiful 6 runs.
It was in the slot, asking to be hit, and it was Berry. With a real masterful knock so far, very similar to the knock he played against Guggen in the last match. He's just someone who thrives under pressure, and that's always very exciting to see in any young cricketer.
Yeah, 116 for 1 at the end of the 6th over. He goes for 42 off 2. Not the most, well, not the happiest of days for him with the ball. Struggled with his leg spin, but nevertheless, this is certainly proving to be tricky. I mean, that, by the way, that boundary has just really swifted things into the side of Havering. They're now 65% favourites to 35. Cricket's a funny game, though. Good afternoon, good evening to everyone who's watching on YouTube. Pleasure to have you with us, and I hope you're enjoying. Although, albeit some would argue a dead rubber, proving not to be. This is looking like it's going to be a bit of a thrilling finish here, Nish.
Should I say the G word? How appropriate would that be in your last match of the day if you could snap that streak?
That would be funny. And just sneaks it in. Kidakar. Some calling numbers, by the way, nickname. Just putting it out there. Comes down, fetches it, and oh dear! Tipped over the bar for 6. And well, who'd be a fielder at the moment as the crowd certainly starts to dig into him. It's tipped over the bar, 6 runs.
Oh, that could be a very costly drop. You don't want to put down a chance you get from Aussie, and you don't tend to see Jay Chavda make mistakes like that.
Oh dear, catches win matches, Nish. That's what I'm telling you. Wider, tried to cut it away, but just couldn't find bat on ball. Got to try it. This angle's, I like the idea across him. He's going to look to go into the onside. It's almost should have paid off instantly, but it didn't. That's well played. Good cricket. No dot ball. Rotates the strike, gets a single.
Yeah, keeping that dot ball percentage down to an absolute minimum is going to be crucial as well.
Great performance so far, though, this afternoon. Looking to finish it off with 2 and 2. Havering after not having the best of starts. Wide. And Kidakar just trying to dart it in and get it across and get out of the over as quickly as possible, but loses his line. 7 o'clock local time. Comes across again, up in the air. Big moment in the game, this one. Oh, and it's shelled. Things go from bad to worse, and Kidakar can't believe his luck. Should have had both batters gone back in the shed, but unfortunately for him, they continue to go as the fielders have both put 2 down now.
Oh, another costly drop in. As he said, catches win matches, and they're certainly dropping this match with these massive errors in the field.
Oh, that's a calamity. That is an absolute calamity of errors, and this is an over that Kidakar just won't want to watch back. Down the track and pumped down the ground. Watch out, 6 runs. And that's just the absolute pile driver from Kidakar, just to sort of turn around and go, well, I don't really know what more you want me to do. Should have had 2 wickets. Ends up getting pumped for 15 off the over. 1-3-1 for 1 after 7.
So over turns into a bit of a disaster for the CFS side. Things could have been so different. In another world, they might have managed to pick up a couple of wickets in this over. It's these little moments, these crucial moments that are so important in cricket matches. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow. It's the quarterfinal, so the East Londoners taking on the Sharks Cricket Academy in the first match. The Sharks, definitely some exciting players in the lineup, but the East Londoners will come in as heavy favorites. The old Brentwoods will then take on Rain, and the Mighty Tigers will have to take on this CFS side, and then the hosts Hornchurch take on Guggen in the 4th quarterfinal.
Up and away. That is one of the best of the day. Low full toss and just pumps it down the ground. 6 runs, moves into the Grady 80s.
Well, really well struck, and now that required is just a shade above 13. Win predictor swinging in Havering's favor as well. It's up to 79% for them.
Oh dear, oh dear. What are you made of here, CFS? What can you do? I mean, by the way, this is not the tone setter that you want to make before going into quarterfinals tomorrow. Not what you want to do.
And they've got to go up against an undefeated Mighty Tigers side as well, who'll certainly be licking their lips watching this performance here. Just comes down to those small moments in matches. I mean, how different could things have been if they'd held on to their catches? They don't. And now they're under the pump.
Under the pump is an understatement, I think. It's do or die, really. It isn't, but it is. Berry, 83 off 22. Make that 89 off 23. Goes into out again over extra cover, and this time it goes even further. 6 more, and this is an outrageous innings from the youngster.
It's an incredible innings, a knock for the ages. Could he get his side over the finishing line here?
19 years of age. Callum Berry, by the way, isn't really playing an innings at the moment that warrants any doubt of his cricketing ability. 89 off 23. Well played. Well bowled, but well played. Easily could have got himself out there. Just knocked it away.
Who's the youngest ever Centurion on ECN?
Oh, you put it out there.
Well, I get what you mean.
Up in the air. And one bounce for. Now he's into the 90s. That's again a really good shot. Flat and hard over, well, pretty much straight back over the bowler's head. 4 more.
Yeah, breathe a sigh of relief after that. Once I saw the fielder lurking around, I was probably just thinking out loud with the last commentary line.
Goes again. So 11 sixes in the innings, by the way. 5 fours, 93. Wide up, back goes the distance yet again. It's another beautiful flourish of the bat. Oh dear. Well, they've celebrated prematurely because that's 99, not 100. And it's 1 needed to get to that century. Oh dear, oh dear. And I think everyone around the ground has just realised. Still, what a glorious shot that was. But, oh dear, no, I can't deal with this now. How's that happened? Who's told him the wrong information? Oh dear, here we go then. On 99 off 26. Does push through to the offside and will reach that century, and rightfully so. He lathers it up and he's made an absolutely beautiful 100 not out off just 27 deliveries, and rightfully so. Everyone here at Hornchurch is up on their feet applauding what's been an incredible knock.
It's been a wonderful knock for the ages here by Callum Berry. See a teenager stepping up under the pressure in this huge moment for his side and getting them so close to what would be an incredible win. Just take a look at that wagon wheel.
Absurd.
More runs on the offside than the leg side. He's been so strong through that extra cover and long off region.
It's very rare you see that on the network. You see someone go bigger on the offside than the leg side. That is superb hitting. Job's not done though. 157 for 1 at the end of 8. 17 off 12. Anything can happen though. Cricket's a weird game.
That's incredible. He managed to dodge all those hexes well, dodge the commentator's curse and early celebration. He was just really trying to tempt the cricketing spirits, but somehow managed to get a century.
I couldn't handle it. It was just too much for me. Bearing in mind, by the way, Ozzy sat on 48. So he's not far away from his own personal mark as well. I rate the double wristband, the sweatbands, by the way. I respect it very highly. Change of bowler. Chowdhury going to come back and return for this 9th over. Could all be done in a flash here, folks.
Yeah, our scorer Simon, he's over there listening. That was almost a Tyrese Halliburton moment for Barry there. I'm sure you know what that means, as will some of our viewers as well.
I saw that. He liked that. Here we go then. Aussie on strike. And that's going to just be a single. Good running.
Yeah, so singles could do it for here for Havering. Just 16 needed of 11, a boundary or 2, and good running between the wickets, and they'll take the victory in this match. It's just incredible for a side that was put together so last minute. The fact that they've been able to come together and do as well as they have, it certainly has been a joy to watch.
103 for Berry. Dragged leg side. Probably the oh dear. Well, if that doesn't just sort of sum up the afternoon and the day really for this Pinnacle Pro side, I don't know what does. It's a boundary through the legs. Not what you like to see. And it has to be said that fielding out here is not easy. It bobbles, it moves up and down, but you've got to do better than that.
Get all your mistakes out of the system in this match. You certainly can't afford to make them tomorrow against the mighty Tigers. I think that's the only way.
Do you know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see a few of the teams then sort of go from this Havering side saying we'll have you like a draft system. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Pick a couple up. 162 for 1, 12 needed. And that's probably going to be a dot ball. It's probably the first one of those we've had in a while.
Yeah, a lot of these players play for Upminster. Unfortunately, couldn't bring a men's side for this series. We saw their women's side. They did incredibly well on Saturday. But hopefully during next year's European Cricket Series, I know it's scheduled to probably be a bit later in the summer when you've got the summer holidays. So I'm sure that will help availability as well. So yeah, hopefully that time around, some of these Havering 11 players can play for their own clubs, such as Upminster.
Yeah, big time. So many clubs rely on their junior system these times. Well, I mean, this is going to probably be the end of it, and it is. And it does bring an end to a superb innings. But it almost is bittersweet because it does mean that he'll get his own applause off and, you know, gets to allow himself to sort of, realise what he's done here and really take in the moment. A superb knock of 107 off not very many deliveries at all. Comes to an end. Very well batted, youngster. Very well batted indeed.
A nice touch there by Arya Kedekar as well, going up to shake his hand and congratulate him. Certainly deserves all the plaudits he will get. It's been one of the finer knocks we have seen on the network.
Yeah, 107 off 30. Remarkable strike rate of 350. Well, out comes the next batter, who is Mr. Little himself. Now, does that just kind of change things slightly? Just run. Or do you even run? Because then it only gives Aussie... Oh dear, tricky. Very tricky. Now this thing starts to look a little bit interesting here, Nish.
I think Havering will be just fine. I think Little's got... We'll just get bat on ball here. And they should be able to see their way across the finishing line. Or maybe I spoke too soon.
Well, this is the thing now. So now it just means that, Aussie's going to sit on his bat. He's not taking one because he wants to strike for the last over. Little just needed something on it. But then again, would they really have run? That's the question. Last ball then of the ninth. Chowdhury's taken a wicket. The big one, a berry. It's the question, the age-old question. What's your play here? Field change. Deep mid-wicket comes in for regular. 12 off 7. Well, there you go. It's a big wicket as well. Big applause. More importantly, though, it's probably a dot ball because Little will go for a 2-ball duck. And that will be 2 wickets in the over. 162 for 3. Things are getting a little bit nervy.
They are certainly a lot nervier than we would have thought. It looked like it would be a fairly easy win for them. They needed 17 runs of 11 deliveries, but superb bowling here by Chowdhury. Picks up a couple of wickets this over, concedes just 5 in the ninth. And we do say on ECN, it all happens in the ninth. We saw a batter bring up 100, couple wickets fall as well. We're now heading into a dramatic final over. What an amazing way to round out the group stages.
And things are now just starting to look a little bit nervy in that Havering dugout, it has to be said. By the way, brilliant Yorker. It was full and it was straight. Good death bowling. And now, they're going to ask the skipper. And if I'm being brutally honest, the skipper's had a hard day at the office today. Bat, ball, field, it's been tricky. Well, now would be a good time to sort of switch on and make a name for yourself, the captain. This is going to be tricky, really is. So then, Javed back in. Last overtime then. Here we go. 12 required off 6. Aussie on strike. Steps down, firmly strikes. It's down the ground. Oh, it's a superb effort, but it's going to be 4. And you cannot fault the man for trying. It was an unbelievable attempt from Arya Kedekar, who just couldn't quite get there. He got a hand to it, but just couldn't keep it in the field of play. It's 4 runs.
He couldn't, and Aussie was just hoping that it would go towards the boundary. Was never going to take a run.
50 for Aussie, by the way. Superb knock, 53 off 21. Still a job to do. 8 off 5. Oh, something's just flown across. And the crowd get a bit noisy, a bit leery. Silence falls upon Hornchurch. 8 off 5. This is the quietest this place has been in about 3 hours. 8 off 5. Short, pulled, leg side, 6 runs. Don't bowl there. That is a superb shot from Aussie. He just rides it like a wave, and, that's pretty much game done and dusted. 6 runs.
That certainly should be the game there for Havering. A very risky delivery, but Javed decides to go for the bumper, especially with no one back. Gets pulled, goes away for a 6.
We're going to have a bit of time here. That ball's gone a long way. Again, I've got to say the skipper's had a rough day at the office today. Catches that he's put down, he's let things go through him in the field. Batting hasn't clicked. Bowling, he really has struggled. He's going to need a lot of mental resilience to try and come back tomorrow and lead his side, through a very, very, very tough task.
Just going to need to have short memory, the old goldfish memory. Put this game out of your system, and tomorrow's a new day. It just takes one game with this format we have here for the quarterfinals.
2 off 4. Steps back, helps it on its way. Game, set, and match. And Havering have done it, and rightfully so. They celebrate, and it'll be celebrations into the night. They have played an absolute blinder here. the first game of the afternoon for them. They looked down and out, but they ended up coming back wonderfully, and they've done exactly that here in the second game as they absolutely pump Pinnacle here, and it will mean that they take 2 victories at the back end of the group stage. We won't see them, of course, for the quarterfinals, but I tell you what, it's been a joy to have them on the European Cricket Network over the last few days.
It has been an absolute joy. So many of their players have turned into cult heroes, fan favorites. It's been an absolute pleasure to cover their games, and just a wonderful way for them to round out their campaign with a couple of wins. They've made plenty of memories over the course of these last few days, and they've shown that they're more than capable of contending with the big boys. It's just going to be handshakes all around for CFS. It's not the way they would have wanted to round out their campaign.
I reckon that fella there, Little's going to be very happy he's not had to go out there and bat and was able to watch it from the sidelines. Let's have a look at the highlights then of this last innings of the day and of the group stages. And it started off with Barry absolutely going, look, I caught it. Look, there you go. That's me. See? Told you. Thank you very much.
That was a good thing we just managed to get that right at the end of it there. I think you were, to be fair to them, you were just kind of hidden behind the tent there, so it would have been a bit hard to catch you, but yeah, good catch there, and you can certainly claim that.
Oh yeah, I'm claiming it, don't you worry. That's getting sent into every group chat I know. This one, of course, was the end of Marsh, who just couldn't quite continue on in the same way that he did in the previous game, but it did mean that it opened it up for Callum Berry, and oh boy, did he enjoy his time out there in the middle.
Oh, he had an incredible time. What a knock. 107 of just 30 deliveries, 12 sixes during that innings. It was a knock which many a batter in European cricket would have been proud of, played well beyond his years. And Berry is up there as one of the most exciting talents here in European cricket. This 9th over, though, was really dramatic. A couple of wickets fell that over, just 5 runs were conceded. For a moment, just wondered whether the CFS side had a chance to go on and pull an upset. But what nerves.
I tell you what,
nerves for Aussie.
I tell you what doesn't surprise me is right in front of us now, the skipper of CFS is currently his head is in his hat. He doesn't know really what he's thinking. He just looks a bit defeated, doesn't he? He's got a lot of work to do when they come back tomorrow because they've had an absolute nightmare of a day here today.
It's been a difficult day for CFS, no other way to put it, and they're just going to have to get this out of their system and come back ready for tomorrow's play because quarterfinal, it's just going to be one match, one knockout match. That's all they've got to believe. They have a good hour tomorrow. They could pull off an incredible upset as we have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see there's only, well, I say there's one, but there's 2. You've got Aussie and Berry, 100 for Berry, a superb bit of work for him. And then, of course, the bowlers, well, the less said about some of them, the better. Going at 25s, I mean, 51 off Prab Singh's overs. That is tough for anyone. And credit to the likes of Berry, really. Just a superb innings from a youngster who, as you said, has got bundles of talent and could only imagine that the sky's the limit. There you go, confirmation. 7 wickets, the margin. As Havering, they beat CFS Pinnacle Pro by 7 wickets here in match 40.
We'll take a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow in the quarterfinals. So our quarterfinals are set. Should be an exciting day of cricket here. The first quarterfinal between the East Londoners and the Sharks Cricket Academy. The East Londoners, I mean, you had a good look at them today. They certainly look like a serious side.
Yeah, they look scary. I think all of those teams have the ability to look a little bit frightening. I think, Hornchurch, I'm still waiting on this TBC that's on their scorecard. East Londoners, I mean, look, there's a reason they finished top of their group. They're very, very dangerous. Mighty Tigers, I've not seen too much, but I've heard a lot. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I certainly will be watching it when I can.
Charlie, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to commentate alongside you. I was far too long a wait since we last covered a game over in Croatia, and hope to see you back again very soon. Yeah,
look, it's been great. Really, really appreciate you guys having me on here for another day. Absolutely love this place, miss it all the time, but it's been really great. I certainly do enjoy coming back all the time, and hopefully you're going to have a nice couple of days over the next, 4 days. You've got some stuff on Saturday as well. You've got plenty of cricket coming up.
Yeah, got a lot of great cricket. Quarterfinals tomorrow, finals on Friday, and then we round out the ECSW on Saturday. Charlie, take it away.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, everyone. Do enjoy the rest of your evenings. Do make sure you come back tomorrow. Plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. I'll be tuning in if and when I can, but it's been a pleasure as always. And until next time, have a good evening, everybody.
My my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body back.